Data cultivation. I test longevity in the Temple of the Five Elements. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1. Biochip Small Barren Mountain. The front yard of the Five Elements Temple. At the foot of the mountain, in an ancient and simple room, Luo Yan sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, his chest rising and falling slightly, with a special charm in every breath. The moonlight shone in through the windowsill, sprinkled in front of the bed, and echoed with the light blue airflow surrounding Luo Yan. Late at night, Luo Yan's breathing gradually slowed down, and the light blue airflow surrounding his side gradually dissipated from the initial enthusiastic flow. Total spiritual power plus 0.05, spiritual power, key refining level 1, 30-40. After a moment, Luo Yan opened his misty eyes and frowned slightly. 0. Call up my current body data. Luo Yan called softly in his heart. A slowly rotating 3D character model suddenly appeared in front of him, with a few lines of text information next to it. Character, Luo Yan age. 12 spiritual power. 30 realm, key refining level 1 kung fu, basic breathing method, entry level. It still doesn't work. Luo Yan sat quietly on the bed and muttered to himself. Luo Yan was a little depressed. After 2 months of digitizing his cultivation with the help of the biological intelligence chip, his breathing method still remained at the entry-level primary stage. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. Judging from Luo Yan's current speed of gathering ki, if he wants to break through to the second level of ki refining, it will take at least half a year. Normally, these newly initiated disciples can reach the first level of ki refining within a year without the help of external objects, which is considered qualified. Otherwise, it will be difficult to leave the lower courtyard in this life. Judging from Luo Yan's current efficiency of gathering ki, reaching the first level of ki refining within 2 months is already very fast. Many ignorant children don't even know what ki is at this time. Of course, he can't be compared with those children who are ignorant of the world. In the lower courtyard of the Five Elements Temple, there is an assessment standard. That is, new disciples, without the use of elixirs, can become outer disciples in advance if their cultivation breaks through to the third level of ki refining within a year. This is equivalent to the internal recruitment in the university in the previous life. Otherwise, they can only participate in the outer sect competition held every 2 years, and only those who win the top 100 can enter the outer sect. But the outer sect disciple status obtained through the Taoist competition has a big flaw. That is, compared with those genius disciples recruited from within, the 100 status quotas obtained through the outer sect competition are only temporary. As long as their cultivation is below the 7th level of ki refining, they must participate in the competition held every 2 years. Once they lose to others in the outer sect competition, their outer sect disciple status will be forcibly revoked. In other words, it is typical to only look at personal strength, not specific cultivation. Or, when a person's ki refining cultivation breaks through to the late stage of ki refining, he can automatically become an outer sect disciple. At that time, he can walk out of the lower courtyard of the Five Elements Temple and go to the headquarters of the Five Elements Temple to practice. These are the 3 ways to become an outer sect disciple prevalent in the Five Elements Temple. The first and third are permanent systems, and the second is a temporary system based on strength competition. If Luo Yan can get the token of an outer sect disciple through the first method before the end of the year, then, you don't have to participate in the outer sect competition held every 2 years. You don't have to be so competitive then. After all, the benefits of becoming an outer sect disciple earlier are also extremely huge. Compared with ordinary disciples, not only will you get an extra 10 spirit stones in subsidies every month, but you will also have more choices when performing tasks in the General Affairs Hall. For example, guarding the Sutra repository, acting as an alchemist's alchemist boy, and promoting the names of the scriptures to be told the next day to the elders of the Dharma in advance, so as to attract all the disciples to listen to the lectures, etc. When these tasks appear, outer sect disciples will have a priority choice compared to lower courtyard disciples. Although the priority of this task is simple, it can actually bring an easier source of spirit stones to outer sect disciples. After all, in the lower courtyard of the Five Elements Temple, the easy tasks in the General Affairs Hall are limited. Once they are accepted, the rest are just some hard labor, such as cleaning the 1,000-layer stone steps, running to the deserted land to dig spiritual ore, or cutting some hard iron laurel wood. In short, although the lower courtyard disciples were taught the practice method and embarked on the initial practice path, every step forward was very difficult. Better tasks were not available, and the few spiritual stones obtained through hard work were difficult to provide for their most basic practice. This is why Luo Yan was obsessed with the status of an outer disciple. Luo Yan knew very well that if he did not make changes based on his current gas collection efficiency, he would most likely have no chance of passing the outer disciple promotion assessment at the end of the year. But a lower courtyard disciple who had just joined the sect for less than 3 months could not be taught any Taoist methods except for the most basic spiritual energy breathing method. Even if Luo Yan had the consciousness to perform tasks and earn spiritual stones and sect contribution points, he was powerless. Because many places in the mountain gate were not open to lower courtyard disciples who had just entered the sect for a year. The General Affairs Hall, where tasks are issued, is one of them. The reason why there is such a rule in the first year is that many children are still illiterate. Therefore, there is a restriction in the first year. 2 miles away from the small courtyard where Luo Yan lives, there is a lecture hall with some octogenarians. They are not ordinary people. It's just that these people's cultivation is not high, only in the early and middle stages of key refining. But it is enough to teach the new disciples of the lower court some common sense of cultivation and the recognition of scriptures and characters. With the help of the chip and a mature soul, Luo Yan naturally completed some of the most basic cultivation cognition and understanding in a very short time. It is precisely because of the identity of a new disciple that Luo Yan knows the 3 ways to become an outer disciple and works hard for it. But because he knows more, he feels a little melancholy about his cultivation qualifications of the 3 spiritual roots of water, wood and earth. According to the current cultivation speed, no matter how hard he tries, it is impossible to reach the 3rd level of key refining before the end of the year. This speed of cultivation is unique to geniuses with double spiritual roots or above. He thought about it for a long time, but couldn't find a better solution. The main reason was that Luo Yan's body had been lonely and helpless since childhood. He was brought in by an old Taoist priest, and then left alone. Even if he wanted to practice a higher level of breathing method, he couldn't find anyone to help. But he was unwilling to give up like this. So Luo Yan set his sights on the breathing method. If this most basic breathing method could be advanced, his possibility of becoming an outer disciple would be greatly increased. Unfortunately, it has been nearly 2 months since he got this introductory breathing method, and he has not been able to advance the breathing method. Luo Yan, who has the memory of his previous life, originally fantasized with a mature mind of an adult. As long as he was willing to persist, his speed of refining qi would be much faster than others. But the fact is not like this. Perhaps it is because of the fact that many young disciples are new here and know nothing about cultivation. In the first year, the sect would only teach them some basic knowledge related to cultivation, and a simplest method of breathing spiritual power without attributes. In the early stage, there was no cultivation of Taoism, only qi training. Because it was the most basic breathing method, if the spiritual root talent was not good enough, the speed of gathering qi would become very slow. Even if the spiritual energy was swallowed and exhaled for a long time, the spiritual energy that could be converted into spiritual power by one's own danshan was still pitifully small. Even though Luo Yan had the steady thinking of an adult and knew the importance of doing something to the extreme, he had been practicing diligently after getting the breathing method. But it still took 2 months to reach the first level of qi training. Compared with several children of the same age, although those people were not as diligent in their practice as him, their speed of gathering qi was much higher than his. In less than a month, he reached the first level of qi training. A whole month faster than Luo Yan. Faced with such a situation, even Luo Yan, who was in a good mood, had to sigh. Good cultivation qualifications are really enviable. 0. Help me calculate, at the current speed of gas collection, how long will it take to reach the 2nd level of qi refining, and the 3rd level of qi refining? Luo Yan thought for a while and asked in a low voice. Calculating, please wait. It is expected to reach the 2nd level of qi refining in 7 months, and the 3rd level of qi refining in 10 months. Under the calculation of the chip, Luo Yan got the approximate time required to reach the 2nd level of qi refining. With his qualifications of 3 spiritual roots, it is completely impossible to break through to the 3rd level of qi refining before the end of this year if he continues to practice hard like this. Therefore, the advancement of breathing method is the only feasible way that Luo Yan can think of at present. According to the current situation, only if his breathing method is advanced, the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy will be improved. At that time, he will have the possibility of success when he participates in the promotion assessment of outer disciples. However, after exploring this basic breathing method for nearly 2 months, Luo Yan actually has a rough idea of how to advance. Because his main way of cultivation now is to go back to his room and deliberately inhale and exhale spiritual energy, according to what the old gentleman in the lecture hall said. This behavior actually feels a bit like reading from a book. If Luo Yan can turn this so-called breathing method into an instinct like real breathing, if he can practice the 5 postures of walking, sitting, standing, and lying all the time, can he increase his speed of collecting energy several times? After he really started to try and did it according to this idea, Luo Yan understood the difficulty. When he was awake, it was okay. He was in a conscious state and practiced deliberately. It was not difficult to do the first 4. But if he wanted to do the 5th one, lying down, the difficulty would soar. Especially for people like him who have memories of past lives, sleeping has long become a habit engraved in his bones. He changed the part of his sleeping time to cross-legged meditation and practice. After suffering for many nights, in addition to numb legs, he still couldn't do the 5th posture. If you need to set aside a part of your mind every time to deliberately practice the breathing method, it will become a burden when you sleep. It's okay in the short term, but if it goes on for a long time, his body will be greatly affected. He always fell asleep in a drowsy and unconscious state. After falling asleep, the breathing method stopped working, even if the prompt sound of the chip echoed loudly in his mind. Because he was too tired, his eyelids couldn't stop fighting, and he couldn't stop it. Is there something wrong with his assumption? Luo Yan thought to himself. It's just like eating and drinking water. He pondered for a moment and muttered to himself. To make the breathing method as natural as breathing, the first thing is not to be deliberate. Suddenly, Luo Yan thought of a possibility. 0. Don't try to wake me up this time, just record my state when I practice. This time, Luo Yan completely emptied his mind, no longer deliberately running the breathing method, nor did he suppress his tiredness. His heart followed his mind and he fell into a state similar to dozing. For more than 2 months, he had already memorized how the spiritual power should be operated, every meridian in the body, and every rhythmic frequency of breathing. Luo Yan felt like a fish in the water, soaked in water. The spiritual power factors in the air surged with his breathing, inhaled into his body, and returned to his danshan. From a distance, it was as if he had put on a layer of light blue cocoon on his coat, enveloping himself, shining. Total spiritual power plus 0.1. Not long after, when he woke up from that mysterious state of cultivation, Luo Yan immediately sensed the spiritual power in his body. His cultivation, which had been growing slowly, could be clearly felt to have improved a little this time. When he was listening to the old gentleman teaching the breathing method in the lecture hall before, many obscure places had become easy to handle now. This made Luo Yan's mouth inevitably hang a smile. His basic breathing method has finally advanced from the entry level to the mastery level. After practicing Qi for a long time, it becomes natural and turns into instinct. At this time, gradually return the active method to an action, first keep and then forget, know but not keep. This is the advanced breathing method. Luo Yan's mind flashed a flash of enlightenment. He no longer needs to deliberately divide his mind to practice the breathing method. This has become his instinct, just like eating and sleeping. Compared with the breathing method before the advancement, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy after the advancement is more than doubled. The most important thing is that Luo Yan has practiced all night at this time, but he doesn't feel tired at all. It is completely opposite to the previous state. According to the current practice rate, he will most likely pass the outer disciple promotion assessment at the end of the year. Time flies, and it's the end of the year in a blink of an eye. Luo Yan, who was sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed, spread his hands flat on his legs. He opened his eyes and exhaled heavily. He looked to the side and front, and gently moved his fingers forward. The spiritual power in his body poured out, and the water cup on the table floated towards him. It hovered in front of him. The porcelain cup was suspended half a meter in front of him and did not move. The water in the cup was pulled by the spiritual power, like an upside-down Milky Way, and he drank it all. It has been a year since Luo Yan came to the lower courtyard of the Five Elements Temple. In the half-month before the end of the year, his cultivation reached the third level of key refining. Now he is qualified to become an outer disciple and practice real Taoism. The water cup floating technique just now was just the most basic use of spiritual power. It was not even the simplest object control technique, and it was not Taoism at all. Thinking of this, Luo Yan could no longer sit still, so he got up from the bed. He was going to the Tea Hall to find the Jiang elder and receive the identity token exclusively for outer disciples. Because today is the day for the new lower courtyard disciples like them to be promoted to outer disciples. Attached to the beginning are the 4 outlines. I hope you will supervise. 1. The 5 Elements Temple is a super cultivation sect in this small world, and it is feared by the southern region, so the sphere of influence tends to be peaceful, and there is almost no killing and treasure stealing. The life threat index is 1 star, and it is an excellent place for cultivation too. Not a waste, not taking the path of ordinary people's cultivation, and not taking the path of poverty of scattered cultivation. The early stage is an average person. In the later stage, use chips to lay the foundation, and then catch up with the people in the first echelon step by step, before the foundation building period 3. Science students like to use rational thinking to look at problems, and respect the principle of equivalent exchange for. This is a small world, and the world's laws are incomplete. The main line in the early stage will be to compete for the quota of ascending to the upper realm in advance. It is expected to ascend to the spirit world before the golden elixir period, and then start a magnificent war of hundreds of races: Buddhism, incense and fire, demons, magic, alien races from outer space. Chapter 2 Getting Started and Contribution Points. Luo Yan closed the door casually and glanced at the rooms next to him with closed doors. He gently extended his spiritual sense, but was blocked by a layer of light curtain. This layer of light curtain is a kind of array prohibition, which is used to prevent outsiders from exploring and protect the personal privacy of disciples. But it is limited to this. The 3 rooms next to him are the roommates randomly assigned to him by the sect after he joined the sect. The 4 people live in the same small courtyard. They are all at the first level of key refining. After all, they are only about 10 years old. Even if their original family conditions are good, they have learned to read early. But it still takes a long time to learn the scriptures and basic common sense about cultivation. Luo Yan has an average relationship with these 3 people, because with his adult mind, it is actually difficult to play with 11 or 12-year-old peers. In addition, during this period of time, in order to break through to the 3rd level of key refining as soon as possible, except for the lectures of the old gentleman in the lecture hall, the rest of the time, he almost huddled in the room to breathe and practice. Therefore, in the eyes of the other 3 roommates, Luo Yan is not very sociable. After leaving the courtyard gate, what comes into view is a magnificent building located halfway up the mountain. Luo Yan turned his head and glanced at the small courtyard behind him, as if he was saying goodbye to the boring life of the past year. Soon, he walked towards the winding mountain forest path. The 5 Elements Temple is located at the junction of Xiaohuang Mountain and Barbarian Territory, surrounded by mountains and countless spiritual birds and beasts. Occasionally, a lost bird would hit the mountain protection formation of the sect, causing waves, and then disappear. The mountain protection formation is like a tortoise shell, covered with runes, emitting a faint fluorescence, covering the area where the sect is located. Luo Yan didn't go up the mountain many times. After all, these new disciples did not have the authority to enter many sect buildings. It was useless to go up. Only at the beginning of each month, the outer sect elders of the sect would arrange special people to lead these newly initiated disciples to the J dojo. And by checking the disciples' understanding of the operation of the basic breathing method, or answering questions about practice, they prevented these practitioners from practicing randomly to avoid mistakes. Thus, they will go astray and destroy the foundation of cultivation. After all, the old gentlemen in the lecture hall have limited cultivation, and their own cultivation qualifications are extremely low. It is okay to let them teach some of the simplest basic knowledge. But on the road of cultivation, everyone's qualifications are different, and the problems encountered are naturally strange. If there is no truly reliable senior elder to answer questions and solve doubts, it is easy to cause a big mess. Although spiritual root qualifications are taken very seriously in a real cultivation holy place like the 5 Elements Temple, they are not absolute. After all, the 5 Elements Temple has been passed down in the southern region for thousands of years, and some examples of low-qualified disciples who have become latecomers have not happened. Therefore, It is still possible to treat everyone equally to a certain extent. However, this special treatment can only be enjoyed by disciples who have just entered the sect, such as Luo Yan. In the future, if you want to ask the elders about cultivation problems, you will need to spend a certain amount of sect contribution points. The purpose of doing this is to make the new disciples have a strong sense of belonging to the sect. After the first year of the newcomer protection period is over, new disciples like Luo Yan also have a certain level of cultivation. The various buildings of the sect will be open to them one by one. After passing through the thick shade of trees and stepping over the bluestone steps full of fallen leaves, they came to a magnificent hall. At the main gate of the courtyard, there is a gilded plaque with 3 big characters, Hall of Supreme Harmony. When they walked in, there was already a young girl with beautiful eyebrows and fair skin, who was stunning at first sight, waiting on the side. In front of the hall, there was a gray-robed Taoist priest sitting cross-legged. His face was ordinary, his eyes were bright, but he had a kind feeling. At this moment, the gray-robed Taoist priest was holding a jade book in his hand, flipping it from time to time. It seemed that his whole mind was immersed in the world of books, and he didn't notice the arrival of Luo Yan and others at all. This gray-robed Taoist priest was the guide elder of the outer sect. His surname was Shi, and he was responsible for guiding these new disciples to enter the sect. His cultivation is unknown, but in the entire lower courtyard of the 5 Elements Temple, his seniority is the highest. I didn't expect someone to come earlier. Luo Yan glanced at the girl beside him. And the owner of the pair of clear and bright eyes was also staring at him curiously at this moment. Luo Yan had to smile lightly in response. Not long after, 2 more young men came into the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Judging from their clothes, the silk brocade patterns on their bodies were exquisitely embroidered, and there were ribbons tied around their waists. The first impression given to people is that their original families are either rich or noble. The 2 came together, and there was a special sense of tacit understanding between them, as if they had known each other for a long time. When the first ray of sunlight shone into the hall, the old Taoist in gray robe closed the jade book, and the door of the Hall of Supreme Harmony slowly closed. He stroked his white beard, and his long eyes were full of smiles. If I remember correctly, in our Huangshan lower court, even if we count those special disciples who were taken away right after they entered the sect, among the old disciples in the last batch, there are only about 7 or 8 good seedlings who can break through to the 3rd level of key refining within a year. I thought the number of immortal seedlings this year would be similar to that of previous years. I never thought that 4 more people would come before the deadline before the end of the year. Elder Shi stood up slowly, twirling his beard and laughing. Don't think that it is already amazing that Luo Yan and his friends can break through to the 3rd level of key refining within a year. But in fact, there are still a few guys with extraordinary talents who got the tokens of the status of outer disciples a few months ago. In other words, Luo Yan and his 4 people just caught up with the tail of the genius disciples. Compared with the real cultivation geniuses, they are still a long way behind. There are so many lower houses in my 5 Elements Temple. The number of fairy seedlings cultivated by Huangshan Court this time is estimated to be among the top in all the lower houses. Not bad, not bad. After saying this, Elder Shi waved his sleeves. Suddenly, Luo Yan felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, he seemed to be in a vast galaxy. The stars were moving, the clouds were blazing, and the shining runes made the sky and the earth blue. The surrounding light mist was hazy, mysterious and deep. Suddenly, a round archway engraved with the runes appeared in front of them. Luo Yan and his party were all shocked by this sudden scene. After a while, the calm voice of the old Taoist in gray robes sounded softly in their ears. You can practice to the 3rd level of key refining in just 1 year, which shows that your talent and perseverance are quite good, and you are qualified to enter the outer gate of my 5 Elements Temple. I think in this year, you have more or less understood that the 5 elements in a person's body are divided into primary and secondary. You are naturally the same. Elder Shi paused for a moment, and then continued, so it is very necessary to choose a scripture with a specific attribute as your main practice. In simple terms, your natural spiritual root attributes are fire and gold. You can practice both types of exercises. So would you rather choose a gold-attributed exercise or a fire-attributed exercise? Although you know that you have dual attribute spiritual roots of fire and gold, it is unknown whether you are closer to the fire attribute or the gold attribute. Once the main practice method is chosen incorrectly, it will affect your subsequent practice progress. Elder Shi briefly explained to Luo Yan and the others about the attributes of spiritual roots and the importance of choosing a suitable cultivation method. Then, he pointed to the rune arch behind him. The function of this door is to detect your affinity to various native spiritual root attributes through the power of runes, so that you will know which attribute of scriptures to choose as your main practice. When you step into this door, the color corresponding to your own attribute will light up. Red is fire, green is wood, and blue is water. They correspond to the 5 practice peaks of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth in the back mountain of Maitehal. If your main practice is gold, then joining Jinxing Peak is the most suitable for you, because Jinxing Peak has the highest concentration of gold-attributed spiritual energy. Of course, if you want to choose other mountains that are not your main practice attributes for personal reasons, that is also possible. These are all I can teach you. The path of practice is long and boring. I hope you can always keep your original intention and forge ahead. Elder Shi explained in detail to Luo Yan and others about the rune arch, the colors that light up on it, and the meaning of the corresponding 5 elements of spiritual roots. This was related to their future path, so the old Taoist priest seemed very patient. Perhaps Elder Shi's words contained too much information. After listening to them, the 4 of Luo Yan looked at each other. No one stepped forward to touch the door at the first time. For a moment, it seemed a bit awkward. Let us go first. The 2 young men who came with Luo Yan looked at each other, and one of them walked straight towards the arch door under the starry sky. As soon as he stood under the door, he was swallowed by a burst of white light. Then the runes on the door burst out with a light that was intertwined with red and green, until it finally turned completely red. It seems that this young man in brocade clothes has both fire and wood attributes. Among them, the fire attribute is better than the wood attribute. Then, the girl who arrived first stepped forward, and the door turned blue again. Luo Yan, who was standing not far away, watched them step forward one by one, and secretly chanted in his heart, 0, check the current environment, is it the real world? Data entry begins, analysis in progress. No abnormality in the environment, no abnormality in spatial fluctuations according to the host's own spiritual power feedback, the light and shadow refraction fluctuations are abnormal. The chip is self-checking. Missing key information, no definite conclusion can be drawn. The biological chip in his mind began to automatically analyze the data information in combination with the current scene. Rows of light blue information soon appeared in front of Luo Yan. Looking at the information given by the biological intelligent chip, Luo Yan's mouth twitched. There's a feeling, it's the same with you or not. Turning to think carefully, it can actually be understood. This is a world where you can practice, which contains many great powers beyond the imagination of the world. But the intelligent biological chip analyzes things based on the knowledge level of Luo Yan's previous life. The morning glow of the starry sky seems illusory, but it is actually a very real picture. Even Luo Yan himself felt confused and couldn't tell whether it was a real starry sky or a false mirage. Based on this situation, it was normal that the chip could not give an answer. 0. From now on, record the changes in the runes around you, and enter them into a separate database, and make independent file labels, runes. Luo Yan glanced at the runes that sometimes appeared and sometimes disappeared in the void, and secretly instructed in his heart. There are runes on the door, and there are also runes in this specific space. Although he didn't know the role of these runes here, he had a hunch that these flashing runes would definitely be encountered in the near future. And they are very important. After Luo Yan came out of the door himself, Elder Shi's eyes stayed on him for a while, as if he was very curious about his 3 spiritual roots and how his cultivation speed could be so fast. Under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible for him to cultivate to the 3rd level of key refining in just 1 year with his spiritual roots. This is not something that can be done with perseverance alone. However, the old Taoist priest was knowledgeable after all. He had stayed in the 5 Elements Temple for a lifetime and met many talented disciples. Therefore, he was only slightly surprised. It was not the first time that more outrageous things happened. So soon, he withdrew his scrutinizing gaze. After coming out of the rune arch, Luo Yan knew the attributes of his spiritual roots. Although it was composed of 3 spiritual roots, earth, wood, and water, the affinity of the wood attribute spiritual root was the highest. However, judging from the glow that kept flashing on the rune arch, the affinity difference between these 3 spiritual root attributes was actually not that big. When choosing the practice of earth and water attributes can also be practiced. Elder Shi took out a jade book and flipped through it. After comparing the appearance of each of them, he threw them a jade token. On the front of the jade token was an ancient Taoist temple with the word 5 elements written on it, and on the back were their names. The jade token needs your blood to activate. After activation, you can go to the scripture pavilion to get the exercises, the miscellaneous affairs hall to get the Taoist robes, and at the beginning of each month, you can go to the merit hall to get a bottle of key gathering pill. If you don't want a key gathering pill, you can also exchange it for 10 contribution points. The sect's contribution points can be used to exchange spells, magic tools, pills, talismans, and to consult individual elders for individual guidance on cultivation matters, etc. In short, in the sect, contribution points are almost omnipotent. Outer disciples need to go to the General Affairs Hall to complete an exclusive task every month, otherwise 10 contribution points will be deducted. If you fail to complete it 3 times in a row, your personal welfare benefits for the year will be cancelled. And you need to break through to the late stage of key refining before the age of 25, otherwise your identity tokens will be taken back. Okay, this is what I want to tell you, you should go back. Elder Shi waved his hand, flicked his sleeves again, and sent them outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony. After saying goodbye to Elder Shi, Luo Yan and his friends came to the back mountain. What came into view were 5 mountains covered by a huge formation, which were the 5 elements peaks mentioned by Elder Shi. Because the spiritual energy properties on each peak were different, they were named after the corresponding 5 elements peaks. The jade cards that Elder Shi gave to Luo Yan and the others allowed them to enter the interior of the 5 peaks unimpeded. When Luo Yan and the other 4 came out of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, although they were traveling together, they had their own differences at this time. The girl who was obviously a beauty went to the water element peak, while the other 2 boys chose the gold element peak. Thinking of his 3 spiritual roots affinity, Luo Yan thought about it and found the wood spirit peak. There were many uninhabited courtyards on the hillside of the wood spirit peak. Luo Yan randomly selected one and activated the soundproof formation with a jade card. In an instant, the chirping of insects and birds in the mountains and forests disappeared without a trace. Compared with before, it was indeed much quieter. However, the huge courtyard seemed a bit empty because he was the only one living there. Chapter 3 General Affairs Hall. Character, Luo Yan. Age 13. Spiritual power 80. Realm, Key Refining Level 3 Skills, Basic Breathing Method, Mastered, Wood Spirit Inner Contemplation Sutra, Not Yet Mastered, 10,000 Leaves Flying Flowers, Not Yet Mastered. With the outer disciple J token, Luo Yan first went to the Sutra library and selected a wood attribute Wood Spirit Inner Contemplation Sutra skill, and a 10,000 Leaves Flying Flowers technique that specializes in wood spirit energy. Compared with the most basic breathing method, Wood Spirit Inner Contemplation Sutra has improved a lot in terms of spiritual energy absorption efficiency. The 10,000 Leaves Flying Flowers technique is a book, similar to the offensive technique of the fire method Fireball technique. However, compared with the blazing fireball technique, the power of 10,000 Leaves Flying Flowers is much smaller. But in terms of its flexibility, it is better. When facing the enemy, every blade of grass and every tree around can be turned into a weapon to hurt the enemy. When practicing to a high level, picking leaves and flying flowers can hurt people. You can even condense a spiritual light shield in front of you to resist the impact of other people's spells. This is the benefit of becoming an outer disciple in advance. Not only can you have an independent practice courtyard, the spiritual energy on the mountain is also more abundant, and you can go to the Sutra library to receive 2 cultivation methods for free. But if you want to practice other scriptures and treasures, you have to exchange them with contribution points. As soon as he got the Wood Spirit Inner Observation Sutra, Luo Yan practiced breathing according to the records on the jade slip. First, he sensed the active wood attribute spiritual energy in the wood spirit peak, and then inhaled it into his body to form a closed loop. At this time, Luo Yan, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, did not seem to have done any more intense exercise, but in fact, a thick layer of fine sweat appeared on his forehead. The blue veins near his temples bulged, his face flushed, and his breathing was rapid. Because at this moment, it was the critical period for him to change his practice method, and he could not afford any distraction. Luo Yan felt that the blood in his body was about to be burned, and began to churn in an unknown way. It was like boiling water, bubbling with hot steam. Suddenly, the air in the room surged rapidly and rushed towards the young man on the bed. The light blue spiritual energy lingering around was quickly swallowed by the young man's body. In the blink of an eye, it became thinner. Then a feeling of extreme hunger came from his abdomen, making his mouth water. Hungry. This was Luo Yan's first feeling. He took out a porcelain bottle from his arms and poured out a pill the size of a sugar bean, which exuded a rich aroma. Luo Yan swallowed it into his stomach in one gulp, and the hunger disappeared, and his complexion gradually returned to normal. Total spiritual power plus 0.3, the sugar pill he just ate was the key gathering pill, which could speed up his cultivation. To be more precise, it should be to replenish the energy consumed in the body during the previous breathing. After all, Luo Yan at this time was practicing a higher level technique. While the spiritual energy was being swallowed and exhaled faster, the blood and flesh energy in his body would also be consumed faster. In an instant, he completed the switch between the techniques, which was definitely a big burden for his thin body. The essence of the spiritual medicine in the key gathering pill can just replenish this little bit of flesh and blood energy quickly. It's just that the spiritual pill that is specially used to speed up the practice speed was swallowed just to replenish a little flesh and blood energy. This behavior is undoubtedly a bit wasteful. At the same time, new data has quietly formed on the personal data panel in Luo Yan's mind. Name: Luo Yan Technique, Mu Ling Ne Guan Jing. Introduction: perhaps because he has mastered the basic breathing method, it is easy to get started with a new breathing method. But what he didn't expect was that the new breathing method not only has high requirements for the density of spiritual power, it also has a certain demand for the flesh and blood energy in the body. If it weren't for the help of the key gathering pill, just to replenish the flesh and blood energy just consumed, he would have to eat and drink well for 3 or 4 days. It can be fully replenished. It can be imagined how strict this advanced breathing method is for the cultivator himself in all aspects. What Luo Yan has to do next is to practice step by step and then increase the total amount of spiritual power. A very important factor in the division of levels in the key training period is the total amount of spiritual power stored in the body, which is almost a hurdle every 3 levels. After each hurdle, the total amount of spiritual power required to break through the current realm will also increase exponentially. Many people attribute the speed of practice to the innate spiritual root talent. So much so that after practicing for a long time, they can't perceive the growth of their cultivation, and they start to give up on themselves. This mentality is wrong. In fact, in the early stage of practice, the speed of a person's cultivation growth is related to spiritual root talent, the concentration of spiritual energy around them, the practice method, etc. There is a certain relationship. The reason why many mixed spiritual root cultivators are stuck at a certain cultivation node is that no matter how hard they work, their cultivation never moves. They think that they have reached the bottleneck period of their own cultivation. And they have never considered whether it is because the practice method they practiced has a certain degree of conflict with the affinity of their own spiritual root qualifications, which leads to the appearance of the bottleneck period. In short, cultivation is not just a process of hard work, but also to walk on the right path, so as not to delay yourself. However, if you want to travel between heaven and earth, cross the North Sea day and night, and become a true great cultivator, perseverance and perseverance are always indispensable. Luo Yan came out of the room and saw that it was still early outside, so he walked towards the direction of the General Affairs Hall. He was going to go to the General Affairs Hall to see if he could find some tasks that would help him earn contribution points for the sect. Along the way, he occasionally saw many outer sect brothers who were going to and from the General Affairs Hall. They were wearing green Taoist robes, with an indifferent expression on their faces, and looked like strangers were not allowed to enter. It seemed that only in this way could they be distinguished from other brothers in the lower courtyard. But along the way, what he saw more were some ordinary disciples who were almost dressed the same as Luo Yan at this time, walking in groups of 3 or 5, talking in low voices. Although he can now wear the green Taoist robes that are regarded as a symbol of status, he is still a little conspicuous in the lower courtyard of the 5 Elements Temple. If it is not necessary, Luo Yan plans to wait for a while before putting on the robes exclusive to outer disciples. In the back streets of Qingyang County, a cat demon that can imitate the speech of secular women appeared at some point, and also sucked the yang energy of many greedy and lustful people. When I arrived, I fought with it for 200 rounds before I finally drove it away. If my body skills were better, that beast would have become a dead soul under my sword now. The rustling and complacent voice came, and Luo Yan inadvertently pricked up his ears and listened very seriously. Come on, We took on the task of exorcising demons together, and the demon just opened his throat and roared softly. You damn guy just used the escape method and ran away in an instant, leaving me alone to face it. If it weren't for the fact that the cat demon saw that I was a disciple of the Five Elements Temple, I'm afraid my yang energy would have been sucked away too. Another gnashing voice sounded, glaring at the companion beside him. If it weren't for a friend holding him back, he would have gone forward and argued with them using the Taoist methods he had learned. Luo Yan passed by them and was scanned by their slightly scrutinizing eyes, which then retracted. Perhaps they understood the surrounding scene and didn't want to dwell on it, so the sound of their arguments was much smaller than before. Luo Yan came to the General Affairs Hall, and what caught his eye was a huge jade screen with densely packed tasks scrolling on it. There was a task of exorcising demons, which lasted for 10 days and could be rewarded with 10 contribution points, but accepting the task required a certain level of cultivation. There were tasks of taking care of spirit beasts, finding spirit medicines, digging for spirit mines underground, and cutting down spirit trees in the forest. At the bottom of the jade screen, Luo Yan even saw a task of cleaning the 1,000-layer bluestone steps of the Muling Peak. After carefully examining it for a while, he found that there were no tasks on the jade screen that were both easy and had many contribution points. This obviously did not match the rumors he had heard before. So Luo Yan looked around the hall for a while, ignoring those brothers who were sitting upright and concentrating on registering task information. Instead, he walked straight to the top of the task registration disc on both sides. Hello, senior brother, can you help me find which tasks are suitable for me to accept? Don't you advise? Can't you see it yourself? The tasks are all on the jade screen. If you want to accept it, just look at it yourself and then tell me. An unpleasant voice sounded, and the attitude seemed very unfriendly. This was a lazy fat man sitting on a recliner, wearing jewels and gems, full of spirit. At first glance, he was either rich or noble. When the fat man lying on the chair squinted his eyes and glanced at the young boy in front of him casually, the words that he wanted to continue to talk back were instantly retracted, and he asked uncertainly, "Huh? Are you a newcomer?" Hearing this, Luo Yan nodded gently. Hearing this, he thought of what Elder Shi had done in the Hall of Supreme Harmony in the past few days. The lazy fat man suddenly realized that this little guy had extraordinary talent. So he put away his original indifferent look and put on a gentle smile. The fat on his face trembled and his eyes narrowed into a slit. My last name is Su. This junior brother can call me senior brother Su. I guess what you want to ask is where should I pick up those special tasks? Let me think about it. At this time, the lazy fat man finally understood why this little guy in front of him came to him to ask the reason. Because the special tasks on the jade screen had already been taken away. After all, many special tasks are almost one carrot in one pit. If one person takes it, the rest can't get in. But the lazy fat man can be lazy in a place like the General Affairs Hall, which is very telling. It's nothing more than 1 or 2 easier tasks. He just sent another one in the name of the General Affairs Hall. But before doing this, he still had to ask about the general situation of this junior brother. I wonder what the spiritual root attribute of this junior brother is. What Taoist methods have you mastered so far? Seeing that the young man in front of him seemed a little confused, the lazy fat man explained, if you have spiritual roots with fire attributes and have mastered the fire control technique, you can accept the task of the alchemy boy. If you learn the spirit rain technique and the Genjin finger at the same time, you can accept the task of looking after the sect's spiritual medicine. The biggest advantage of being in the spiritual medicine garden is that the concentration of spiritual energy filled in it is more than twice that of the outside world. But these tasks all have prerequisites for acceptance. Junior brother is a new disciple, so it should not be very suitable. There are about 2 other easier tasks. Don't look at the lazy fat man's loose personality, unkindness, and seemingly indifferent. But in fact, no task in this General Affairs Hall can be hidden from his eyes. One is that those senior uncles in the foundation building period will appear in the lecture hall every 5 days to explain the practice of magic. What you need to do is to communicate with those senior uncles in the foundation building period in advance, and then announce the name of the Taoist method that the senior uncles in the foundation building period will talk about next in the lecture hall. So those disciples who want to practice this kind of magic will come to you to sign up. At that time, you just need to register. In addition, our Muling Peak Sutra Pavilion is still lacking a person to copy books. This task is the easiest, there is no requirement for any cultivation, and you don't have to deal with senior elders. You just need to write neatly without any omissions. Listening to senior brother Su's introduction, Luo Yan fell into deep thought. He thought the first task was very good, and he could listen to the explanation of various Taoist methods by the cultivators in the foundation building period for free. When he practices this kind of magic in the future, he will definitely take fewer detours. But at this time, Luo Yan had just entered the sect not long ago. Compared to the pursuit of magic, it is most important to know more about this world. So the scripture pavilion is definitely a good place. Another reason is that the biological auxiliary chip in Luo Yan's mind requires a lot of basic information for its analysis function. Now there is an opportunity that comes to the door, of course, we have to seize it. Luo Yan hesitated for a moment, and responded to Brother Su, "Sorry, brother, please help me accept the garrison mission of the scripture pavilion." Hearing this, Brother Su was stunned, as if he was a little surprised by Luo Yan's choice, but he didn't ask much. This kind of genius who can cultivate to the third level of key refining in just 1 year. Among the thousands of disciples in this batch, those who can reach such a realm can be counted on 10 fingers. It is normal for geniuses to have their own ideas. Senior Brother Su took the identity jade card from Luo Yan and registered it. Junior Brother Luo, the reward for copying books in the scripture pavilion is a fixed 10 contribution points per month. But the requirement is that you must copy no less than 10 volumes of books per month. And during the mission, the copied books must not be taken out of the scripture pavilion. Otherwise you will be severely punished. Junior Brother Luo, please keep this in mind. Chapter 4, Sutra Library. After Luo Yan came out of the General Affairs Hall, he went to the Miscellaneous Hall to buy some daily necessities. After doing all this, it was getting dark. It seemed that he could not go to the scripture pavilion, so he had to give up. He was thinking about coming back the next day. When he moved all the things in the original room to the new yard, it was already midnight. The sky was covered with dark clouds, blocking the moonlight. Luo Yan came to the bed and sat down, and gently called out in his heart, "0, call up Senior Brother Su's personal file." Suddenly, a layer of light blue data quickly brushed down from one side of the field of vision. From the strength of spiritual power, the amount of spiritual energy passively exhaled, the activity of the surrounding spiritual particles, the breath of the soul, and other data analyzed from multiple angles, it looked very complicated. Skipping the initial analysis stage, Luo Yan read directly to the end. Su Yaod, estimated total spiritual power, 300, advanced spiritual power breathing method mastery level, clothes, belt, boots are all magic tools, functions unknown. Luo Yan's face twitched slightly. Is this Senior Brother Su so rich? The set of magic tools on him, from head to toe, can be said to be armed to the teeth. Each magic tool exudes a full of spiritual charm, and it is worth a lot at first glance. Perhaps the name should be changed to Yaokei, which is more appropriate. If you go to the outside world and are discovered by others with such a glittering appearance, you don't have to worry about being hit by a club. However, if there is a chance, it seems to be quite good to make friends with this noble Senior Brother Su. After all, he is financially strong. And the total spiritual power of 300 points means that this seemingly ordinary fat senior brother is actually a strong man in the late stage of key refining. According to the chip's digital simulation, the total amount of spiritual power in the first 3 levels of key refining is roughly 30-40 points, 45 to 60 points, and 70-80 points. If it is a cultivator in the middle stage of key refining, the total amount of spiritual power after data should be between 120 points and 160 points, and then to 200 points. Then the cultivation of the late stage of key refining should correspond to a specific value of more than 300 points. The cultivator of key refining great perfection should have a total amount of spiritual power of at least 500 points. Of course, because each cultivator's physical strength, spiritual power saturation and other conditions are different. This value will also have appropriate deviations. But in general, the concrete value is a data standard used by Luo Yan to measure himself or evaluate the approximate strength of others. So don't think that he only took 1 year to practice to the 3rd level of key refining. It seems very fast. In fact, for most ordinary disciples, this is definitely a genius that is out of reach. Taking ordinary disciples as an example, the total amount of spiritual power absorbed by the basic breathing method in 1 day is about 0.15 points. To break through to the first level of key refining, According to the lowest level of total spiritual power, it takes 200 days. If you want to break through to the third level of key refining, it will take nearly 470 days. And this is still under the most ideal conditions. The real situation is that most of the beginners have to learn the text and basic cultivation knowledge, as well as face the playdates of 3 or 5 friends. It is impossible for them to be calm and sit in the room for more than several hours every day. Therefore, it is almost impossible for them to breathe and absorb the total amount of spiritual power in their bodies of 0.15 points per day. Therefore, the time for most ordinary disciples to break through the realm will only become longer. After the opening of the General Affairs Hall, the disciples of the lower house can only reduce the time of sitting in meditation to earn cultivation resources. In the long run, the cultivation level will naturally be left behind by those genius disciples. Fortunately, Luo Yan has the assistance of the biological intelligent chip, which can stand from the perspective of data and examine himself most intuitively. If there are any omissions, it is completely possible to find the problem at the first time and make up for it. Luo Yan's thoughts gradually emptied, and the Wood Spirit Inner Observation Sutra seemed to run faster in a conscious state. In terms of the efficiency of spiritual energy conversion, compared with a basic breathing method after the advanced level, the Wood Spirit Inner Observation Sutra that has just been introduced is actually not much different. However, as time goes by, the proficiency of this new method is still steadily increasing. I believe that it will not be long before the proficiency of the Wood Spirit Inner Observation Sutra can break through to the next stage. By then, the total amount of spiritual power obtained through daily meditation and refining will naturally increase to a corresponding degree. This is the benefit of high-quality exercises, and its starting point is much higher than the basic method. But because the spiritual power required for subsequent realms is increasing, even though the concentration of spiritual energy on the Wood Spirit Peak is extremely intense, Luo Yan's cultivation speed has become slower. Of course, he knows that this is an illusion. It is mainly because the total amount of spiritual power required to break through to the 4th level of key refining has increased. After a night of practice, Luo Yan was still energetic without a trace of fatigue. He closed the courtyard door and walked towards the direction of the scripture pavilion. As for the 10,000 leaves flying flowers technique, he planned to learn about the task of copying the book first, and then find time to practice. When Luo Yan arrived at the door of the scripture pavilion, he took out his identity token in front of the on-duty senior brother, and then walked in. At the innermost part of the attic, there was a dark red wooden spiral staircase leading to the second-floor practice area. Standing at the door of the hall and looking inside, there were many rectangular bookshelves neatly stacked horizontally in the hall. On each bookshelf, there were wooden frames with bars after bars, with nearly 100 grids vertically and horizontally. Each grid was filled with books. In the center of the hall, there were many dark red square tables and benches, and near the window, there were dozens of cushions scattered there. Several senior brothers and sisters were sitting cross-legged, with upright postures, all concentrating on reading. The books on the first floor were all paper, and all ordinary disciples could come in and read. However, the number of people who like to read is still small. Most of the disciples prefer to learn the magic well and then go down the mountain to enjoy the rivers and lakes. The second and third floors are where the jade slips of the skills are stored, but they need contribution points to exchange. Luo Yan walked towards the first row of bookshelves on the left-hand side, and looked up and down. He could see that there was a small wooden sign hanging every few meters. It was marked with categories such as biography, poetry, strange news, local chronicles, historical relics, strange novels, predecessors' notes and so on. Luo Yan was actually quite interested in the content of the books, but he would not be in a hurry to accept the task of copying books. Luo Yan walked around the bookshelves in the hall and found a pile of books that looked relatively old, with yellowed pages, wrinkles and gaps. He piled them up and carried them to the mahogany table. Then he took out paper and pen and prepared to start copying. This task of copying books was specially arranged by senior brother Su because of his talent for cultivation, so naturally there was no need to be so particular. Just find some old books and copy them. It is conceivable how powerful this senior brother Su is. Luo Yan's copying speed was not fast, but his expression was extremely focused. His eyes were fixed on the paper, and his writing was sonorous and powerful, and every stroke was very neat. After he copied a whole page of the book, he stopped writing temporarily, and began to calculate the approximate time it would take to copy 10 volumes of books. According to the current copying speed, One day's effort can only copy one volume of ancient books with 4,000 to 6,000 words. For 10 volumes, 10 days is enough. After having a rough copying time, Luo Yan began to make a detailed plan. This point is extremely important, whether in the previous life or in this world blessed by supernatural powers. His initial idea is to practice the 10,000 leaves flying flowers technique in the morning, come to the scripture pavilion to read books in the afternoon, and enter the basic information of this world into the chip. Near the evening, take another hour to copy books. With this arrangement, 1 month is just right. Practice and perform tasks at the same time without delay. As for reading in the sutra library, there is no need for that at all. Luo Yan only needs to use the convenience of his current position to quickly flip through each ancient book, and the chip in his mind will record all the information in the book. When he is a little free, he can flip through it in his mind at any time. This will not only allow the chip to supplement the information database about this world, but also free up Luo Yan's time to read books. There is no need to hold books in his hands all the time, which will attract attention. In this way, even if he stays in the yard for several months, he will not feel bored. The reason why Luo Yan was so anxious and wanted to perform the task of copying books was that when he saw the magic formulas in the second floor martial arts area, which required dozens or hundreds of contribution points to exchange, a thought of poverty suddenly flashed through his mind, so he came up with the idea of earning contribution points. Although it is almost impossible to accumulate a lot of contribution points just by doing tasks. But for Luo Yan at present, this is the only way to get contribution points. It's not very tiring. It only takes half a year to save it, and then you can go to the second floor and choose other magic jade slips. In addition, although the key gathering pill can speed up his key collection speed, the merit hall dares to price it at 10 contribution points for just a few of them. The first feeling Luo Yan had was that it was too shady. It was obvious that there must be huge profits hidden in it. As long as the time is right, he will definitely choose to refine it himself with a biological auxiliary chip. Even at that time, he can take out a part of it for sale. After all, the number of ordinary disciples in the lower courtyard is almost more than 10 times the total number of outer disciples. At that time, Luo Yan only needs to make a low-profile version of the key-gathering pill and set a low price of 3 or 5 spirit stones. Naturally, there will be no worries about no one buying it. Especially those ordinary disciples who have just entered the lower courtyard and wish to spend 1 spirit stone as 2, they are definitely willing to prepare a few bottles to assist in their daily practice. For them, they can't afford the key-gathering pill of 10 contribution points, but can they still afford the low-profile version of 3 spirit stones? Even if he couldn't sell much in the end, Luo Yan could still eat it himself. Unfortunately, the recipe for the key-gathering pill required 100 contribution points to redeem it. If Luo Yan only relied on completing tasks to accumulate contribution points, he would have to work for at least half a year to save up 100 contribution points. Not to mention the furnace, coal, spiritual medicine, etc. required for alchemy, which would be a considerable expense. Thinking of this, Luo Yan subconsciously touched his arms and took out an ordinary round bottle. Luo Yan stared at the porcelain bottle in his hand and fell into deep thought. The sect provides all disciples with a bigu pill for free. You only need to eat 1 pill a day to meet your body's needs for the day. Luo Yan unplugged the porcelain bottle, and a smell mixed with the fragrance of spiritual medicine instantly spread in the air. He casually threw one into his mouth, and the slight feeling of hunger dissipated in a moment. I don't know what the ingredients of the bigu pill are. If I change the recipe of the bigu pill, Luo Yan's eyes lit up, and he immediately had the idea of studying the pill. After all, he had a biological auxiliary chip. As long as there were a large number of data samples, he might be able to reversely deduce the raw materials. At that time, based on the bigu pill, he could use it as his own experience to improve the recipe. As for the pharmacology, the chip that stored most of the data information of Chinese herbal medicine in the previous life naturally did not need Luo Yan to worry too much. The chip itself has a certain information database. He did it as he thought, so in the next half-month, Luo Yan completed the book copying task in advance, and then found Senior Brother Su in the General Affairs Hall to submit the task. Senior Brother Su took out his identity jade card and gently swiped it towards Luo Yan's jade card. 10 contribution points were instantly credited. With the contribution points, Luo Yan immediately ran to the 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion, found the bigu pill recipe in the recipe area, and spent 3 contribution points to exchange it. The moment he opened the recipe jade slip, Luo Yan's brows knitted together. The recipe clearly stated that the main ingredients of the bigu pill were spiritual rice and monster meat, and had nothing to do with spiritual medicine. Therefore, his idea of using the bigu pill recipe to get something for free was dashed. Luo Yan felt as if he had been deceived by the word dan in the bigu pill. The bigu pill was called dan on the surface, but it was actually a miniature compressed dry food. There was no spiritual medicine mixed in the recipe at all. No wonder it took at least dozens of contribution points to exchange for other recipes, but the bigu pill recipe was so cheap. It turned out that this thing was not a pill at all. Chapter 5, Knowing hundreds of herbs and tasting thousands of medicines. Since the formula of the bigu pill prevented Luo Yan from taking advantage of it, and he couldn't get the formula of the key-gathering pill for the time being, he could only study it according to his own ideas. Luo Yan used the remaining 7 contribution points to exchange for more than a dozen common spiritual medicines in the spiritual herb hall. He picked up a lotus-shaped root spiritual medicine at random, gently tore off a little and threw it into his mouth. Suddenly, a bitter taste with a hint of sweetness came to his mind. Luo Yan sat quietly for a long time, and after making sure there were no side effects, he slowly opened his eyes. Rows of light blue 3-dimensional image data also appeared in his mind at the right time. I found a special food that increases spiritual power. It is a herb, spiritual medicine, bitter and sweet. Combined with the external common name, it has been automatically renamed as black jade lotus. Take the lotus leaf of this herb for 7 consecutive days, weighing no less than 5 grams each time, and the total spiritual power can be increased by 1 point. Its roots are slightly toxic. Overdose can easily cause diarrhea. Please pay attention to distinguish. The lotus leaf of the black jade lotus is not big and has only 3 petals. If you need to take it every time, the dosage exceeds 5 grams. It is almost more than 2/3 of a lotus leaf. In other words, it is completely impossible to increase spiritual power by swallowing this thing. Not long after, Luo Yan picked up another spiritual flower that exuded a faint fragrance. I found a special food that increases spiritual power. It is a tree, a spiritual medicine, and tastes sweet. Combined with the external common name, it has been automatically renamed as purple monkey flower. If you take this tree herb for 4 consecutive days, weighing no less than 3 grams each time, the total spiritual power can be increased by 1 point. The flame mushroom herb is sweet. If you take it repeatedly, it may cause neurological hallucinations and slight vomiting. Every time Luo Yan tried, he only tore off a little tissue sample and chewed it in his mouth. This allows the biochip to fully identify the general medicinal properties of this spiritual medicine at the first time. Even if some spiritual medicines contain slightly paralyzing toxins, because the amount swallowed is too small and the chip monitors at the microscopic level, Luo Yan himself will hardly be in much harm. It's just that the chip's classification of these spiritual medicines is modified based on the medicinal properties of those Chinese herbal medicines in the previous life. For example, the properties of general Chinese herbal medicines are divided into 4 properties: cold, hot, warm, and cool, and 5 flavors: pungent, sweet, bitter, sour, and salty. However, the spiritual medicines in this world are somewhat different from the properties of Chinese herbal medicines in the previous life. Therefore, Luo Yan needs to try them in person to establish a complete spiritual medicine information database. Only after collecting enough spiritual herbal sample data can the chip play its next stage of function. That is, reverse deduction, the spiritual medicine needed to refine the key-gathering pill. Once these are mastered, Luo Yan can let the chip deduce the prescription for increasing spiritual power. Even if the final deduced prescription is not as effective as the original, it is still quite cost-effective. After all, this round trip can save at least hundreds of contribution points. It can be called a blood profit. So under Luo Yan's continuous attempts, these spiritual medicines in front of him were classified one by one. 0. Start to deduce the prescription for increasing spiritual power, named Small Gathering Key Pill. Task establishment, data comparison in progress. Analysis of the herbal ingredients of black jade lotus, purple monkey flower, flame mushroom, and green spirit fruit. Deduction begins during the simulation of the medicinal properties of the spiritual medicine. Luo Yan knew very well that the medicinal properties of each spiritual medicine were different. So when different spiritual medicines are mixed together, you must be very careful. Because once the medicinal properties of the spiritual medicine are wrongly matched, there will be consequences such as weakened efficacy, drug interactions, increased toxic side effects, drug allergic reactions, drug poisoning, etc. If it weren't for the assistance of the biochip, even if Luo Yan had 10 courage, he would not dare to do this kind of shelling tasting hundreds of herbs. Otherwise, if he is not careful, he will lose his life. As time passed, the light blue spiritual medicine data rolled rapidly in Luo Yan's mind in a garbled way. Not long after, there was a result. I got the recipe for the regular small key gathering pill. The efficacy of this recipe is only 1/5 of the original key gathering pill, and it is accompanied by a slight side effect of disturbing spiritual power. Luo Yan stared at the recipe for the small key gathering pill deduced by the chip, in a daze. What surprised him was that this deduced spiritual power growth recipe not only had low efficacy, but also had side effects. But soon, he thought of a possibility. Is the base number of these spiritual medicine samples not enough? Luo Yan thought about it, and only this possibility was the greatest. Even so, he was still satisfied with today's harvest. Because by analyzing the medicinal properties of spiritual medicines, the chip reversely deduced the recipe method of increasing spiritual power, which is feasible. As long as this is confirmed, his 7 contribution points today will not be wasted. It's just that the price of spiritual medicine exchange in the spiritual herb hall is still a bit expensive. In the subsequent collection of spiritual medicine medicinal properties, Luo Yan is not going to spend contribution points in this way again, because it is not worth it. He carefully sealed these spiritual medicines in the box with spiritual power, and his eyes were cast on the small barren mountain not far away. The mountain range stood opposite the wood spirit peak, and it would take less than half an hour to get there. The small barren mountain was so large that there were countless herbal plants that could be used as medicinal materials, and some spiritual plants were even spiritual medicines. This was of great help to the chip in collecting information on the medicinal properties of spiritual medicines. So in the next half-month, Luo Yan would run to the outskirts of the small barren mountain every day to collect the medicinal properties of those plants in the way of shen and tasting hundreds of herbs. During this period, he saw many ordinary disciples, going in and out of the mountains in groups of 3 or 5, doing various tasks of hunting monsters and searching for spiritual medicines. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a little yearning. But this little thought was soon thrown behind Luo Yan's mind. Compared with the way of hunting monsters to obtain contribution points, he still prefers to accumulate some contribution points through copying book tasks, and then prepare for the subsequent alchemy. Since he entered the 2nd floor of the Sutra Library and saw the vast amount of jade slips placed there, Luo Yan's heart has become bigger. There are many things he wants to learn, such as scriptures, array patterns, elixirs, and talismans, etc. These are all places where contribution points are needed. The characteristics of the biological auxiliary chip destined Luo Yan to have a very broad prospect in the path of alchemy. This will be the key factor in widening the gap between him and other outer disciples. Perhaps because Huangshan is close to the 5 Elements Temple, those powerful and aggressive monsters have long been eradicated. As a result, the monsters living here generally do not exceed the middle stage of key refining, and it is a treasure land suitable for the lower courtyard disciples to practice. After a period of practice, Luo Yan's 10,000 leaves flying flowers technique finally entered the door. He already has the qualifications of wood-attributed spiritual roots, and he is as refreshing as a fish swimming in the water in the mountains full of forests. Just gently operate the spiritual power, and the grass and leaves around him will attack the enemy according to the direction of his spiritual power. Even if he encounters a monster beast attack, this spell can gather the fallen leaves around him to form a spiritual shield. This will give Luo Yan enough time to choose whether to fight or run. In general, even if he only has the 3rd level of key refining, he is unlikely to encounter any major danger outside the small wasteland mountain. In the dim woods, ancient trees towered into the sky, and there were clouds and mists in the forest. The sounds of birds and beasts came from all directions. The atmosphere was very lively. The sunlight that came down was cut into pieces by the dense forest. Suddenly, a long spiritual rope woven from grass and trees jumped out from above the dense forest. Its target was the light gray bull that stayed under the tree and lowered its head to look for moss plants. Whoosh! Exclamation mark. Several more long ropes came out from the ground and locked the limbs of the bull beast tightly. At this time, a vigorous figure jumped down from the tree. Luo Yan was wearing an ordinary Taoist robe. He made hand gestures and 4 long spiritual power ropes were wrapped around 4 tree trunks, fixing the bull beast firmly in place. It's really not easy to catch a cunning guy like you. Luo Yan smiled lightly with a hint of sigh. He looked at the bull beast in front of him, looking at its scarlet eyes, roaring and struggling non-stop on the spot, as if crazy. But the 4 long spiritual power ropes were extremely tough, and no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't break free. The bull beast was covered with thick gray mud. If it weren't for the 2 protruding horns, Luo Yan probably wouldn't have recognized that this big guy covered in mud was actually a cow monster. Luo Yan's spiritual power swept, and a few fallen leaves flew towards the eyes of the bull beast, covering its eyes. Strangely, the originally crazy bull beast slowly became quiet after its eyes were blocked. It seemed to fall into a state of sleep. At this time, Luo Yan slowly walked forward, used the dagger to remove the smelly mud on the top of the bull beast's head, and then shaved off some of the excess hair to reveal its white skin. Then, he took out a jade bottle from his arms and poured all the deep red blood inside on the bull beast's head. Then he waited quietly. It only took a short while for a few blood-red grasses to emerge from the top of the bull beast's head. The moment these grasses appeared, their roots and stems spread out like spider webs, madly absorbing the blood that fell on the bull beast's head. This is the companion spirit grass of the bull beast, a spirit grass called blood-sucking grass. It usually lives in the body of the bull beast, and it is a symbiotic organism with the bull beast, and is very sensitive to blood. Once the bull beast is injured, it will actively release the essence of life to heal its wounds. It is very rare. The bull beast needs to forage a lot to create blood and provide it with nutrition. Luo Yan was quick-witted and grabbed the blood-sucking grass as soon as it emerged. The spiritual power in his palm flowed into the root of the blood-sucking grass, and then it was cut off at the root. Go away, big guy. After getting what he wanted, Luo Yan let it go. The moment the bull beast landed, its scarlet eyes stared at the figure of the young man in front of it. The roar from its mouth shook the mountains and fields. Its nose was breathing heavily, and it was obviously in a state of anger. The bull bent its hooves and wanted to rush towards Luo Yan. But when it saw the young man standing there with a smile, its low IQ seemed to be shocked and it remembered something in an instant. It howled tragically a few times, and then fled into the depths of the dense forest without looking back. The reason why the bull beast did not attack Luo Yan was that although it was a demon beast with a huge body, it was relatively timid and would run away if there was any disturbance. Therefore, for most of the lower courtyard disciples, this big guy is still quite difficult to deal with. In addition, the blood-sucking grass on the head of the bull beast, as long as the root system is not damaged too much, it will grow again after a short time. Because of this characteristic, this population has been caught by the lower courtyard disciples many times. It's okay to pull it out, and they have long been used to it. Luo Yan tore off a little blood-red grass and threw it into his mouth. His originally fair face suddenly flashed a blush. An unspeakable stench came, and he resisted spitting it out. Discovered a special healing food, herbal, blood, fishy and smelly, and has been automatically renamed blood-sucking grass. Taking a small amount of this herb can have a miraculous effect on the treatment of external injuries. Hearing the indifferent response of the chip, Luo Yan's mouth corners drew a satisfied arc. So far, he has found no less than 100 kinds of spiritual herbs in this mountain range. From the initial deduction of the small key-gathering pill recipe, its efficacy was less than 1/5 of the original key-gathering pill, to now 3/5 after the improvement. This progress has made him very satisfied. Chapter 6 Tracking, Wooden Man Parasite Technique. Perhaps it was because the time spent capturing the bull beast was too long. When Luo Yan looked up at the sky, he found that the moon was already above the treetops. I don't know when, a light white mist has been floating around. For no reason, a piercing chill suddenly hit Luo Yan, causing him to shiver. The gloomy sky and the cold air gave him a sense of eerie loneliness. It turned out that he had run out of the range of Xiaohershan without realizing it and came to an unfamiliar mountain range. Luo Yan forced himself to calm down, then found the location of the sect, gathered his spiritual power in his legs, and ran away quickly. But as he ran, he stopped. Because the fog around was getting thicker and thicker, the visibility became very low, as if he was in the clouds, and it was difficult to see the road ahead. So Luo Yan had to move forward carefully and maintain a high level of vigilance. After all, there are many monsters in the mountains, and if you are not careful, it is easy to be targeted. He followed the route planned by the chip and walked carefully on the way back and forth for a long time. Suddenly, he heard a sound of breaking through the air not far away, two buzzing sounds of whoosh and whoosh. Luo Yan subconsciously stopped and hid behind a tree. Brother Chen, you said we have been looking for the Ghost King all day. Where is the Ghost King mentioned in the mission? 3 young men wearing the same cocky Taoist robes slowly floated from a distance and landed on the branches, startling the night birds. There was a faint glow around their sides, which was very conspicuous in the dark night. The young man standing on the right, who was a little short, complained to the figure in the middle, "Yes, Brother Chen, it's getting late today. Why don't we go back today and look for it tomorrow? Then we can borrow a tracking magic weapon, which will make it much easier." The companion on the left also complained. After all, they had been looking for a whole day, let alone the Ghost King, and they didn't even see the shadow of a little ghost. After such a lot of trouble, even they felt a little bored. Aimless search? This efficiency is too low. Don't worry, brothers. Although we didn't find any trace of the target in that desolate graveyard. But I thought about it carefully. The mission of the General Affairs Hall is not to deliberately deceive us. So, something must have happened. And, you should carefully feel the changes in the energy of this forest. Brother Chen, who is in the middle, responded with a serious expression. Following his line of sight, the other 2 also looked at the bottom of the forest. There was a lingering mist everywhere, which looked like the mist at night. Why is the mist here so thick? It also carries a chill. Huh? My spiritual sense can't penetrate this layer of mist. The companion next to him was surprised. No, this can't be fog. My spiritual eye technique is ineffective here. It can block the detection of my spiritual eye technique and spiritual sense. This cloud is likely to be yin qi. The shorter young man said in surprise. You are right. The mist is chilling and can block our detection methods. It is very likely to be yin qi. Yin qi only exists in large areas and places where ghosts are present. It seems that we are not far from our real destination. As the backbone of the 3, Brother Chen has always maintained the demeanor of a master. Although he did not complain like the other 2 brothers, he was actually backing off in his heart. Because they had almost turned over the grave area, but still had not found the Ghost King mentioned in the mission. But now, by accident, they were actually close to the target. How could he not be happy? From now on, both of you brothers need to be alert and don't stay too far away from me. Before us, several fellow disciples who accepted this mission have failed. Because so many mission teams have failed, it means that the strength of this Ghost King is probably not just as simple as the late stage of the first level. Maybe, he is almost at the threshold of the second level. Senior Brother Chen whispered to the 2 brothers beside him, and his face suddenly became extremely cautious. Because the person who failed the previous mission knew each other, and his strength was not far from him. Even so, that fellow disciple also failed in this mission. Senior Brother Chen could even recall the complicated expression of that guy after seeing that he had also accepted this mission. He looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. Such a strange behavior naturally shocked him. Originally, Senior Brother Chen did not intend to accept this ghost-killing mission. But after the previous few people failed in their missions, the final reward of this ghost-killing mission was superimposed and very generous. Even he felt tempted when he saw it. Although there are no restrictions on the tasks in the General Affairs Hall for the outer disciples to accept, in order to prevent the disciples from accepting tasks at random, the punishment for failed tasks is set very heavy. If the task fails, the person who accepts the task will be deducted the contribution points or spirit stones equivalent to the task reward. And the sect will add the spirit stones paid after the task fails to the task that caused them to fail. So after the failure of the previous few people, the ghost-killing task at this time has more than quadrupled on the basis of the original task reward. With such a generous reward, how could Brother Chen not feel tempted? More importantly, because this task did not cause any casualties, the task level of this ghost-killing task did not increase. How difficult can a mere B-level task be? You must know that the task rating in the General Affairs Hall is based on the 4 grades of A, B, C, and D, but the latter 2 will hardly involve any battle scenes. In addition, this place is close to the Mountain Gate headquarters, and any ghosts, monsters, and demon beasts that threaten life have long been dealt with by the people of the Law Enforcement Hall. Therefore, the intensity of the battle for a Class B mission not far from the Mountain Gate will naturally not be very high. However, considering the failure of those people before, it is always better to be careful, so Senior Brother Chen called 2 junior brothers to carry out this mission together. Although doing so will divide the mission rewards a lot. However, Judging from the richness of this ghost-killing mission, it is still worth it for the 3 outer disciples to work together to deal with it. Senior brother Chen and the 2 junior brothers looked at each other, and both held the magic tools in the storage bag in their hands, and were ready to fight at any time. The 3 of them pinched their fingers at the same time, used the wind control technique, and headed towards the depths of the fog. After the 3 people went away, Luo Yan, who was hiding behind the tree, slowly revealed his figure. Judging from the style of the Taoist robes worn by the 3 people before, it is likely that they are outer disciples of the Tuxing Peak lineage in the sect. Judging from the inspiration that emerged from them, the cultivation of these 3 people should be around the 5th or 6th level of key refining. Luo Yan also listened to their conversation, and it seemed that they had accepted a task to eliminate the Ghost King. You must know that the term Ghost King is not a random name. His cultivation level must be at least in the late 1st level, and there are a bunch of lonely ghosts around him. Only then can he be barely called a Ghost King. In other words, these 3 brothers on Tuxing Peak actually want to cross the level to fight against the enemy? Luo Yan thought of the puppet doll in the bag behind him, and he immediately had an idea in his mind. With a puppet doll, this excitement can definitely be taken advantage of. Thinking of this, Luo Yan reduced his own spiritual power fluctuations to the minimum and followed the 3 of them from a distance. Moreover, from the geography of Xiaohuangshan in the Sutra Library, it can be learned that the bloodthirsty monsters and spirits in the hinterland of the lower courtyard of the 5 Elements Temple have basically been eliminated by the people of the Law Enforcement Hall. Most of the remaining monsters are gentle and generally do not actively attack monks. At that time, as long as Luo Yan hides his true body, with the help of the wooden puppet, he will probably hide aside and watch how they fight. It's not a big problem. Luo Yan just tapped his feet lightly, and slid out a few feet away, following the 3 Tuxing Peak disciples from a distance. His current cultivation is still low, and there is not much spiritual power in his body. If he also uses the wind control technique, the spiritual power in his danshan will soon be stretched, so he can only use this way of running. Although this is the most primitive way to hurry, the 3 fellow disciples in front seem to be looking for the trace of the Ghost King. Therefore, Luo Yan can always follow them. Dilly-dalla. Suddenly, a strange suoner horn sounded in Luo Yan's ears. He put away his quick steps and touched it carefully. I saw a very strange wedding procession appeared on the path in the distance. Luo Yan moved his spiritual power to his eyes, and suddenly a blazing green light flashed in his eyes. In an instant, the world in the distance became clear. From his position, the figures of the wedding guests in red ancient costumes were all standing still. They could jump several meters away. Their figures were blurry, and when the wind blew, there was a gloomy black air overflowing. It was as if they had no entity. As the wedding party got longer and longer, the strange trumpet sound became louder and louder. At this time, a sedan chair suddenly appeared in the wedding party, carried by 8 people, with a red silk top and redwood poles. There were big red wedding characters painted on the 4 sides of the sedan chair. It seemed that the appearance of this big red sedan chair made the wedding party quiet for a moment. Then there was a shrill and weird laugh, which seemed gloomy and inexplicable on this quiet mountain road. And this weird smile, in the ears of Luo Yan in the distance, became a mouth laughing, and the sound was miserable and terrifying crying. It was horrifying. This made Luo Yan feel a chill in his heart. He had the urge to retreat, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Chapter 7, The Fox Demon is the bride and the outer disciple is the groom. The scene in front of him shocked Luo Yan's mind. In order not to expose his aura, he quietly slipped back until he was a mile away. Luo Yan untied the bag on his back, revealing 2 palm-sized wooden puppets. On the puppets, there were mysterious runes engraved, emitting a glittering stream of light. Luo Yan bit his finger with his mouth and dripped a drop of blood on one of the wooden men. He kept chanting the spell and whispered, "Quick!" A ray of light flashed, and the puppet turned into normal size in the wind. At this time, Luo Yan put his hand on the back of the wooden man, where there was a rune blooming with misty light. He transferred about 1/5 of his spiritual power to this rune. Then, Luo Yan walked to the bottom of a slightly concave tree root and sat cross-legged. He turned his sleeves, and his spiritual power surged. The fallen leaves around him piled up his body. Luo Yan, who was buried in the fallen leaves, relied on the induction between him and the drop of blood essence. With a slight thought from his spiritual consciousness, the puppet doll moved. He controlled the wooden puppet and ran to the place where he had just watched the battle. This wooden puppet doll was carved from the very common first-level iron laurel wood, and its hardness was comparable to ordinary iron. There were also 2 runes engraved on the puppet's body for control. The strength of this puppet doll was not strong, almost the same as that of an ordinary person, and could not be used in combat. But the only advantage was that because it was controlled by runes and blood essence, its spiritual power fluctuation was very low and not easy to be detected. During this period of time, when looking for spiritual medicine in the mountains, this puppet doll just came in handy when encountering dangerous places that needed to be explored. Even so, the exchange price of these 2 puppet dolls was still not low. It was almost equivalent to the value of a bottle of key condensation pill. Fortunately, during these 10 days, Luo Yan's luck in the small wasteland mountain was bursting, and he picked several precious spiritual medicines. Otherwise, it really can't be exchanged. After the puppet doll turned into a wooden man, its running speed was slightly faster than that of an ordinary person. But Luo Yan's return trip had already wasted a lot of time. When he returned to the lively path just now, the wedding procession seemed to be approaching the end. He followed the wedding procession and came to a wasteland. There were graves of various sizes everywhere. A rough look showed that there were about hundreds of them. Some graves had monuments carved in front of them, while others only had a wooden sign inserted, and the sign was cracked. Obviously, this wasteland has existed for a long time. The noisy Suona trumpet sound seemed to be under some invisible oppression and only echoed in the cemetery area. Luo Yan's spiritual consciousness controlled the body of the wooden man, hiding in the distance, looking at the dense ghosts in front of him. At this moment, the wasteland was very lively, and countless ghosts rushed to the center one after another. There were 3 young men in khaki robes, standing in a horn formation according to the directions of heaven, earth and man. The 3 held a long sword in each hand, and slashed forward lightly, bringing up a burst of spiritual light, which was extremely frightening. Under the dozens of sword lights, the ghost in front of them was slashed away, turning into a large blank vacuum area. But there were too many lonely ghosts around, and this vacuum area did not last long before it was filled with ghosts behind. In addition, ghosts continued to emerge from the tombs in the distance. It was densely packed. Therefore, the 3 disciples of Tuxing Peak entangled with these ghosts for a long time, but their number still did not decrease. Looking around, there were these ghosts everywhere, with crazy postures of bearing fangs and claws. The moonlight in the sky was blocked, giving people a feeling of gloomy and spooky. As if annoyed by the ghosts all over the sky, the shorter young man suddenly took out a light yellow talisman from his storage bag. The surface of this talisman was full of spiritual charm, and there was a glowing electric light flowing on it. It looked extraordinary at first glance. He held the talisman across his chest, his eyes shining, and shouted, "It's just a small yin qi ghost, look at the power of my thunder talisman. Yang dun shun yi qi ni bu, li ujia jiu gong zhen zhi talisman. Small 5 elements thunderfall technique, fall for me." Suddenly, a large number of dark clouds formed in the sky at a height of dozens of meters. Fierce lightning fell one after another, exploding silently, blasting away the ghosts gathered here, and black smoke was everywhere on the grave. Even the yin qi accumulated in this area was blown away. Seeing this, the 2 senior brothers Chen next to him also took out a light red talisman each, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a sky-high fire, burning the remaining ghosts and monsters completely. The yin energy above the tomb was blown away, and the originally eerie and strange tomb also welcomed the bright moonlight. Just a ghost, it's not at peace after death, and you dare to learn to marry a wife from ordinary people. Today I want to see what's sitting in your sedan chair. The shorter young man looked at the burnt thunder talisman in his hand with heartache. This is the thunder talisman he exchanged for at a high price, but he never thought it would be wasted here. This mission is really a loss. Junior brother Tong, stop, something is wrong. These dozens of densely packed ethereal sword shadows suddenly appeared behind senior brother Chen, looking ready to go. He looked at the mounds around the tomb, his face heavy. It's just such a small cemetery, just a lonely grave, it should be impossible to breed so many ghosts. And the concentration of yin energy in the air is not condensed into a ball, it can breed dozens of lonely ghosts, it's almost enough. In addition, they set fire and thundered here. If there really is a ghost king, why hasn't he shown up yet? But brother Chen's reminder was still a little late. The young man surnamed Tong had already opened the sedan chair that the bride was riding. Suddenly, A side face that could turn everyone upside down was revealed. Watching the bride bend her slender waist and take small steps, showing her beauty under the light gauze, her eyes flowing with spring water, and slowly bowing and walking out. There is a feeling of enchanting autumn eyes and slender spring bamboo shoots. For a moment, the three people present were a little stunned. This bride is so beautiful. No wonder the Ghost King wants to marry her. She is so beautiful that I want to snatch her away. This is the desire that slowly rose in the hearts of the three of them. At this moment, Luo Yan, who was lying in the grass in the distance, was a little stunned. Because in his eyes, the bride had two tails, one long and one short. Her tail swept forward gently, sweeping across the cheek of the young man surnamed Tong. The young man surnamed Tong immediately became dazed, and his face began to turn red. Then he began to take off his robes in a daze. Then his underwear. Soon, a white body was revealed. A trace of satisfaction flashed in the eyes of the fox demon, and he held the young man surnamed Tong and floated into the cave under the tomb. The two brothers Chen standing aside were also swept by a red mist at this moment, and then they lost consciousness, and their steps were hesitant, as if they had lost their souls. They walked towards the cave involuntarily. After a while, the unbearable extravagant color came, and the heavy panting sound echoed in the silent night. It spread far and far. It makes people wish they could be deeply trapped in it. Luo Yan swallowed his saliva, his eyes widened, and he smacked his lips subconsciously. Isn't this a ghost-killing mission? How did it suddenly become a demon-killing mission? One fox, three people. Can you still play like this? Perhaps because the cultivator's physiques and spiritual consciousness are relatively strong, that senior brother Chen was still unable to move. But he woke up quickly, and seeing that he was naked and the shameful things in front of him, he didn't understand that he was being calculated. Damn stinky fox, if you have the guts, remove the illusion, and let's have a fair one-on-one duel. Senior brother Chen roared angrily. Oh, you are really capable, you can struggle out of my heavenly illusion technique. Don't worry, it will be your turn soon. Since you are so anxious, I will accompany you first. Don't worry, after tonight, I will let you go safely. The seductive voice of the fox demon came, and pulled the naked senior brother Chen over. You damn stinky fox, take your claws away. If you dare to destroy my Yuan Yang, I will definitely kill you. I will kill you even if I dig 3 feet into the ground. Senior brother Chen's roar spread far and wide, but unfortunately, although he was conscious now, his body could not move, and was tightly controlled by the fox demon's magic. Don't be so fierce, I will be scared. Don't be so repulsive, your body is not like this. Don't worry, I will cherish you. A charming and soft female voice came from the cave. Luo Yan, who was hiding in the distance, was stunned. He hesitated for a long time, but still did not dare to go forward to disturb. Because this puppet doll has no strength at all, it would be a waste if it went up. And judging from the fox demon's appearance, it only wanted to take away some Yuan Yang, and had no intention of harming anyone. Therefore, Luo Yan did not plan to run back to inform the sect. Instead, his eyes were on the cliff opposite the cemetery. There seemed to be a cave there. Under the moonlight, the cave emitted a faint fluorescence from time to time. Is there a treasure? This was Luo Yan's first reaction. His eyes lit up. Luo Yan controlled the puppet doll and quietly touched the cliff. But faintly, he heard a few intermittent and shy words. Senior brother, come down quickly, it's my turn. She is so beautiful. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8: Fox Grass and Little Fox. The wooden puppet was extremely flexible under Luo Yan's control. With a blessing of spiritual power, Luo Yan arrived at the entrance of the cave without much effort. The cave was not deep, and there were many gravels inside, and water dripped from the top of his hut from time to time. There was a large round hole above the top of the center of the cave, and the moonlight poured down from top to bottom, sprinkling on the stone seat at the bottom. On the stone seat, there was a palm-sized snow-white fox, curled up on the stone, and the moonlight hid its body. The small body looked extremely holy. There was a sense of incongruous tranquility. People could not help but subconsciously want to hug it in their arms. The walking posture of the wooden puppet was still a little slow compared to normal people, and it stepped on a lot of gravel along the way. With a sound of snap, the little fox was startled from the stone seat in an instant, and whoosh turned into lightning and rushed to the entrance of the cave. The small body burst out a lot of energy. If it were in the wild, Luo Yan, who was controlling the wooden puppet, might not be able to run as fast as it. Unfortunately, the exit of this cave is one way. So the snow-white little fox could only jump to the direction where Luo Yan was standing. Seeing this, Luo Yan, who was well prepared, how could he give it a chance to escape? The spiritual power that had just been transferred into the wooden puppet instantly turned into an airtight net, which instantly caught a little fox, and then was pinched in Luo Yan's hand. The snow-white fox struggled in the hands of the wooden puppet and kept baring its teeth at him. But the big hand of the wooden puppet was as steady as an old pine tree, and even if the little fox's teeth bit on it, it would only gnaw off a handful of sawdust. It's quite fierce. Don't bite, my whole body is made of wood, be careful not to break your milk teeth. Luo Yan's teasing voice came out of the mouth of the wooden puppet. It was a kind of muffled buzzing feeling, a little harsh and very dull. He held the little fox in his hand and glanced at the stone seat, where there were more than a dozen spiritual herbs bathed in the moonlight. These spiritual plants swayed in the moonlight, and the clouds and mist they exhaled surged. As they rolled, the mist rose up. In a moment, it seemed to grow a little bigger, like a living thing. It is found that the yin attribute spiritual power is gathering, and there are unknown spiritual plants to collect. A small light blue dot appeared in Luo Yan's eyes, accompanied by the indifferent prompt sound of the chip. Huh? Spiritual herbs that can absorb moonlight. This is definitely a good thing. Luo Yan repeated several sentences in his mouth, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Because he had been in and out of this mountain for so long, this was the first time he found this kind of special spiritual medicine that can gather spiritual energy. Even if he couldn't use these yin qi, it didn't hinder the fact that these misty spiritual herbs were a kind of precious spiritual plants. So Luo Yan didn't hesitate too much and started to act. He gently leaned around the stone base, carefully digging the soil, fearing that the roots of these spiritual plants would be damaged. Squeak! 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 Seeing the big guy's movements, the originally quiet snow-white fox suddenly became anxious. At this moment, it didn't understand that this guy was clearly a thief who stole things. He stole its companion's spiritual grass. As if awakened by the cry of the little fox, Luo Yan paused in his digging. Only then did he realize that these spiritual herbs in front of him were very valuable. If he dug them all away, the fox demon below would definitely stare at him after he was done. Luo Yan didn't believe that the fox demon would not have some means of tracking and guarding against such an important thing. 3 fellow brothers who were at the 5th and 6th levels of Qi refining were all attacked by the fox demon who sucked Yang Qi. If he was a rookie at the 3rd level of Qi refining, wouldn't he be a food delivery man if he was discovered? Luo Yan didn't want to be targeted by a fox demon that was suspected to be of the 2nd level, equivalent to the foundation building stage, when he went in and out of the small wasteland in the future. If the female fox found that all the spiritual herbs were lost, and immediately abandoned the man in the cave and tried her best to capture him, it would be a lot of fun. Luo Yan hesitated, but in the end, caution prevailed and only dug up 3 of the best growing spiritual herbs. Chirp chirp. Seeing this, the little fox kept baring its teeth, as if scolding him. It was almost spitting. After digging the spiritual herbs, Luo Yan turned around and saw the angry look of the snow-white fox. Although he couldn't understand what it was roaring, Luo Yan didn't need to understand in this situation. He understood it completely. Anyway, it was definitely not something good. Luo Yan thought about it, brought a little fox in front of him, looked down at it, and muttered, "It turns out to be another female fox." Squeak. The snow-white fox bared its teeth even more fiercely, as if it was ashamed and angry. His cheeks were puffed up, and he was extremely angry. "Yo-yo, you are so anxious. I just took a curious look. You are just a little fox, what are you afraid of?" Luo Yan's teasing voice sounded. He used his spiritual power to transform into a long rope, imprisoned the snow-white fox on the stone seat, and then gently poked its round little head with his fingers. "You are quite pretty. If your mother was not down there and might come to find you at any time, I really want to take you back and raise you. After all, a little fox like you not only understands human words, but is also quite spiritual, which is really rare." The snow-white fox tied to the stone seat no longer roared at this moment, but its narrow eyes stared at the wooden puppet. It seemed to remember Luo Yan's appearance at this moment. Waiting for revenge in the future. "Stay here, After one stick of incense, the long rope of spiritual power will automatically dissipate. You can come out then. Don't keep staring at me. You're so creepy and you can't beat me. Why are you so fierce? If you have the ability, come and seek revenge on me when you grow up. Only if you can find me. The teasing tone sounded again. After doing all this, Luo Yan's sight swept across the entire cave again. After making sure there were no other good things, he waved to the little fox tied to the stone seat behind him. It was as if he was saying goodbye. Then he left the cave stealthily. After a small stick of incense, Luo Yan ran back to where his original body was. Huh? With a change of mind, the wooden puppet fell silent. Luo Yan, who was hiding in the fallen leaves under the tree, also woke up slowly at this moment and breathed a sigh of relief. He carefully sealed the 3 spiritual herbs he had picked in a jade box, and then slowly stood up. It seems that I have to find a way to make a storage bag. Otherwise it's very troublesome to put something in it. It's not convenient at all, and I have to wrap it up with cloth. Luo Yan was actually quite satisfied with the harvest tonight. Just based on these 3 special spiritual herbs, they can be worth at least 200 or 300 spiritual stones. It's more than enough to buy a storage bag. No, the power of the female fox is too terrifying. I'm afraid I can't stay here anymore. If I stay any longer, I'm afraid I'll be dragged into it too. Luo Yan deeply sympathized with the experience of the 3 outer sect brothers. But if he went to rescue them, he would be powerless. The female fox was so powerful that the 3 cultivators in the middle stage of key refining were like little chickens, and they were frozen in place by her at the first sight. If he ran forward, he would definitely have the same ending. So Luo Yan could only pray for the 3 fellow sect brothers. I hope that after the female fox devours my yang energy, it will not affect my subsequent practice. As his thoughts turned, Luo Yan tied up his bag again. The forest he had passed by on the way here appeared in his mind frame by frame, like a slow-motion movie replay. The roots and vines of various trees grew vertically, like a spider web. Luo Yan found a path that was almost unobstructed by vines. He took a long breath, closed his eyes, and burst out his spiritual power. He swung his hands in a small arc shape and shouted softly, 10,000 leaves flying flowers. Endless fallen leaves flew over, hovering in the air half a meter, avoiding every horizontal branch, and spread out in front of his sight. They gathered into a yellow path made of fallen leaves. Luo Yan stepped on it, exerted force with his feet, and ran away at a speed twice as fast as when he came. His current realm is still low, and the total amount of spiritual power in his body is very small. Therefore, it is not easy to perform the wind control technique and the earth escape technique for a long time. Moreover, the forest was full of vertical and horizontal branches and vines. Running blindly would greatly affect his speed. But now with the blessing of the 10,000 leaves flying flowers spell, he could gather a lot of fallen leaves to help Luo Yan run without worrying about tripping over scattered branches. Therefore, he fled the area very quickly. Just when Luo Yan was bursting out his spiritual power, the fox demon in the cemetery cave opened his eyes. Is there another little guy hiding nearby? Why are you running so fast? Why don't you come and climb the paradise with me? You really don't understand romance. Am I not beautiful enough? A low female voice came from the deep and empty cave, accompanied by a heavy panting sound. There was a natural charm lingering in all directions. Chapter 9, Kangwu Geography. The market town was illuminated by the moonlight, and Luo Yan ran towards the direction of the sect. 10 miles away from the foot of Xiaoyin Mountain, there is a valley shrouded in thick fog all year round. These fogs are not only invisible to the naked eye, but also can resist most of the detection of divine consciousness. This is the market built by the sect itself, with a large fog array on the periphery for cover. It is mainly to prevent wild beasts and ordinary mortals from accidentally breaking in. Perhaps because the resources near Xiaohuangshan are not particularly abundant, the scale of this market is relatively small. Generally, only disciples in the key refining period will come here to trade items. Most of the many shops in the market are opened by the older disciples of the sect. Many disciples will choose to return to the secular world after they have no hope of practicing, marry and have children, and enjoy a wonderful life. Although they are also immortal cultivators, their cultivation qualifications are very low. Therefore, they were dismissed by the sect. Despite this, they did not leave Xiaohuangshan too far. Because of the difference between immortals and mortals, the concentration of spiritual energy outside is not as deep as here. In addition, This place is close to the front yard of the Five Elements Temple, with sufficient resources for practice and a strong atmosphere for practice. If there are carriers of spiritual roots among their descendants, it will be more convenient for them to join the sect. This is just like how most people treated their children's education in the previous life. If parents are highly educated intellectuals, they will naturally send their children to the good schools they have attended before. It's the same reason. In the entire Nanayu Kingdom, the Five Elements Temple is respected. Even if it is enlarged to the vast southern region, the Five Elements Temple is absolutely top-notch. It has been passed down for thousands of years, and there are hundreds of thousands of monks and disciples. For the people of Nanayu, immortal cultivators are not unfamiliar. Every once in a while, there will be someone to check whether the children born in recent years carry spiritual roots. Even if they are mixed spiritual roots belonging to the 5 spiritual roots, as long as they grow up to about 12 years old, they will have the opportunity to receive the training of the Five Elements Temple. The screening method is actually very simple, just some silver, and they can take care of themselves. In this regard, the lecture hall at the foot of the mountain is more like an enlightenment school. While teaching people to read and write, they also teach some basic breathing methods. In the cultivation world, 12 years old is a dividing line. If you are under 12 years old and you rashly come into contact with cultivation, the violent spiritual energy is likely to destroy the already fragile meridians in the child's body. Once there is a little damage, it is easy to affect the future path. Therefore, generally speaking, the enlightenment of cultivators is mostly after the age of 12. Therefore, the Five Elements Temple has issued an order to prohibit the private teaching of cultivation methods within its own territory. As long as you have spiritual roots, you can join the sect to practice. At this point, the sect is very open to this. But after entering the door, you need to find a way to obtain the cultivation resources, such as elixirs, magic tools, scriptures, treasures, etc. Those who have such connections can rely on their original families to provide them. Those who don't have such connections need to accept the tasks of the General Affairs Hall to obtain spirit stones and contribution points. Therefore, ordinary disciples generally don't have any task arrangements in the first year of coming to the Five Elements Temple. The purpose is very simple, which is to give them some time to grow. As for those with excellent talents, or those who practice hard like Luo Yan, they will have the opportunity to join the outer sect in advance and enjoy corresponding treatment. In addition, the rest of the things need to be fought for by the lower house disciples themselves. The place where treasures or scripture calligraphy are exchanged is called the Merit Hall. Here, almost everything can be exchanged with contribution points. All first and second level treasures are clearly marked with prices. For example, in the outside world, the foundation building pill that can be sold for tens of thousands of spirit stones is also available in the Merit Hall. You only need 10,000 contribution points and have an outer sect disciple token to exchange. As long as you take it yourself, no one cares how much you want to exchange. This is the benefit of being a disciple of a large sect. Many resources that are enough to make people fight to the death in the outside world are available here. Under this set of contribution points, combined with the task system, many examples of slow progress in the early stage but catching up later have emerged in the Five Elements view. If you don't have good qualifications, just take elixirs. As long as you have enough spirit stones, it is possible to have mixed 5 elements and cultivate to the late stage of key refining. Therefore, in the 5 elements view, there is also the argument of discrimination against spiritual roots, but it is not as serious as in other sects. After all, most cultivators cannot build a foundation. In fact, the 5 elements view implemented such a system out of helplessness. In this small country of Nanayu with a population of only nearly 10 million, the possibility of mortals giving birth to spiritual roots is relatively small. In a few years, there are only about 1,000 young men with cultivation qualifications. Naturally, they are very precious. Although the territory under the 5 elements view is vast, there are many small countries like Nanayu. But compared with the other 4 domains, the population of the South Domain is much lower than that of the other 4 domains because it is adjacent to the Great Wilderness, high mountains and steep mountains, and a dangerous environment. Therefore, in the South Domain, it is actually a very simple thing to want to practice. In addition, Luo Yan also learned from the Kangwu geography that this world is not peaceful. The bloodline monsters in the Great Wilderness come out to harass from time to time, and the several major holy sects in the central part are still expanding outward. They have the momentum to swallow up the world and divide up the entire Kangwu cultivation world. The soul refining sect in the western regions, the blood demon cave in the far north, etc., have also been secretly eyeing them. The sea dragons in the South China Sea are always thinking about unifying the waters and turning the South China Sea into a forbidden area for human cultivators. During the more than 1 month that Luo Yan stayed in the scripture pavilion, he roughly understood the pattern of this world of cultivation. There were frequent wars between sects and between humans and monsters. In short, it seems that except for the Five Elements Temple, the rest of the cultivation world is not peaceful. Walking deeper into the fog, for about half an incense stick of time, Luo Yan suddenly felt his eyes brighten, and a green valley full of flowers and exotic plants came into his sight. The valley was surrounded by mountains on both sides, like the two legs of an inverted triangle, and the other exit was on his right-hand side. The valley covers an area of nearly 100 mu, connected by several winding blue brick roads. In the center, there is a large group of palace-style pavilions with carved railings and jade bricks, like a small market. It is very lively. Opposite the attic is a very wide blue brick square. Many people sit cross-legged on the ground, with a piece of cloth in front of them, on which are placed the things they want to sell, and a small wooden sign with a price hanging next to it. There are many people browsing these stalls, and from a distance, the shadows of people are dim. From time to time, someone will come forward and chat with the stall owner. After a verbal battle, he will take out a few pieces of spiritual stones that emit a bright and hazy light from his arms and give them to the stall owner. The money and goods are both paid. Seeing this scene, Luo Yan can't help but subconsciously open his eyes wide, looking at the figures coming and going, his pupils full of curiosity. Most of the people who wander here are ordinary disciples in the sect. They don't have many spiritual stones on them, but they are a little petty bourgeoisie. They think that the things in the merit hall are too expensive. With the purpose of saving, this small trading market was formed spontaneously. Without the tilt of sect resources and the help of the elders at home, they had to come out to do tasks and run around for contribution points. That's why there was such a lively scene. As a group of immortal cultivators, they should be high above, overlooking the world, and full of vigor. But in order to cultivate resources and save 1 or 2 spiritual stones, they bargained with the stall owners like aunties buying vegetables in the vegetable market, and spit flew. Such an atmosphere inevitably made Luo Yan feel a little dazed. Following the flow of people, Luo Yan turned around the blue brick square and found a lot of good things. An old first-level middle-grade flying sword, with complete runes on it and a sharp sword body without scars, only needs 100 spiritual stones. A small mustard seed space bag of 1 cubic size can be traded for less than 150 spiritual stones. If you go to the merit hall to exchange these 2 treasures, any one of them will cost at least 200 contribution points. This is the meaning of the existence of this small exchange market. Some old magic tools can be resold. Such a scene really makes Luo Yan feel itchy. He wants to buy them all. However, what makes Luo Yan most excited is a fragment of a formation, which records several basic formations. There is one each of illusion formation, trap formation, and killing formation. The stall owner asked for 40 spirit stones and he would not bargain. Although the basic formation solution in the sect has 2 more formations, its price has doubled. And it can only be exchanged with contribution points. It is really not cost-effective. Luo Yan really wants to buy this fragment of the formation, but his pockets are cleaner than his face now, and he doesn't have a single spirit stone, so he can only watch. The spirit herbs in the bag can be sold for some spirit stones, but he can't bear to part with them. Because he still needs to use these spirit herbs to try to restore the recipe of the key gathering pill. After all, the recipe of this small key gathering pill has been almost deduced, although there are some side effects. But if Luo Yan can find a way to solve this side effect, selling small key gathering pills with a small profit but quick turnover will definitely earn you a lot of spirit stones. Thinking of this, and the heavy feeling of the package on his back, Luo Yan felt more at ease. He walked straight to the center of the square, where there was a very magnificent attic. Right in front of the attic, there was a plaque with the words Wufang Pavilion written on it. Luo Yan looked at the sect mark on the plaque and walked in. This attic opened by the sect is divided into 3 independent areas, namely magic tools, elixirs, and sundries. Each area contains different things. Luo Yan, under the guidance of the maid, came to the sundries area. A kind old man wearing a green Confucian shirt, with a tall and thin figure, broad shoulders and long hands, and a smile on his face, received him. "Does this customer want to buy anything? My last name is Qing, you can call me Shopkeeper Qing. In our business, we have all the treasures that can be used in the key refining stage. Just tell me what you need, and I'll take care of the rest. If there's nothing, I can immediately arrange someone to transfer it from somewhere else." The old man's smile was not mercenary, but rather very gentle, giving people a sense of security. "I picked a few spiritual herbs in the mountains yesterday. Can you trouble me to take a look? If the price is right, I can sell it to you." Luo Yan took out a jade box from the package, which contained the spiritual herbs dug from the fox demon. Shopkeeper Qing took the jade box, opened it and took a look, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, and then he leaned in to smell it, then waved to Luo Yan, motioning him to come into the box to talk. Chapter 10. The shopkeeper is a wonderful person. When Luo Yan came to the quiet room, Shopkeeper Qing first made him a cup of tea, and then slowly said, "Though the 3 fox fairy grasses of your friend are of the first-class treasures, they are very rare spiritual herbs that gather spirits. But the yin attribute aura transformed by the moonlight, ordinary cultivators dare not absorb it unless they are cultivators with the yin attribute constitution. This kind of companion spiritual grass is generally used on spirit beasts or demon beasts. Because the meridians of demon beasts are relatively thick and their blood and ki are strong, they can be used to assist the cultivation of aliens. But..." Shopkeeper Qing's old face smiled like a fox, but it was very kind. There was no trace of materialism in his appearance, which was amazing. Luo Yan remained calm and did not respond, but just looked at the other person's face quietly, waiting for the next words. Seeing that the little guy opposite did not respond, a trace of embarrassment appeared on Shopkeeper Qing's old face. But soon he hid himself again and spoke again. "However, although the grade of these fox fairy grasses is as high as the first-grade treasure, they need to be gathered together by multiple spiritual plants. The yin-ki effect produced is obvious. And, my friend, take a look at its root system. It seems a little incomplete here." After saying that, the old shopkeeper gently picked up the jade box, and then pointed to the fox fairy grass inside and said, looking at the old senior in front of him, the serious look, "If it weren't for the fact that Luo Yan almost dug out the mud when digging the fox fairy grass, I'm afraid he would have believed his nonsense." At this time, the old shopkeeper saw that the friend opposite was still silent, thinking that his heartfelt words had touched his heart. Then he continued to find fault. "I guess you didn't take this oil with you when you dug it, but simply threw away the dirt on the surface. This kind of rough behavior actually caused considerable damage to the spiritual medicine. As for its quality, except for the fact that the yin attribute spiritual power is slightly sufficient, it is actually not a very precious thing. If you really want to sell it, I can give you a price of 240 spiritual stones." Shopkeeper Qing twisted his beard, a gleam flashed in his eyes, and his smile was like a spring breeze, but he spoke very logically. The first time he saw this little guy, he had an epiphany in his heart. He looked 14 or 15 years old, and his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of key refining. He must be a junior disciple who had just entered the sect for 2 years. He was lucky to have picked a few companion demon grasses. Such junior disciples have limited cultivation experience and don't know many spiritual plant varieties. Therefore, you can definitely try to get it at a relatively low price. Unfortunately, Luo Yan had seen through the old shopkeeper's little trick. He first appeared with a kind and gentle look, and then thought from Luo Yan's perspective, which easily made people feel good about him. It seemed that the 3 fox fairy grasses in the jade box were only worth as much. Luo Yan stared at the kind and friendly face of Shopkeeper Qing, and was a little lost for a moment. This reminded him of a kind of person, who is exactly the same as those mercenary merchants in his previous life. He first said that your things were not good, and then reluctantly bought them at a very low price. Obviously, he made several times the profit in it, but his face was full of sorrow, and he sighed constantly, as if he had lost a lot. With this simple trick, it is easy for the seller to unconsciously have a kind of thought, "This thing is only worth this much, sell it to him quickly. If you don't sell it, someone else will leave. He is a big fool, he bid so high, I made a lot of money," etc. Seeing the younger disciples in front of him, still a little hesitant, the old shopkeeper continued to exaggerate and said, "Young friend, you should know that since we dare to open a business in the name of the sect, the most important thing is the word credibility. You may as well go to other shops to ask, the price they offer is definitely not as high as mine. This is the most reasonable price. In order to dispel the defensiveness of the young man in front of him, shopkeeper Quinn continued to speak slowly. He understood that since the person sat down, it meant that the fish had taken the bait, and he must not be impatient at this time. Take your time. You don't look very old. You must have just joined the sect in the past 2 years, right? I guess you must be short of contribution points, right? I can make the decision and exchange these spirit stones for you in the form of half contribution points and half spirit stones. This will also be convenient for you to use. You should know that the exchange ratio between spirit stones and contribution points, although it seems to be 1-to-1, is actually much more than that. And within the sect, the importance of contribution points is much more important than spirit stones. It depends on whether you get along well with me. Otherwise, I would not exchange contribution points for ordinary people. Shopkeeper Quinn took the teapot on the table and refilled Luo Yan's cup. Luo Yan was helpless. Although he could see the drama played by the old man in front of him, he also knew that to some extent, shopkeeper Quinn did not lie to him. Although this fox fairy grass can transform moonlight into yin attribute spiritual energy, it is undoubtedly more suitable for monsters. And when he was wandering outside just now, he actually simply inquired about the price. The purchase price given by other shops was indeed not much different from the price quoted by the old shopkeeper. Therefore, even though Luo Yan saw through the old shopkeeper's mind and guessed that the other party would make more money in this transaction, this is how the world is. He is limited by information asymmetry and resource channels. Even if he wants to sell at a high price, he doesn't have that chance. Because the prices of these spiritual medicines are basically uniformly set. No matter which store you go to, the final result will inevitably be the same. Thinking about this, Luo Yan could only accept this price. Then I'll trouble Senior Quinn. I will sell one first. I want to save the remaining 2 first. I will trouble you again when I need contribution points in the future. Senior Quinn, please help me exchange them for half of the sect's contribution points. Luo Yan stood up and bowed to the old man. Hearing the answer from the little fellow opposite, shopkeeper Quinn's smile became even wider, and his eyes almost narrowed into a slit. Then let's do as you think. But the value of fox fairy grass is that it needs many plants to be gathered together to absorb the moonlight. If you only sell one plant, I'm afraid that the price will be. Shopkeeper Quinn's smiling eyes flashed with a ray of brilliance. Facing the price he had given earlier, he hesitated a little and looked like he wanted to lower the price. In doing business, it is far from enough to just buy and sell. You also need to know some language skills. After such repeated arguments, I believe that this young disciple's good impression of him has exploded. If there is such a good thing in the future, he will definitely think of coming to him for a deal. This is the long-term way to do business. But when Luo Yan took out the J token pinned in his belt and was about to hand it over, shopkeeper Quinn's eyes were sharp and he saw the green color on the front of the J token at a glance. This is the token of an outer disciple. The token of ordinary disciples is just a simple iron plate without any extra colors. Only those who have reached the late stage of key refining will be issued jade tokens in 5 colors: gold, green, blue, brown, and red. Or, only those who participate in the outer sect competition held every 2 years and win the top 100 can get this token. And in order to get a top 100 ranking in the outer sect competition, the cultivation must be at least the 5th or 6th level of key refining. The rookie in front of him, who is at the 3rd level of key refining, obviously does not meet the requirements. Apart from this, the chance to get the J token of the outer sect disciple is only the last possibility. Shopkeeper Quinn has been in the 5 Elements Temple for decades, so he naturally knows the ins and outs of it best. When he was about to say something, he instantly changed his words and said, "This price. I'm afraid it can be more suitable. Just 240 spirit stones." Shopkeeper Quinn's tone was loud and clear, and he looked like he could not refuse. Ah! Luo Yan was stunned. He was a little suspicious whether he had heard it wrong. Luo Yan quietly used the biological auxiliary chip to detect the spiritual power information of the old shopkeeper in front of him, but unfortunately he was blocked by a very mysterious force. It was a rune that flickered with a hazy glow, like a tiny star. Luo Yan scratched his head awkwardly and said softly, "Senior Quinn, I only want to sell one plant." He mistakenly thought that the old man in front of him didn't hear clearly, so he repeated it again. The smile on the old shopkeeper's face disappeared, and he immediately sank his face and pretended to be very serious and said, "You little friend, Do you think I am old and blurry? Can't you hear clearly? Little friend Luo, I am talking about the price of one plant. One fox fairy grass. I will give you 240 spiritual stones. Hearing this, Luo Yan's pupils shrank suddenly, and the hand holding the jade card suddenly froze. The price difference between the two was too big, and Luo Yan even thought he was hallucinating. Is this old man not confused? Is he deliberately trying to make me happy? Luo Yan was secretly worried. But seeing the serious look of the old shopkeeper, he immediately dismissed this idea. Luo Yan took a look at his Taoist robe, which was just an ordinary apparel for beginners, and there was nothing special about it. The only thing that could make a shopkeeper in the foundation building period who was in charge of a sect shop change his attitude so much was this green sign. But is the jade sign of an outer disciple so useful? Can it make the old shopkeeper of a sect shop change the rules for it? After all, don't fellow disciples in the late stage of key refining have one in their hands? Logically speaking, a senior master in the foundation building period has seen all kinds of storms and waves, so how could he suddenly change his attitude towards a small outer disciple like him? This is logically unreasonable. Luo Yan couldn't figure it out. In fact, the reason why shopkeeper Qing changed his attitude was very simple. Let alone outer disciples, even if he wanted to ignore the elders in the foundation building period in the sect, he would ignore them. What really made shopkeeper Qing change was the meaning of a young man who had just entered the sect not long ago getting the jade sign of an outer disciple. This kind of person who can stand out from thousands of disciples is definitely a young genius. He understands one thing more. When other teenagers are still busy with tasks of a few or a dozen contribution points, the boy in front of him can sell hundreds of spiritual stones for a few spiritual herbs he found in a trip to the mountains. The former represents talent, and the latter represents opportunity. When talent and opportunity appear in a person at the same time, as long as he does not die halfway, his future must be promising. As for how far he can go on the path of cultivation, the old shopkeeper is not sure. But the only thing that is certain is that it will be easy for this boy, who is only 12 or 13 years old, to surpass him in the future. Shopkeeper Qing has lived for more than 100 years and has seen countless disciples in the sect. He knows best that there are very few people who have both of these points at the same time. Once both are available, it is only a matter of time for such a person to grow up. Based on the above 2 points, an old fox like shopkeeper Qing will give such a sky-high price. He chose to befriend the young man in front of him in advance, just to establish a good relationship. It was just a premium of 100 spirit stones, and he would not even look at it if it was thrown on the ground. After all, he was responsible for the procurement of the sect's business, and the profit from this business was very rich. In addition, if he could find an alchemist, he could use the fox fairy grass as the main material in other auxiliary medicines to make a fox fairy pill. By then, he could make more than 100 spirit stones. No matter what, shopkeeper Qing would not lose. He could also do a favor to this young genius, which was a good deal no matter how he looked at it. Chapter 11, Human Relations and Worldly Affairs. News from the Five Elements Temple Headquarters. Although Luo Yan roughly guessed the specific reasons for the old shopkeeper's change of attitude, he did not show it. He first showed a confused look, and then a very grateful look. The other party was deliberately making friends with him, so Luo Yan had to be appropriately sensible. After all, this was an extra 100 spirit stones for no reason. Faced with the benefits delivered to his door, Luo Yan still bowed his head. Shopkeeper Qing returned the jade token to him and handed him a storage bag. When I saw young Master Luo coming, he seemed to be carrying these external items in a cloth bag. I guess he hasn't had time to buy a storage bag yet. It just so happens that I have a mustard bag that I used before. I can lend it to young Master Luo for a while. When you have enough spiritual stones in your pocket, it won't be too late to return it to me. After all, although these 120 spiritual stones are not many, they still take up a lot of space when piled together. If you wrap it in a cloth bag again, it will inevitably be seen by someone with ulterior motives. It will be bad to show off your wealth. Shopkeeper Qing handed over the storage bag while explaining it very kindly. He seemed very attentive. Hearing this, Luo Yan instantly stood up, took the storage bag with both hands, and hurriedly thanked him. He understood the hidden meaning of shopkeeper Qing's words. This storage bag and the more than 100 spiritual stones represent his optimism about his future. It is also more like a value investment. Moreover, in order to let Luo Yan accept this kindness with peace of mind, The old shopkeeper also changed his words. Such behavior shows everywhere that the old shopkeeper is experienced in dealing with human relationships. But there is no reward without merit, and the benefits of being too enthusiastic made Luo Yan feel uneasy. He looked a little embarrassed as he held the storage bag. After a brief thought, he handed over the remaining 2 fox fairy grasses. His idea was very simple, that is, when facing such an old senior, it is better to be careful. But the old shopkeeper opposite stopped Luo Yan's action. As if seeing the hesitation of the little guy, shopkeeper Qing smiled and said, I am worried that it is inconvenient to store the spiritual stones on you, so I just lend them to you temporarily. When you have used them up, you can return them to me when you have time. Besides, I am also a member of the sect and your elder. What do you have to worry about in front of me? If someone really wants to have a crush on you, can a little guy like you hide away? The old shopkeeper pretended to be angry, his face sank. The words are rough but the truth is true. You have to say different things to different people. For a little guy like this who is very cautious, it is more appropriate to say it directly. I see that you have a good talent. You have become an outer disciple within less than a year of entering the sect. You are destined to have a promising future. Faced with such an excellent junior, I have no ill will. I just want to establish a good relationship with you in advance. Of course, if you feel that it is inappropriate to accept favors for no reason, you can choose to leave the storage bag and leave on your own. As for the contribution points traded for the fox fairy grass, they have been transferred to your portable token. The old shopkeeper had already said this. If Luo Yan continued to refuse, it would seem too hypocritical. After thinking this through, a gentle smile appeared on his little face again, and then he said, Disciple thanks Uncle Qing for his kindness first. When I have enough spirit stones in my hand, I will return the storage bag to Uncle. Hearing the title of Uncle, the smile in the old shopkeeper's eyes became even brighter. That wrinkled face also became much kinder. As an old man, how could he not know that the moment he called out Uncle Master, it meant that the young man in front of him was willing to accept this kindness? What a smart little guy. The old shopkeeper twisted his beard, smiling so hard that his eyebrows and eyes almost gathered together, thinking secretly. He waved his hand and glanced at the little guy opposite. Since you call me Uncle Master, then take it first. If you really want to return it, it won't be too late to give it to me when you have more money. Hearing this, Luo Yan thought so. After all, in the eyes of the Uncle Master in the foundation building period, a small storage bag is really nothing. It doesn't matter when to return it or not. What he wants is just an attitude. If you want to keep the remaining 2 fox fairy grasses, it's best not to leave them in the jade box for too long, otherwise it will affect its vitality. After returning to the sect, you can bury some water-attributed spiritual stones in the yard and then plant them. When you raise your own spiritual beasts in the future, these companion demon grasses will speed up their cultivation. The old shopkeeper continued to give advice, and he was really considering the little guy in front of him. Luo Yan could feel the other party's kindness from the bottom of his heart. He thought about it again. Although with the help of the chip, an independent herbal plant archive system has been established. But in fact, facing the vast spiritual plants in the Kangwu world, it is still too inefficient to rely on himself to slowly improve. Just like the term fox fairy grass, if he hadn't entered this market and asked several shopkeepers, Luo Yan really didn't know the specific names of these 3 spiritual medicines, let alone their effects. If he didn't even know the purpose and value of the spiritual medicines, wouldn't he encounter the same situation today when he encountered rare spiritual plants in the future? Uncle Qing, does the business sell illustrated guides of spiritual medicines? I don't know much about the habits of many spiritual medicines. I'm afraid I'll come across precious medicines without knowing it in the future. Luo Yan asked with a wry smile. The old shopkeeper paused and explained slowly, every jade slip of the practice method in the business has been banned. No one except the chief shopkeeper can view it privately. Otherwise, I can give you one. When you return to the sect, go to the scripture pavilion and exchange it for a basic spiritual medicine encyclopedia. As for the jade slips of information, it is not recommended that you buy them in the business. Not only because the prices in the business are expensive, but also because the jade slips sold by the business are almost all castrated versions. The main sales groups are generally casual cultivators or cultivators from small families. Only the jade slips of information exchanged in the scripture pavilion of the sect are the most complete. Hearing Uncle Qing's explanation, Luo Yan couldn't help but feel stunned. It seems that no matter which world you are in, there is a monopoly on knowledge. Let alone jade slips, even slightly better magic tools and elixirs basically won't be circulated to the outside world. Maybe occasionally it will leak out, a little bit like the gap between fingernails, but it's just a gimmick, generally used to attract cultivators to shop. For the real good things, they will never be easily sold. Luo Yan, who understood this, nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Uncle Qing, I just heard you say that there is a headquarters above our lower courtyard. Where is that place? Do we have other sects? Can you please tell me briefly about the headquarters? Shopkeeper Qing pondered for a while, took a sip of spiritual tea and said, this is actually not a secret. As long as you observe carefully, you can find that the number of outer disciples on Muling Peak is actually only a small part. Luo Yan is clear about this. After all, he lives on Muling Peak, which is sparsely populated, so it can't be hidden from his eyes. At first, Luo Yan mistakenly thought that the outer disciples on Muling Peak should be on missions outside or practicing hard in the cave. But after more than a month of careful observation, he felt that perhaps he had thought too simply. Because the detection function of the chip has always been activated. Therefore, Luo Yan used the chip to carefully detect the outer disciples he met on Muling Peak. In the end, he came to a very interesting fact. That is, among the people Luo Yan met, the outer disciple with the highest cultivation level was actually Brother Su from the General Affairs Hall. As for the other outer brothers, they seemed to have a strong aura, but under the detection of the chip, their total spiritual power was at most a few times his. Such a detection result is actually very abnormal. You know, such a large 5 elements temple is the top super overlord in the entire southern region. The late key refining cultivators in the sect are not countless, but at least they should not be so rare. But the reality is that it is basically difficult to see outer disciples in the late key refining stage. You are a new disciple, so it is normal that you don't know much about this. The location of our sect's headquarters is 100,000 miles away from here. It is far away in the depths of the Great Wilderness, back by the South China Sea, and adjacent to the western border law domain. The spiritual energy there is rich, hundreds of years old precious medicines can be seen everywhere, and the cultivation resources are extremely rich. From the mouth of the old shopkeeper, he slowly talked about a magnificent and gorgeous world. And that place is the real dojo of their sect. Places like Xiaohuangshan can only be regarded as a barren land. It is precisely because the resources in the Great Wilderness are so abundant that the demons and sea tribes there are extremely powerful. In a place full of dangers, it is easy to lose your life if you are not careful. Therefore, in order to protect the safety of low-level disciples like you, my 5 elements temple is divided into 2 parts. Places like our Xiaohuangshan are specially used to train disciples and are the cornerstone of the sect. The other part is the headquarters located deep in the Great Wilderness, which is also the real location of the sect. Luo Yan nodded subconsciously at this explanation. It is nothing more than separating the locations of high-level cultivators and low-level cultivators. If you want to go to the headquarters, it is actually very simple. That is to wait until your key refining cultivation reaches the late stage of key refining, and then you can be teleported there through the sect's teleportation formation. In addition, there are 4 other large sects like ours, collectively known as the 5 southern sects. You will slowly get in touch with this in the future. The old shopkeeper told a lot about the history of the 5 Elements Temple and the general situation of the headquarters. It was a truly grand stage. Geniuses from the human race, demon race, sea race, and various forces gathered together. I didn't know how far this young man in front of me could go. Chapter 12, The Small Door in the Formation. After listening to the story of shopkeeper Qing, Luo Yan finally reacted. It turned out that this was just a branch temple, and the headquarters was far away in the borderland thousands of miles away. No wonder he had hardly seen a few disciples with high cultivation. After knowing this news, the sense of disharmony in his heart faded away. After talking for such a long time, Luo Yan's doubts were gone. After he had learned most of the information he wanted to know, Luo Yan said goodbye to Uncle Qing. After leaving the business, Luo Yan went straight to the blue brick square and found the person who sold the castrated version of the basic formation, and bought it with 40 spirit stones. Before leaving, after the stall owner's promotion, Luo Yan also bought a few formation flags necessary for the arrangement of the formation. This made him secretly curse him as a profiteer. because the price of the formation flag is almost catching up with the formation jade slip. It turns out that people are bullying him because he doesn't know the basic common sense of the formation, and use this to fish. No wonder the formation jade slip is sold so low. Luo Yan thought he had picked up a bargain. Thinking of the more than 100 spirit stones he had just received, most of which were gone in an instant, he was as depressed as an eggplant. He was quite speechless about these old-timers who set up stalls. He had obviously been very careful, but he didn't expect to be tricked. Attract customers with low prices, and after the customers paid the spirit stones, tell them that they can't set up the formation without the formation flag. The two are matched, and they have to spend more spirit stones to buy the formation flag. In fact, Luo Yan also understood that they didn't make much money from him. The selling price of the formation flag was not low, on the contrary, the price of the formation was much more favorable. But he was still a little depressed. If he had known that these two were used together, he might not have thought of studying the formation now. At this point, he had no other choice, and the spirit stones were spent. With the idea of being absolutely cautious in the future, Luo Yan walked towards the sect. The moment he returned to his residence, Luo Yan immersed his mind in the formation jade slip he bought. According to the description of the jade slip, he took out 5 formation flags and 10 low-level spirit stones and arranged them in several corners of the courtyard. Then, Luo Yan waved the main formation flag in his hand, and a small mist formation was arranged. The speed of fog generation was a bit slow. Luo Yan waited for almost an hour before the fog covered the scope of the courtyard. It was like a sphere. From the outside, his courtyard was in a cloud of fog, and this cloud of fog also had the function of isolating the spiritual consciousness, making it impossible to directly detect the specific situation inside. But looking from the inside out, these fogs seemed to be non-existent and would not affect Luo Yan's sight. It was quite magical. After arranging the mist illusion array, Luo Yan saw that there was another trap array called the small maze array on the jade slip, and he wanted to arrange another array. Unfortunately, there seemed to be an unknown conflict between the two array bases. As soon as he arranged the small maze array, the effect of the fog array disappeared. This forced Luo Yan to stop the experiment. After all, maintaining the operation of the array will consume spirit stones. After completing the most basic test, Luo Yan thought about it and did not remove the formation in the courtyard. He took out the jade box from the storage bag and planted the 2 fox fairy grasses in the flower pot on the windowsill. Luo Yan stared at it for a while, and then felt that the flower pot was too small. He had to find a bigger place to plant it. In order not to affect the growth rate of the fox fairy grass, Luo Yan thought about it and whispered, 0, combined with the environment in the cave, start to deduce the conditions required for the growth of the fox fairy grass. Data calculation begins during the task establishment. Air humidity begins to be compared, environmental spiritual power concentration begins to be compared, and soil composition begins to be compared. It is expected that all comparison information will be completed in 7 minutes. The feedback from the chip needs to wait. Luo Yan does not miss this little time. He thinks that after the many fox fairy grasses in the cave gather together, the spiritual power will be concentrated into spiritual mist visible to the naked eye. If he can absorb the spiritual mist transformed from the moonlight, then the speed of cultivation will be able to reach a higher level. Unfortunately, his meridians are still very fragile now, and he dare not directly absorb this kind of spiritual energy with obvious cold attributes. It was such a pity that he couldn't use such a good spiritual medicine directly. Data comparison completed, please check. Zero's mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Soil moisture is less than 0.4, and the ambient spiritual power concentration is less than 0.8. Luo Yan understood that this showed that the spiritual power concentration and soil moisture in his yard were not as good as those in the cave. It seemed that he had to find a way to solve this problem. Otherwise, it would affect the growth of the fox fairy grass. Suddenly, Luo Yan thought of a necessary technique for planting, which might be suitable for solving this situation. That is the spiritual rain technique. As soon as he thought of it, Luo Yan went straight to the scripture pavilion and spent 10 contribution points to exchange for the spiritual rain technique. Anyway, he had a lot of contribution points now, so learning the spiritual rain technique would not be a problem. The introduction to the spiritual rain technique was very simple. Luo Yan successfully learned it after simply trying it a few times. Watching the spiritual power in his body continue to flow out like a faucet, It gathered into a dark cloud several meters in size above the fox fairy grass. In order not to wet the windowsill, Luo Yan used a wisp of his mind to control the location where the spiritual rain fell. Sure enough, under the blessing of the spirit rain technique, the concentration of spiritual power in the flower pot increased to the normal growth range of fox fairy grass. However, according to the calculation of the chip, fox fairy grass absorbs spiritual energy in the air very efficiently. Especially at night, when there is moonlight, the activity of fox fairy grass reaches its highest value. At this time, Luo Yan has to perform the spirit rain technique at least twice every night. However, since he has learned the necessary spell for planting the spirit rain technique, it is not appropriate to put the other spiritual herbs he has collected in the past month in the box. So Luo Yan took out the hundreds of jade boxes hidden in the cabinet one by one, and turned over the open space in the yard. Plant all these ordinary spiritual herbs. In this way, he has his own 100 medicine garden. After these spiritual herbs are cultivated, they may improve the concentration of spiritual power in his yard in the future. Of course, the main reason for him to do this is that the small key gathering pill has not been successfully deduced, and it is not good to keep the spiritual herbs in the jade box for too long. Plant the spiritual herbs in the yard first, and then take them when needed. After finishing all this, Luo Yan performed the spirit rain technique again. Looking at those wilted spiritual herbs bathing in the spiritual rain, their swaying postures were very much like the delicate state of sleeping beauty, and a sense of satisfaction arose. With so many spiritual herbs gathered together, Luo Yan felt as if the whole courtyard was filled with a fragrance. Although the effect of the spirit rain technique was gratifying, its consumption was not low. Luo Yan performed the spirit rain technique several times and felt that most of his spiritual power was empty. If he wanted to solve this problem thoroughly, he probably had to set up a spirit gathering array. But the exchange price of the spirit gathering array was too high, and it was not enough for his current contribution points. He could only work harder for a while and use the spirit rain technique to solve it. Luo Yan could only wait until the small key gathering pill was researched before he could find a way to collect contribution points. He had an illusion that he was very happy with 10 contribution points a month ago and felt that he had nowhere to spend them. After a month, hundreds of contribution points were not enough at all. For him, there were too many places to spend contribution points, and he really didn't know how other disciples managed to survive. Chapter 13, Small Key Gathering Pill. After a few days, Luo Yan was finally ready to start refining the small key gathering pill. He didn't know how a real alchemist made pills, but he had his own ideas. Luo Yan spent 10 contribution points again and learned the fireball technique. The most basic 5-element spell can also be used by people with a single spiritual root, but the consumption of spiritual power will increase. And the power is also average. Luo Yan made some transparent tools such as crucibles, test tubes and beakers according to his own ideas. Because of the blessing of spiritual power, the flame temperature of the fireball technique can rise to a very high level. Luo Yan controlled the flames and continued to calcine materials such as quartz, sand and limestone. Finally, he used the ground fire in the sect's alchemy room and used the absolute high temperature there to make these materials into transparent colored glaze. He first mashed the spiritual medicine with water, such as the green spirit fruit, into a small ball of green juice, and then chopped the flame mushroom, crushed it into powder and packed it. The rest of the spiritual medicines were also operated in this order. Then use a spoon to scoop out the mashed spiritual medicine juice according to the ratio given by the chip and pour it into an empty cup. Use your hands to pinch it into a little finger-sized sugar pill. Finally, he used his spiritual power to heat the pills at a constant temperature, keeping the temperature at about 60–70 degrees Celsius. He was afraid that the high temperature would cause the loss of some of the medicinal properties of the spiritual medicine, because some spiritual herbs cannot withstand high temperatures. Until the moment when the fragrance of the medicine wafted out. Luo Yan took out a light yellow pill, sniffed it gently with his nose, and held it in his mouth. Total spiritual power plus 0.28, success. Luo Yan's eyes showed a trace of joy. Unfortunately, the human meridians can only absorb a limited amount of medicinal power, so he can only take 1 pill a day. But soon, Luo Yan felt his spiritual power was in a state of disorder, and he couldn't mobilize his spiritual power for half an incense stick of time. If this is sold, will people think he is selling fake medicine? Murder for money? Luo Yan's face was thoughtful. He calculated the cost of the Kiju Dam formula calculated by the chip. the cost of 7 spiritual stones, and there are side effects. With such a high cost, even if it is sold, people will not think he is a fake medicine seller and will not bother him. It is estimated that he will lose money, which is simply not worth it. After all, the shops outside sell Kijudam for 10 spirit stones per bottle. If he wants to sell better, he can only lower the price to grab the market, but the cost is 7 spirit stones. If he lowers the price again, he will lose money and gain publicity. If he can't make more than double the profit, he will be unworthy of the title of alchemist. Luo Yan's eyes rolled, and he seemed to have thought of something else. He planned to keep this Kijudam, whose spiritual power was almost the same as the genuine one, for himself. If the side effects were only these, it would be within his acceptable range. If he sold it to others, he could just sell a low-end version. If that was the case, Luo Yan remixed it, and this time the shape of the pill became smaller. With less amount, the side effects should not be so strong. But the size of the pill became smaller again. Luo Yan suddenly thought of the recipe for the bigu pill he bought, which used a combination of monster meat and spirit rice. So he took out spirit rice and monster meat, ground the spirit rice into powder, and mixed them together as auxiliary medicine. Monster meat is firm and rich in blood and qi, so it is actually used by some monks for cultivation. Luo Yan studied for most of the day and tried more than a dozen monster meats. Finally, he found a monster with low cost that would not conflict with the medicinal properties when added to spiritual medicines. That is the wind rabbit. 1 spiritual stone per 1. When he combined the essence extracted from the spiritual medicine with the meat of the wind rabbit, something magical happened. The medicinal conflicts between the spiritual medicines and the side effects of spiritual power disorder seemed to be neutralized. Luo Yan thought about it and thought that it was probably because the amount of spiritual medicine essence was too small, and the self-regulation function of the human body made this symptom not obvious enough. Finally, after many adjustments to the ratio, the real small Kijudam was freshly baked. A light red pill with a meaty aroma. Luo Yan personally tested that the medicinal power was about 1/3 of the genuine product, but if the cost was spread out, it would be 10 times lower. For such a good thing, it is not too much for him to sell it for 3 spiritual stones, right? Moreover, with a small key gathering pill, he won't need to take the bigu pill anymore. This is equivalent to the combination of the 2 advantages of the bigu pill and the key gathering pill. In addition, the essence of the spiritual medicine inside is controlled very little by Luo Yan, and the rate of absorption by the cultivator will be faster. Just write on the bottle, 1 pill a day, that's it. When all this was done, Luo Yan looked up at the window outside. It was already late at night. But he still had to refine more pills so that he could sell them in the market tomorrow. In this way, after a whole night of hard work, Luo Yan barely consumed all the spiritual medicines and refined more than 100 bottles of pills. The main reason why he could refine pills so quickly was that he refined this kind of pill more like cooking. After crushing all the spiritual medicines in a swarm, he threw them into the boiler and controlled the temperature. Finally, knead the pill. Then the small key gathering pill was formed. The speed of doing this is more than 10 times faster than refining pills in the regular way. However, after the pill refining was completed, the green Taoist robe on Luo Yan's body also became dirty. It was stained with a lot of filth. Fortunately, this Taoist robe is a magic weapon with a built-in decontamination technique. It will be as clean as before in a short time. Luo Yan put away the more than 100 bottles of small key gathering pills, changed into the ordinary Taoist robes he usually wore when going out, and hurried to the market at the foot of the mountain. When he arrived at the blue brick square, he found an empty space at random and put the pills on it. He also learned from others to put up a price sign next to it. Small key gathering pills have the same cultivation effect as key gathering pills, and the price is only 3 spirit stones per bottle. However, there are many people watching the excitement around, but few people spend spirit stones to buy them. Luo Yan thought about it and thought that it might be that the onlookers did not know much about the effects of small key gathering pills, so he said, "Those who want to buy can try 1 pill for free." This time, the people around him stopped watching the excitement and thought that it would be a bastard not to take advantage of the bargain. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded him. Sure enough, after the crowd tried the effect of the small key gathering pill, Luo Yan sold more than a dozen bottles at once. He got 50 spirit stones directly. He became rich instantly. As time passed, Luo Yan sold 1/5 of the remaining pills. I believe that if he is given some time, when the news of the pill spreads, he will be able to sell all the pills in his hand. In the past, the key gathering pill cost 10 spirit stones per bottle, but now only 3 spirit stones can buy a bottle. After hearing the news, most ordinary disciples will be willing to buy a few bottles to try it out. In order to refine the pill, Luo Yan spent a whole night, and now it took another day to sell it. This won't work, it will affect his own practice. With this idea in mind, Luo Yan went straight to the business and found shopkeeper Qing to explain the situation. He asked him to help sell it on his behalf. Because of the previous example in the Kingshuan Square, shopkeeper Qing agreed to his request. He said that he would not charge any fees. But Luo Yan would not be so ignorant. He knew that the best way to bind a person was to entangle their interests together. Form a real community of interests. If it's just based on feelings, it will definitely not last long. So Luo Yan pretended to be like, if you keep doing this, you will treat me as an outsider, and reached a consensus with shopkeeper Qing. For every bottle of small key gathering pill sold, shopkeeper Qing will get half a lingxi. And he is responsible for preparing the spiritual medicine for alchemy, and Luo Yan will buy it at the market price. In this way, Luo Yan can really free up his time. After Luo Yan left, shopkeeper Qing looked at the thin figure in the distance with amazement in his eyes. He originally thought that this young man would do a lot in the future, so he used an old storage bag to show goodwill and make a good relationship in advance. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he returned his favor. Even if only 500 bottles of small key gathering pills are sold every month, that's hundreds of lingxi. It's like giving him lingxi for free. Talent, luck, and human relations, all three. For such a young man, shopkeeper Qing couldn't think of any other way to express it except to be amazed. Chapter 14 Big Purchase. In fact, the reason why Luo Yan asked shopkeeper Qing to help sell pills was not just to save time. If he simply wanted to save time, he could just spend dozens of spirit stones and hire an ordinary disciple. There was no need to go to great lengths to deal with an old-fashioned person like shopkeeper Qing. Luo Yan's main thought was that when the small key gathering pill became famous, there would be many imitators. As long as the weight of the real key gathering pill was adjusted, the small key gathering pill would be obtained. In fact, doing this kind of business that ordinary disciples can afford can also earn spirit stones. The reason they didn't do this before was because their thoughts had not changed and their thinking was restricted. Now that the small key gathering pill can earn spirit stones, once the news spreads, other shops in the market will follow suit. As a modern person who has developed business, this is basic common sense. Never underestimate those who open shops. People like them are most sensitive to numbers. Many times, they are the vein of a certain industry. However, taking advantage of this time difference, Luo Yan will try to accumulate as many spirit stones as possible. At least in the key refining stage, his cultivation resources will not be too short. Later, when other shops react, refining small key gathering pills will become a business that earns hard money. It's not that he can't earn spirit stones, but when others react, he can only take the long-term path. Now that he can get his first pot of gold, he is very satisfied. With his first pot of gold, many of Luo Yan's ideas will have the opportunity to be put into practice. There are also contribution points. People like shopkeeper Qing, who have certain authority in the business, have channels to exchange spirit stones for contribution points. It is absolutely beneficial to have a good relationship with such people. On weekdays, others can't get closer to them. The mercenary nature of businessmen has long made them develop the mindset of prioritizing interests. But with shopkeeper Qing's first step of showing goodwill, and then with Luo Yan's small key gathering pill transaction, the relationship can quickly heat up. As a partner, not just a one-sided optimism of the senior elders for the outstanding juniors. In the next half-month, Luo Yan worked overtime every day just to refine a few more bottles of small key gathering pills. He was busy every day. Fortunately, the return from the business was also very gratifying. In just half a month, he made a profit of tens of thousands of spirit stones. It looks a lot, but it is not. After all, the Five Elements Temple is a holy place for cultivation, and it is not lacking in the most basic cultivation resources. As long as the disciples in the sect are not lazy, the rate at which they earn spirit stones is far beyond those casual cultivators without any background in the outside world. And the small key gathering pill is endorsed by the shopkeeper of the sect. Naturally, the sales volume has become more. Many low-level disciples, when seeing this slightly cheap small key gathering pill, generally choose to prepare 2 bottles. After all, there are at least several thousand disciples of the Five Elements Temple who stay in this branch. As long as they are not ordinary disciples who have just entered the sect, they are tied in their hands and don't have many spirit stones to squander. The rest of the old disciples will have some savings. The genuine key gathering pills were too expensive, so I couldn't bear to buy too many. But the price of the small key gathering pills was so attractive that I could buy 2 bottles for my own practice. But that was all. When other shops found out about the popularity of the small key gathering pills, they immediately followed suit. They only needed to reduce the amount of materials used in the original key gathering pills a little bit, and they could perfectly replicate them. In the past, the small key gathering pills could sell hundreds of bottles a day, but now there are less than 100 bottles a day. I believe that the profit brought by the small key gathering pills will decrease as time goes by. Although the sales of the small key gathering pills dropped sharply, Luo Yan was also very satisfied. He carried tens of thousands of spirit stones and asked shopkeeper Qing to help him exchange half of them for contribution points. With enough contribution points, Luo Yan went to the merit hall to exchange for a top-grade magic weapon, the King Guang sword, a top-grade robe that could block a blow from a foundation building cultivator, and top-grade boots that could blast his escape technique by 30% when escaping. He also bought a lot of various talismans to exorcise evil spirits and suppress demons. He also went to the scripture pavilion to exchange for several first-level top-level formations, but the complexity of the formations was comparable to that of the second-level formations, as well as various jade slips of basic 5-element spells that might be used. Luo Yan learned all the auxiliary spells that could play an important role in protecting his own safety, such as the breath containment technique, wind control technique, and exploration technique, as well as the shanking escape technique with extremely fast key refining. On the contrary, he had reservations about those extremely powerful spells. Luo Yan's idea was that if he had enough time, he would give priority to learning auxiliary and escape spells, and only 2 or 3 offensive spells would be enough. Don't be greedy. After such a large-scale purchase, he found that there were only more than 1,000 contribution points left in the jade card. It was like running water. But it was all worth it. When he fully digested the knowledge in these jade slips, his spell attack system would not seem so simple. Thinking of the 3 fellow disciples of the Earth Department who had almost no resistance when facing the illusion of the fox demon, they became her servants. Luo Yan made up his mind that he must not allow himself to have clear shortcomings. If he encountered a monster with a brutal nature, he would be killed on the spot. From that day on, Luo Yan always lacked a sense of security. It was too uncomfortable to have someone else control his freedom of life and death. He had to strengthen his strength. 0. Establish a task 1. Using the spiritual power operation mode of the breath-holding technique, deduce a more efficient breath-holding technique that can reduce the fluctuation of one's own spiritual power 2. Using the exploration technique as a template, generate a more comprehensive and obscure observation mode 3. Based on a large number of 5-element techniques, deduce the most suitable fighting method for me. Luo Yan always felt that his means of fighting the enemy were too single, and it would be very dangerous to encounter a strong enemy in the future. Therefore, after having a large number of jade slips of techniques, he used the chip for simulation and deduction as soon as possible, in order to form a certain combat effectiveness in the shortest time. This kind of combat system formed by the 5-element technique is believed to be not so easy to be seen through by others. Luo Yan returned to his own courtyard and used spirit stones and formation flags to set up a small spirit gathering formation. In this way, Luo Yan didn't have to work hard every day to perform the spirit rain technique. He was not a farmer. Feeling the surrounding spiritual energy swarming in, his cultivation speed seemed to speed up a bit. I believe that by the end of the year, before the outer sect competition, his cultivation should be able to reach the 4th level of key refining. With a complete explanation of the formation, Luo Yan finally understood why the mist formation he arranged last time conflicted with his small maze formation. The root cause is that the formation base has a reverse order in the process of gathering spiritual energy. It's like flowing water, which has its own rules, from top to bottom. If you go upstream, you will conflict with it and it will be particularly difficult. Only by following the operation rules of the first formation, and then arranging the second one, can the effect of superimposing the formation be achieved. Otherwise, there will be a conflict between the two. One formation will not be able to operate. According to the two thinking logics of the formation I and the formation base, Luo Yan easily arranged the spirit-gathering formation outside the mist formation. There was also a maze array in the mist array. After all, Luo Yan's current courtyard was not big, but he had planted all kinds of spiritual herbs. Even if you stayed in the room, you could smell the faint fragrance of medicine. They were arranged neatly by him. After a period of recuperation, the spiritual herbs in the garden looked full of spiritual energy. Because Luo Yan could not absorb the inattribute spiritual energy, the two fox fairy grasses on the windowsill gathered the spiritual energy transformed from the moonlight into a ball and covered the flower pot. Luo Yan reached out and touched it, and it felt cold and a little wet. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15 Escort Mission, Repair in Action. Half a year later. In the forest in the north of Nanayu. The sun was shining brightly, and 4 carriages were galloping. In the last carriage, a young man in a Taoist robe was sitting cross-legged. A standard magic sword was placed beside him, and the robe on his body was engraved with the shape of a palace. This is the symbol of the 5 Elements Temple. The young man's eyes were bright and clear, and his face was handsome. Although he was not outstanding, he had a shy smile, which made people feel good. This young man was Luo Yan from the 5 Elements Temple. He looked at the scenery outside the horse window calmly, with curiosity in his eyes. A complaining voice came from the front carriage. "It's so boring, old man Zhang. No wonder your task has been hanging in the General Affairs Hall for more than half a month and no one has taken it. The road to the neighboring country is not only far, but this carriage is also shaking, and you can't even meditate. The most important thing is that the reward you give is too low." Ahem. Upon hearing this, an old man's honest dry laugh came from the middle carriage, which was quite embarrassing. Although the carriage runs fast, the people in the carriage are all immortal cultivators. Trucking over a long distance is just a small skill in using spiritual power. Luo Yan has been carrying out his Class C escort mission for almost a month. Even so, there is still more than half of the journey to be completed. The carriage is not moving fast, only about 300 miles a day, and it has to stop and rest every 3 hours, otherwise it will affect the next journey. This kind of horse has a trace of monster blood in its body. Compared with ordinary horses, its speed is not much improved, but its endurance is much better. It can run continuously for 6 hours without stopping. It is often used by low-level cultivators to travel long distances. Before the cultivation level reaches the late stage of key refining, there are almost no cultivators who can fly with flying tools. Even cultivators who have reached the late stage of key refining will not fly with flying tools for a long time. Only those cultivators who have reached the foundation building stage will gradually get rid of their dependence on secular transportation. The old man who just spoke is also a cultivator, but his key refining level is only the 2nd level. He said that it was because he was injured before, so his cultivation level has regressed to this level. He is the patriarch of a small family in G State. He also opened a small shop to run a talisman business. This time he came to the 5 Elements Temple to purchase goods. Don't look at the old patriarch who is submissive in front of them, always with a flattering smile on his face. In fact, in the secular world, this old patriarch is also a man of his word. After all, there are only a few people with the qualifications to practice. There are 4 people who accepted this task, including Luo Yan himself. In addition to the one in the front of the carriage, there is a couple in the middle carriage. The man who spoke first has a cultivation level of key refining level 5, and the couple except him have a cultivation level of key refining level 4. At the beginning, because Luo Yan's cultivation level was only level 3, they didn't pay much attention to Luo Yan. Maybe it was because Luo Yan grew up fast. At the age of 13 or 14, he was only slightly shorter than ordinary people. Therefore, they subconsciously thought that Luo Yan was the same age. In their eyes, he had been a disciple for 7 or 8 years, but he was only at the 3rd level of key refining. This was probably the end of his life. He had poor talent and was not very perceptive. He didn't take the initiative to greet his senior brothers and sisters. He was not polite at all. It was normal to ignore him. However, when they learned that Luo Yan had mainly focused on the formation and delayed his practice, and that he could set up a spirit-gathering formation, His reason was accepted by the other three. At the same time, they put on a polite fake smile. After all, the journey to G-state was long, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the outside world was not as thick as that on the Five Elements View Mountain, so the speed of practice would be more or less affected. With the blessing of the Spirit Gathering formation, it would definitely be much better. The area where Luo Yan and his friends were now was a deserted wasteland with few people, and ferocious beasts appeared around from time to time. People without some strength would not dare to walk on such a mountain trail. In addition to wild beasts, there are countless poisonous snakes and fierce insects, and there are also many people who rob houses. Of course, Luo Yan and his team did not encounter any robbery along the way. So except for the merchants traveling between the two countries, there are basically no people. The purpose of Luo Yan accepting this escort mission is because according to the geography of Nanayu and Wu Xingguanjian when in the Sutra Library, it can be learned that the sphere of influence of Wu Xingguan is actually very safe. It seems that there is a special magic weapon in the law enforcement hall that can instantly locate the scene of the death of disciples. As long as a sect disciple dies, it will be located by the law enforcement hall, and then a hunting mission will be issued. This also leads to few sect disciples in Nanayu. After all, it is a holy sect of cultivation. Even if the sect has a vast territory, the probability of an accident is extremely low. No one would be so stupid as to deliberately come to the territory of a super sect to cause trouble. In addition, the sect has a rule that as long as the disciples whose cultivation has not reached the late stage of key refining, they must perform a certain amount of tasks in the General Affairs Hall every month. Through these tasks, big and small, the growth of his disciples is promoted. Only when a person encounters more things, his mind will tend to mature. Therefore, a large part of the tasks in the General Affairs Hall are actually assigned to the General Affairs Hall by people from the Law Enforcement Hall after special evaluation. The purpose is to cultivate the ability of his disciples in certain aspects. Just like the long-term escort mission that Luo Yan accepted, although the danger level of the mission is only Class C, but in fact, if you encounter a very popular mission in the future, the number and type of missions performed by the person who accepts the mission will be a very important criterion. It's like an outing monster hunting mission, and a monster hunting team is short of people. When selecting team members, a fellow disciple with experience in going out to perform tasks is compared with a fellow disciple who can only stay in the Sutra Pavilion. You don't have to think too much, you know who to choose. In addition, the existence of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Five Elements Temple is well known. When facing the provocation of outsiders, it is almost always suppressed by force, thus creating a very good internal environment. This is also the reason why many disciples of the sect dare to run around even if they have low cultivation. After all, this is all within the sect's sphere of influence and under the surveillance of the Law Enforcement Hall. If the safety of its disciples cannot be guaranteed even within the territory of its own sect, then the Five Elements Temple is not worthy of being called the super sect in the southern region. The only place where this escort mission may be dangerous is the area near the border of G-state. It is the junction of the two sects' forces, and it seems a little chaotic. But Luo Yan exchanged so many life-saving talismans, and when he saw that the situation was not right, he immediately fled far away. I think it is not a big problem to escape. It is a good opportunity to go outside and take a look. It is also good to learn more about this world of cultivation. After all, cultivation is always a gradual process. It does not mean that if you stay in the sect all the time, you can increase your cultivation. Many predecessors' handwritten notes in the Sutra Library have repeatedly noted, practitioners, cultivate your mind first. Blindly pursuing a stable environment is often not conducive to cultivation. Just like the practice system of sword cultivation, just practicing hard on the moves will not improve the swordsmanship very much. The sword of the sword cultivator must see blood. Otherwise, even if the spiritual power in the body is full, it cannot break through to a higher realm. This is practice. Inhaling ki and sitting in meditation is cultivation, fighting, performing, executing tasks, etc., all work. Both are indispensable. Compared with Luo Yan, the couple in the middle car seemed to be really here for sightseeing. They didn't seem to worry about the speed of the carriage at all. Only the young man named Linglu, who spoke at the beginning, seemed to be really here for the mission contribution points. Because it is a long-distance escort mission, although there is no danger under normal circumstances, the mission level is still raised to Class C. The mission classification in the General Affairs Hall can be roughly divided into 4 categories: A, B, C and D Class D tasks are hard labor, such as planting spiritual medicine, feeding spiritual beasts, etc., which are almost dangerous. The degree of danger of tasks above Class C rises in a straight line. This escort mission shows that it will take about 2 or 3 months, and the contribution point reward for a single person is as much as 50 points. This was enough to make Lin Lu, who was short of contribution points, go through a lot. Contribution points were directly set by the mission hall of the General Affairs Hall and had nothing to do with the person who issued the mission. As long as caravans from other places came to the Five Elements Temple to do business, the General Affairs Hall would issue escort missions after the amount of spirit stones traded reached a certain amount. But some mission cycles were too long, so the old disciples who had suffered losses almost all stayed away from such escort missions. As a result, the General Affairs Hall posted escort missions, and no one took them for a long time. So at this time, some mission issuers would add rewards in the form of spirit stones, in the hope that some disciples would take up the escort mission. After all, if you're out and about and encounter any danger, you will lose more than just these few spirit stones. It's a pity that this Patriarch Zhang was tight-fisted. The 4 of them only gave 50 spirit stones, which was only enough to set up the spirit gathering array. No wonder Lin Lu said that to him. If Luo Yan didn't have a few spirit stones in his pocket, he would have wanted to roll his eyes at this stingy old man. The escort mission was expected to take more than 3 months, but it only cost 50 spirit stones to hire 4 bodyguards, 1 at the 5th level of key refining, 2 at the 4th level of key refining, and 1 at the 3rd level of key refining. No wonder the old patriarch looked embarrassed. However, as long as Lin Lu talked about increasing the mission reward, the old patriarch immediately changed to an embarrassed face, and did not speak, but just sighed dryly. He looked very pitiful. Stop the car and prepare to rest. Lin Lu's voice came from the front. The 4 carriages stopped in the shade of the trees. Patriarch Zhang took out water from the storage bag to feed the horses, and took some spiritual grass to them. Brother, the scenery here is so beautiful, let's go to the mountains. The woman who got out of the car shouted to the man in the carriage with a delicate look like a little jade. The man who came out later looked at her with a doting look and nodded helplessly. He could only send an apologetic look in the direction of Luo Yan and the others. The grass and trees on both sides of the road were lush, and the occasional roar of beasts made the atmosphere of the forest even stronger. Luo Yan sensed the changes in the spiritual power around him. The weak spiritual power made him frown. He took out the formation flag and began to set up the spirit gathering formation. He never slacked off in cultivation. Old man, how long do you think it will take us to reach G state? Lin Lu's eyes were half closed. It will probably take another month. We have to bypass the Grueling Mountains first, then pass the Imperial City and go north. The old patriarch said. What is the Grueling Mountains? Why do we have to take a detour? Lin Lu asked puzzledly. It is a devil's land. There is no spiritual energy at all, or the entire mountain range has no vitality at all. You can't see any living creatures. Everyone who walks in is dead. There was a trace of fear in the eyes of the Patriarch Zhang, and his expression was full of great terror. Lin Lu curled his lips in disdain when he heard this. Just when he wanted to ask more questions, the fluctuation of magic came from the forest. Luo Yan, who had set up the spirit gathering formation, looked at him and restrained his mind at the same time. That was the direction the couple left. Patriarch Zhang, please stand in the formation. No matter what happens, you must not leave this formation before we come back. Luo Yan arranged a small killing formation that can stimulate sword energy based on the spirit gathering formation. If an external enemy breaks in, the sword formation will be triggered to attack the intruder. At the same time, Luo Yan can sense it within a certain distance. Seeing that Patriarch Zhang stood honestly in the formation, Luo Yan and Lin Lu looked at each other and quickly rushed towards the magic fluctuations. Chapter 16 Attack deep in the forest, the couple was being attacked by a man using a chain-like weapon. With each swing of his sword, the hook chain on his hand would emit a burst of black light, followed by a harsh roar, which put the couple in danger. The couple's cultivation was not weak, but their swordsmanship was very rigid and completely rote. Even if the two of them joined forces, they were still beaten to a disadvantage. They were in a state of retreat. This is the current situation of most disciples of the sect. Before they have experienced bloody trials, in addition to the advantages of the cultivation methods and the magic weapons they hold, their combat experience has obvious weaknesses. The hook chain man who was fighting against them, with only a strange hook chain weapon and a fearless and fierce appearance, could suppress them so that they could not raise their heads. He was full of sturdy aura, and it was obvious that he had experienced many battles of life and death. Behind the hook chain man stood a gray-robed man with a knife on his back, with long hair scattered, looking very messy and unremarkable. Finally here. The gray-robed man who had been standing aside and watching them fight for a long time muttered while staring at the direction where Luo Yan and the others were coming from. Looking at his appearance, it seemed that he had long expected someone to come to help. 6th level of key refining. Lin Lu frowned at the figure blocking his way. I heard that most of the disciples of your big sect have mastered good swordsmanship. I, Chu, am not talented, so I came to learn from him. The gray-robed man shouted in the direction of Lin Lu. As for Luo Yan who was standing on the side, he subconsciously ignored him. A rookie at the 3rd level of key refining, a matter that could be solved with one sword. It would be a big deal to take him seriously. Boom. Lin Lu urged his own spiritual power. He did not hesitate at all. His figure shot out, and the long sword in his hand was full of sword energy, like a tiger descending from the mountain. An extremely powerful force directly hit the gray-robed man opposite. The gray-robed man raised his sword horizontally, and the red spiritual power surged, like a green wave, and directly collided with the sword energy. Clang. The sound of the two fighting resounded, the air wave surged, and the sword light and sword energy shot back stopped the 3 people fighting on the side. Subconsciously, I moved a little further away from their fighting circle. Huh? A kid who is only at the 3rd level of key refining dares to come and join in the fun. The man holding the hook chain said disdainfully. On the contrary, seeing Luo Yan coming, the couple also breathed a sigh of relief. The footsteps moved slightly towards him. In their eyes, although Luo Yan's cultivation is lower, he can still share some pressure. It seems that I find this scene particularly funny. What's the point of caring about a small shrimp? The hook chain man sneered. He pulled the hook chain in his hand, pinched his fingers, and summoned a large range of black fog, covering the side of everyone present. Luo Yan sensed the black fog, and he couldn't see his fingers when he stretched out his hand, and his spiritual sense couldn't reach out. He was secretly alert, pinching the formula of Earth Escape technique, ready to drill into the ground and hide at any time. But the hook and chain man's first target was not him. Taking advantage of the gap in the black fog, the hook and chain turned into a residual shadow and stabbed the woman in the couple. Bang! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Junior sister, be careful. The man's anxious reminder was still a little slow. The tip of the hook and chain gun had already pierced the woman's abdomen, and the blood dyed the ground red. The hook and chain man pulled back the chain, watching the woman fall heavily to the ground, with a bloodthirsty color in his eyes, and laughed hoarsely. Oh, your junior sister is dead. What a pity. You, a waste, can't even protect your own woman. What are you still alive for? Let me take you down to accompany your junior sister. The hook and chain man laughed wildly, and his smile was a little morbid. The man in the couple saw his junior sister fall to the ground. He was stunned at first, then threw down the sword in his hand, ran over immediately, and hugged the woman lying on the ground with tears on his face. Junior sister, junior sister. It seemed that he had completely lost his mind. This is a common problem among disciples of a large sect. They have no shortage of cultivation techniques and resources. Like a beautiful peacock, but once they encounter life and death, they are easily broken. When his mind was lost, he didn't notice that the man with the hook and chain was getting closer and closer to him. Seeing this scene, Luo Yan secretly cried out that it was not good. The spiritual power in his body surged out, and he made a gesture with his fingers, wild wind technique. Strong wind, rise. The spiritual power in his body poured out, turning into multiple rotating spiritual wind explosions, blowing from all directions, and the wind blades attacked the man with the hook and chain, while blowing away the black fog. Although you are young, you are very capable. You can actually break my spell. Since you want to die, I will help you. The man with the hook and chain dodged the wind blade blowing from the side, turned his head and swung the chain directly at Luo Yan. Obviously, he wanted to take advantage of the victory and take advantage of the fact that one of them was seriously injured and fell down. The other one had no intention of resisting, and get rid of the last person who was in the way. Facing the pursuit of the hook chain man, Luo Yan did not dodge. He looked calm and changed his spell again, flying flowers. All the dead leaves on the ground were suspended, like long arrows, shooting out with a swish, piercing the hook chain man's arm. Luo Yan's hands did not stop, and the branches of the surrounding trees grew wildly, turning into vines that wrapped around the hook chain man. Whoosh! There were too many vines, and the hook chain man could not dodge in time. His left foot was entangled, and then his right foot. In the end, he was tied up tightly by the vines, like a big green cocoon. Luo Yan breathed a sigh of relief, and just as he was about to step forward to examine the hook chain man, the blue retinal data in his eyes turned into a startled red. Warning! Warning! This life form is gathering huge energy. Please move away quickly. Luo Yan paused and jumped to the top of the tree. Just as he jumped up, the vines that wrapped the hook chain man into a wooden cocoon all exploded. Good, good. Very good. A kid who is only 14 or 15 years old can actually hurt me. It's no wonder that he is a disciple of a major sect. The clothes on the hook chain man were tattered, and blood was still dripping from his arm. If he had an old bowl, he would look like a beggar on the street who had suffered a tragic fate. Looking at his own miserable state, the hook chain man's eyes instantly turned blood red, and the veins near his temples bulged. The hook chain man roared angrily, and the blood in his body surged. He vowed to teach the boy in front of him a lesson. Just as he was about to rush forward with all his strength, a hoarse voice came, "Okay, Mountain Ghost, that's it. We should leave." Seeing the disciple of the Five Elements temple lying on the ground, the gray-robed man was shocked. If she really died here, it would probably directly attract the people from the law enforcement hall. By then, they would not be able to escape even if they wanted to. It was clearly agreed before that they just needed to hold them back, but who would have thought that this damn guy would actually get carried away, killing someone else's territory? For a moment, the gray-robed man couldn't help but curse inwardly. The hook chain man ignored him and continued to rush forward. Luo Yan turned the leaves around him into spiritual arrows and prepared to attack again. "Mountain Ghost, don't make me repeat it a second time. If you delay the boss's good thing, be careful to peel off your skin." After throwing down this sentence, the gray-robed man hurriedly ran away. If he really attracted the people from the law enforcement hall of the Five Elements Temple, the consequences would be unimaginable. He didn't want to be buried with a fool. Seeing his companions running away, the hook chain man's eyes, which were scarlet due to the injury, barely recovered. Looking at the figure in the distance who was slowly walking with a sword, he stared at the front with a vicious look. "Little ghost, you are lucky this time. Next time we meet, you won't be so lucky." Luo Yan turned his head and looked at Lin Lu, who was coming with a sword. He noticed that Lin Lu's right hand holding the sword was trembling slightly, as if he was injured. 0. Call up Lin Lu's current physical condition. Total spiritual power is less than 100. Status: after a strong collision with spiritual power of a different attribute, he suffered a backlash, internal organs were injured, and he needs to be treated. The chip quickly gave the information. Luo Yan looked around solemnly, but found that he was the one in the best condition among the people present. Chapter 17, Life Palm. Luo Yan and Lin Lu stood aside, watching the man in front of them crying silently. For a moment, both of them were silent. Perhaps thinking of the large number of Five Elements magic he had exchanged, Luo Yan half squinted his eyes. 0. Is there any way to save her life? The injury was successfully determined. She is seriously injured and unconscious. Please stop the bleeding in time, otherwise excessive blood loss will lead to death. The estimated time of death is 425 minutes. The countdown begins. Seeing that the sister on the ground still had strong life characteristics, Luo Yan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The first time he came out to perform a mission, he encountered such a situation. This made Luo Yan have an idea that it seems that the sect's sphere of influence is not so safe. But now is not the time to think about those things. The rescue mission has been successfully established. Data comparison is in progress. Data query begins. The temporary rescue plan has been established. Using the life palm to absorb the essence of plants and trees can achieve the effect of replenishing vitality, and using ice talismans to seal the body can delay the injury for 1 month. Complete healing plan: inject vitality with the life palm, and then take the regeneration pill internally to grow flesh and blood. Disadvantages: the internal organs and meridians are damaged, and special pills are required to heal. Perfect healing plan: analyzing. Insufficient data, unable to establish a plan. Unknown. Luo Yan found the jade slip introduction of the life palm in the database, and followed the practice method given by Ling, step by step. He opened his eyes. "Brother, Senior sister is only seriously injured, and she is not dead yet. Hearing this, Lin Lu and the senior brother on the ground looked at him. Because at this time, senior sister had shed too much blood, and it seemed that her body was dyed red. It looked very scary. Really? Junior brother Luo, you didn't lie to me. Please save me quickly, I'll give you whatever you want. Luo Yan stopped his pleading and walked up to the senior sister. He glanced at the inverted triangle-shaped wound on her abdomen, which was still bleeding, and frowned. Luo Yan stretched out his hand and gently tapped her abdomen. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed, hindering the circulation of the meridians. The bleeding stopped temporarily. Hiss. Then Luo Yan took another deep breath and looked around. He walked to the most lush bushes next to him, brushed his hands over the grass and trees, and the emerald green grass and trees turned from green to yellow, and finally withered and turned into brown branches and fell to the ground. Dense green fluorescence was flying in the air, wrapping Luo Yan. He guided it and gathered it on his palm, condensing it into a light green light ball. As more and more grass essence was absorbed, the light ball turned dark green again. Luo Yan estimated the time, stopped absorbing the essence of life, and walked to the side of the senior sister. His palm was facing down, and he pressed it directly on the horrifying wound. The vitality of the plants and trees slowly seeped into the body of the senior sister. The inverted triangle wound cracks gradually closed together, leaving only a red mark. Through the transformation of the life palm, the vitality generated by the essence of the plants and trees seemed to have a miraculous effect on the wound. Seeing this tense scene, the senior brother next to him didn't dare to breathe, and the whole person didn't move, only staring at it, for fear of affecting the treatment. Lin Lu opened his mouth slightly. The life palm that can absorb vitality? Did you really practice it successfully? He knew this was also a coincidence. A friend of his had also suffered such a serious injury. When he was in despair, he happened to be saved by a senior brother from the outer sect of Mu Lingfeng who had just returned from the general view. From the mouth of that senior brother, he learned that there were very few people who could learn the life palm, even in the headquarters. Because the threshold for practicing this kind of magic is very high, it requires a special affinity with wood attribute spiritual power. Otherwise, there is no hope at all. Huh? Luo Yan pulled his hand away from his senior sister and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His head was still dizzy. He felt that both his energy and spiritual power were greatly consumed. This was more tiring than the previous battle. Luo Yan took out another ice bullet spell talisman from the storage bag and put a little spiritual power to activate it. Then, at the moment when the ice bullet spell was activated, his left hand formed a spiritual power shield to cover the spiritual power of the ice bullet spell. He used the spiritual power shell to seal the ice attribute spiritual energy inside. Just like a tap, he used the faucet valve to control the water outlet. Just turn it on to let in a little bit, and then close it when it is suitable. In this way, Luo Yan guided the ice attribute spiritual energy little by little, and formed an ice coffin on the open space. Luo Yan motioned for him to put the senior sister on the ground in it. This senior sister's injury has been suppressed for the time being. But with my current skills, it can only last for about a month. In addition, I see that you are in your current state. You should be ready to give up this escort mission and go back to the sect directly. In order to prevent the temperature of the ice coffin from being insufficient, remember to add ice spiritual power to it in time. You should have seen how I control the spiritual power just now. Just do it when the time comes. I have 7 ice bullet talismans here, which I will give to you as well. It should be enough for you to rush back to the sect. Junior brother has another suggestion. When you return to the sect, you can either go to the Sutra Pavilion to find the life palm to exchange and practice it, or ask other senior brothers or elders to help you replenish the vitality of the senior sister, and then take the regenerating pill internally. With a combination of the two, this senior sister should wake up by then. Luo Yan's voice was a little panting. The long-term use of the life palm was still too much of a burden for him at the moment. The main thing is that when using this skill, you must devote yourself wholeheartedly and cannot be distracted at all. Otherwise, it is easy to fail. Thank you, junior brother. Thank you, junior brother. The man took the ice bullet talisman and said with a choked voice. Don't thank me yet, these are not for you, you need spirit stones. The exchange price of ice bullet in the merit hall is 8 contribution points per sheet, and I still have 7, a total of 64 spirit stones. Besides, I have no obligation to help you treat your elder sister, but I still helped, and almost used up all my spiritual power for this, so I will count it as your spiritual power recovery fee of 6 spirit stones. I don't want more, just give me 70 spirit stones in total." The man in the couple was stunned when he heard this, but he quickly reacted and took out a pile of spirit stones from the storage bag and handed them to Luo Yan. A rough look showed that there were at least hundreds of low-grade spirit stones. The agreed 70 spirit stones, that's 70. It's what it should be, just an equal exchange. Luo Yan returned the remaining spirit stones. He saw that the senior brother was still staring at him and seemed to be hesitant to speak. "No, I can't teach you the life palm in private. You've been a disciple for quite some time, and you know the consequences of privately teaching the skills and violating the sect's rules. If you really want to learn, just go back to the sect and exchange it at the Sutra Pavilion. Also, if you don't have a wood-attributed spiritual root, even if I teach you, you probably won't be able to learn it. The difficulty of practicing the life palm is one of the most difficult among the hundreds of spells Luo Yan has seen. The required spiritual power control accuracy is the highest among the first-level spells." Seeing the senior brother picking up the senior sister on the ground, Luo Yan couldn't help but say one more thing: "Don't worry, the vitality I injected into her is enough to keep her alive. And I also used the sleep technique to seal her consciousness, so that her consciousness fell into a sleeping state. At the same time, the ice coffin suppressed her body to prevent damage. As a cultivator at the 4th level of key refining, the vitality of the senior sister is still extremely strong. As long as she is not awakened halfway, the spiritual consciousness in her heart will not dissipate, and her life will not be in danger." After saying this, Luo Yan threw a key-gathering pill into his mouth. This pill is actually quite versatile. It can not only speed up the practice, but also be used to restore one's own spiritual power. However, few people generally do this, mainly because it is not worth it. Chapter 18, Strange, 2 people quit when they were only halfway through the journey. Is this really a Class C escort mission? Luo Yan had to think about this question. For some reason, he always felt that something was wrong. These 2 people seemed to come out to fight with him for no reason. They were clearly in the upper hand, but they quietly retreated in the end. It was so strange that it made people feel uneasy. Luo Yan shook his head, cleared these messy thoughts, sensed the empty spiritual power in his body, and was dissatisfied for a while. "I hope they have a safe journey back." Luo Yan came back to his senses and found that Lin Lu was looking at him with a strange look. It was like looking at a monster. "Brother Lin, what's wrong with you?" Luo Yan frowned. "No, nothing. I just think you are very special." Lin Lu was originally going to praise Luo Yan, but somehow, the words shrank back when they came to his mouth. He changed his words. Luo Yan is not a stupid person. He carefully reviewed what he had done just now and soon found the reason. Not only smiled. As he walked back, he said, "What about you, senior brother Lin? This escort mission took 2 or 3 months, and it was only 50 contribution points. Would you let me be a good person and give them the ice bullet talisman directly? If I was soft-hearted at the time and felt that the senior sister was too pitiful and didn't ask for the spirit stone back in time, do you think I would still have the nerve to ask for it after I went back? In other words, I have done this mission for 3 months, which is equivalent to giving it away for free, right? If you can't see through this separation of life and death, then I might as well not cultivate immortality. No, 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 I believe that if it was senior brother Lin, he would not give it directly. After all, the relationship with him is just that of a fellow disciple, and they rarely contacted us along the way. If it wasn't for this reason." Luo Yan turned around and smiled at Lin Lu. "I guess senior brother Lin felt that what I said was too direct, which made that senior brother speechless, right?" Having said this, Luo Yan didn't continue. Some things are not good to be said out loud. Lin Lu, who was walking behind, looked at the figure in front of him who was slightly shorter than him and thought deeply. He was rational, mature, and not affected by emotions. He felt that this junior brother was really a genius in other aspects, except that his cultivation speed was a little slow. He knew so many things. During the battle, the couple was at a disadvantage against a man with hooks and chains, and he was able to injure the man with hooks and chains with just a few small spells. Although Lin Lu was fighting with a gray-robed man with all his strength at that time, he still divided a part of his mind to observe the battle situation here. What he didn't expect was that the person who broke the situation was actually the junior brother they never took seriously. This kind of fighting talent was beyond his reach. There were also the spirit-gathering arrays that he accidentally revealed along the way, the vitality palms that he used to treat injuries, and a stack of ice talismans that he took at a time. He was proficient in array formations, had excellent magic talents, and had many talismans. Lin Lu's eyes flickered slightly, as if he was thinking about something. What an interesting junior brother. When Luo Yan and the others returned to the carriage from the depths of the woods, they found the ground in a mess. The carriage disappeared. Clan leader Zhang was nowhere to be seen. There were fallen trees everywhere, looking charred, and the sword formation that was casually arranged was also destroyed. The surroundings were full of traces of fighting. It seemed like a fierce battle. The mission target is gone? Junior brother Luo, it seems that our mission this time has been a complete failure. I didn't expect that in addition to the two unknown men, there would be other people to take action. Our employer is in big trouble, right? Lin Lu looked at the scene in front of him. How could he not understand that they had fallen into the trap set by the two men to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Could it be that two people just jumped out of the deep mountains and old forests and fought with them for no reason? It turned out that all this was directed at that old man, which made sense. Junior brother Luo, looking at this situation, that stingy old man should have been captured? What should we do now? Chase him? Let's not talk about whether we can beat him. How do we know where they went? Or go back and report the failure of the mission directly. Perhaps because of Luo Yan's performance just now, Lin Lu didn't dare to look down on this junior brother anymore. The respect between the words has put Luo Yan on an equal footing. This is a treatment that the couple had not received before. After all, for Lin Lu, riding in the first carriage and always walking in the front to give orders can show a little clue. He put himself in the position of the leader of this small team. Lin Lu felt that he was unlucky this time. Originally, this escort mission was quite time-consuming. Now, just halfway through, two people have quit. After returning, the employer was gone. In other words, not only did he not get anything from this trip, but after returning to the sect, he had to pay 50 spiritual stones because of the failure of the mission. It was really unlucky. Luo Yan walked to the place where the sword formation was set up and took out 5 spiritual stones from the ground. He closed his eyes and sensed the spiritual energy inside. The spiritual energy was still sufficient and had hardly been consumed. His eyes scanned the surroundings again, and finally found a broken corner of the black formation flag behind a big tree. It looked as if it was blasted here by the aftermath of the explosion. Luo Yan held the half-quarter flag in his hand, used his spirit to sense the surroundings, and released his spiritual power to explore, but still found nothing. Brother Luo, are you looking for something? When I got here, I checked it out. There couldn't be anyone around. If there was someone, he couldn't deceive my perception. After all, I have learned the spiritual eye technique for 6 or 7 years. As long as there is someone, he will never avoid my eyes. Seeing Luo Yan's behavior, Lin Lu was a little curious. Brother Luo saw his action of using the spiritual eye technique just now. Now he is inspecting it in person again. Are you worried about me, Lin? Lin Lu narrowed his eyes slightly, with a gentle smile on his mouth, but his face did not reveal a single bit. Luo Yan heard the meaning of Brother Lin's words, which was slightly thorny, but he didn't have time to pay attention. Although the sword formation he hastily arranged was not very strong, outsiders could not enter before the spiritual energy in the spirit stone was exhausted. Even if the enemy is a cultivator in the middle stage of key refining, he can still stop him for a while. Using this gap, Luo Yan and his team had enough time to rush back. However, Luo Yan found through the spirit stone found underground that the spiritual energy in the spirit stone was almost not lost. Also, it stands to reason that the formation flag is something that an outsider can break even if he uses violence to break the formation. The formation flag will break, but it will never be torn into pieces, as if it was bombarded by a big fireball. The fragments of the formation flag flew outside the formation. Based on the above 2 points, Luo Yan judged that there was an enemy, but I'm afraid it's a thief who has entered the house. Chapter 19, Hypocritical Smile. 0. Analyze the whereabouts of the enemy and Patriarch Zhang through the traces left at the scene. In Luo Yan's eyes, a 3D real-time scene slowly emerged, and his perspective slowly turned. It was like a third-person wide-angle perspective, slowly spreading from near to far, and clearly visible in every tree pattern. The real-time scene was divided into countless grids, with footprints left when they walked, wheel marks of the carriage, and spiritual power fluctuations after the formation was running. All the data was noted one by one. Analysis begins. Data 1. The outside of the Xiaoqian sword formation was not subjected to strong external impact. According to the strength of the spiritual power shield, the probability of the formation flag being destroyed from the inside is 73.49%. Data 2. Through the simulation and retrospection of the surrounding battle traces, the fire element energy exceeds the average value. The number of strange footprints is 1. There is no trace of any distant footprints, and the probability of floating away is 43%. Data 3. According to the concentration of spiritual power remaining at the scene, and the rate at which the spiritual power fluctuation disappears with the increase of time, the spiritual power intensity that erupted at the scene is greater than 160, and the probability of being a 5th level key refining cultivator is 63.7%, and the probability of being a 6th level key refining cultivator is 26.3%. Data analysis is complete. The probability of the sword formation being impacted and then being released from the inside is 94.1%, and the probability of the enemy remaining in place is 64%. Sure enough. Luo Yan smiled. Anyone with a little knowledge of formations knows that although killing formations can be entered from the outside, they must either break the formation by force or find the life gate left by the formation master. It is a foolish dream for outsiders to find the life gate at the entrance by luck alone. Because the life gates of most formations change with the extension of time. Unless the intruder is also a formation master, it is possible to find out the rules and break in without disturbing the formation master. If he is really a formation master, he will not leave such obvious clues for Luo Yan. Even the formation flag was shattered by him. This is obviously someone did it on purpose. I was wondering why it was so strange. It turned out that there was a mouse playing tricks with him. This is the power of the chip. It can integrate various data and information, and derive the probability of various possibilities under known conditions. This is undoubtedly the most valuable help for Luo Yan. Most of the immortal cultivators rely too much on their own spiritual sense, or what they see with their eyes. When there is an inductive scene, they are easily misled. If one is accidentally caught in someone else's trap, it's okay if he doesn't have a strong killing intention. If he has a strong killing intention, he will take the opportunity to sneak attack with a high probability of success. Luo Yan himself is a cautious person. He never relies too much on his spiritual sense, even though it is really useful. It can clearly sense the existence of life and the strength of spiritual power like a radar. Explore whether there is danger ahead. But relying too much will eventually cause problems. After all, in this world of cultivation, there are too many strange spells, and it is not surprising that there are spells that can block perception. Is it an enemy? Luo Yan sent a look to Lin Lu ready to fight, signaling him to draw his sword and cut the surrounding trees. Although Lin Lu was confused, seeing Luo Yan's cautious expression, he was very tactful and did not ask any more questions. He took out the magic sword on his back, nine-fold sword. A series of red sword energy flew in all directions, wrapped in sharp wind blades, and with a swift momentum, directly cut down all the surrounding trees. Lin Lu gathered his strength and slashed out a sword light, sweeping across the fallen trees in front, causing a series of roars. After waiting for a moment, there was still no movement. Lin Lu couldn't help but turn around again and look at this Luo junior brother in confusion. Luo Yan frowned slightly, looking at the flying dust in the distance. In this situation, it is indeed impossible for someone to hide. So he looked down at the ground. Lin Lu shrugged helplessly, indicating that he had no way. Even if there was someone hiding underneath, he was powerless. Lin Lu's major was swordsmanship. Apart from being able to cast a fireball spell, he felt that the power of other 5-element spells was too low, so he didn't study them in depth. Swordsmanship is not as comfortable as it is. If he doesn't like it, he can just bang it with 2 swords. Swordsmanship is the ultimate romance for men. Magic is not as popular as swordsmanship. This is the truth he believes. Seeing this, Luo Yan no longer holds hope for the senior brother Lin. He frowned and took out 2 more key-gathering pills from his storage bag and swallowed them. After a brief period of spiritual power disorder, his spiritual power instantly recovered a lot. Luo Yan opened his eyes and sighed softly. Earth spell, ground sinking. Instantly, the soil around Luo Yan sank into the ground, forming a half-meter high bulge with a position where the 2 of them stood. Earth spell, swamp. Earth spell, rock. Fire spell, big fireball. Luo Yan used several mixed spells in succession, first turning the soil into mud, then using the rock spell to harden the ground, and finally using a big fire to burn the surface. Let the surrounding soil continue to maintain a high temperature state. Lin Lu, who was standing next to him, was stunned. It was the first time that Lin Lu saw someone using spells in such a coordinated manner. Even though he had participated in several outer sect competitions, there were also geniuses in spells, but they could not do it as smoothly as junior brother Luo. It was incredible. There was an indescribable sense of art. Do you want to come out by yourself, or do I use the formation to detain all the earth-attributed spiritual energy in this area, and then use the rock technique to solidify the ground, and then choose to suffocate to death in it? Luo Yan said calmly. He believed that the person underground could hear him. However, the continuous release of the magic made him breathe more heavily. Just when Luo Yan was considering whether to set up a large-scale spirit-repelling formation, a weak fluctuation of earth-attributed spiritual energy appeared at the feet where Lin Lu was standing. Lin Lu was immediately frightened and pulled Luo Yan away. A gray-haired figure slowly emerged from the soil, revealing his signature silly smile. Chief Zhang. Stinky old man. Lin Lu shouted in surprise. His expression was full of disbelief. After reacting, Lin Lu rushed over like a fly and lifted the old chief out of the soil. While holding the old patriarch with his hands, he slapped his face heavily with the back of his sword. Why are you hiding underground, you dumb old man? We called you for a long time, but you didn't respond. We thought you were killed. For your 50 spirit stones, one of my junior sisters was seriously injured, and my junior brother also withdrew. Tell me the truth, what do you do? Why are you being hunted by so many cultivators in the middle stage of key refining? You are a damn stingy thing. Not only did you only give 50 spirit stones as a reward, but you also lied about the danger level of the mission. Do you know that this will easily make us misjudge the degree of danger and kill us? Also, you are hiding in such a deep soil, aren't you afraid of suffocating to death? Lin Lu's foam stars almost soaked the old patriarch's hair. He became more and more angry as he spoke. If it weren't for the fact that after accepting the task, the token of the 5 Elements Temple had a monitoring function, he really wanted to rob it directly. Seeing Lin Lu's furious look, the old patriarch who was beaten didn't fight back. His old face, full of frosting, sometimes showed a bitter-guard look, sometimes smiled foolishly, and pointed his iconic big teeth at Lin Lu. Luo Yan's mouth twitched. Brother Lin, I advise you to let go of the old patriarch and stay away from him. Do you see any signs of injury on his body? There is a smell of blood on Patriarch Zhang. Although it is very light, it still can't escape my nose that has magnified my sense of smell dozens of times. Chapter 20. The 3 treasure guard. Looking at the honest smile of Patriarch Zhang, Lin Lu looked at Luo Yan in disbelief, his expression full of surprise. Although he thought what junior brother Luo said was a bit unbelievable, he still subconsciously let go of his hand. He understood Luo Yan's underlying meaning. Lin Lu still couldn't believe it. Are you kidding me, junior brother Luo? No matter how you look at it, he looks like an old man. What's there to doubt? At this point, he patted Zhang's shoulder twice, and saw that his grimace of pain didn't seem fake. No matter how you look at it, he looks like a useless old man who is about to be buried. Then senior brother Lin, why don't you listen to what our employer has to say first? Luo Yan motioned Lin Lu to stand further away. He took out 3 thunder talismans from his storage bag and pointed them at Zhang, the lightning flashing, as if they were already in an activated state. As long as he thought about it, it would be activated. Hey, Luo Xiaoyao, please stop. Zhang wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead and shouted hurriedly. Old man, I saw an enemy coming and was afraid of being captured by them, so I hid underground using the earth escape technique. Then I closed my 5 senses. After all, I am only at the 2nd level of key refining. If I don't hide my breath well, I will definitely be captured. I really didn't hear the shouts of you and Lin Xiaoyao. Lin Lu stood aside and listened to the old man's explanation, nodding in approval. It is understandable that he couldn't hear their conversation because he hid too deep underground. Lin Lu didn't think that this stingy old man could have any bad intentions. After all, his cultivation was so low, if he had any bad intentions, he would have discovered it long ago. For a moment, he had the idea that junior brother Luo was making a fuss about nothing. 2nd level of key refining? Patriarch Zhang, you are joking. If you are only at the 2nd level of key refining, how could you kill an enemy who is at least at the 5th level of key refining? Do you admit it yourself, or do you want me to help you dig the body out of the ground? What do you think, Patriarch Zhang? Luo Yan's face was solemn. The old man hid so deep that none of them were too prepared for him. Luo Yan initially thought that it was an enemy hiding underground, but he didn't expect it to be the old patriarch who looked harmless. Since the old patriarch was still alive, and the heavy smell of blood on him, it was reminding Luo Yan that the invading enemy was most likely dead. This possibility would be absurd at first, but excluding the impossible, the remaining guess, no matter how impossible it is, can only be the answer. Hearing this, Lin Lu touched his forehead, which was half a beat slower, and looked at the plain old man with his eyes wide open. Although he didn't understand why junior brother Luo would say such outrageous words and even take out the thunder talisman. But compared to an outsider, the relationship between fellow brothers is more worthy of his trust. So he also pointed the tip of the magic sword at Patriarch Zhang. It seemed that he would draw his sword at the slightest disagreement. In fact, what Lin Lu was thinking was that since junior brother Luo was also dissatisfied with this old man, he might as well go all out and rob this stingy old man. Otherwise, when he returned to the sect, not only would he not get any contribution points, but he would also have to pay 50 spiritual stones. It was a huge loss. Even if he was found out by the sect's law enforcement hall, it was the old man's fault first. If he hadn't concealed the level of the task, he wouldn't have been killed by several cultivators in the middle stage of key refining. Looking at the increasingly dangerous look in the eyes of the sect disciple next to him, how could Patriarch Zhang not understand that this was greed? The change was so fast. Patriarch Zhang shuddered and cursed in his heart. These disciples of the big sects changed their faces too quickly. They were doing their job in the last second, and they wanted to kill me the next moment. They are simply not human beings. In fact, what really gave Patriarch Zhang a headache was not the greedy reckless man like Lin Lu. Even if the other party was greedy, he had a way to cover it up. After all, it was the couple who were in danger. What did an old man like him have to do with it? It was still possible to find a reason to shirk responsibility. What really gave him a headache was the guy on the opposite side who had the lowest cultivation and seemed to be the easiest to deal with. At first, he was inconspicuous in the escort team and didn't like to talk much. He just knew how to gather spirits. But from the sword formation he casually set up when the two of them left just now, Patriarch Zhang knew that he had underestimated him. And when he was forced out by others with multiple spells after hiding more than 10 meters underground, he knew that he had miscalculated. Sure enough, none of the disciples of the big sects were simple. I'm afraid that today's matter will not be resolved peacefully without a sufficient reason. As for killing these two sect disciples and leaving, Patriarch Zhang glanced at the direction where Luo Yan was standing, and he looked fully alert. If it was before he was discovered, maybe a sneak attack would be possible, but now, he wouldn't even have this idea. Once any of these two people escape, he will face the law enforcement hall of the Five Elements Temple. At least a whole team of law enforcers at the 9th level of key refining. Thinking of this possibility, Zhang clan leader gave up the idea of fighting with him. Besides, with his current strength, he might not be able to beat these two people in a head-on battle. After all, disciples of large sects like Luo Yan have countless means of attack, and it is normal to have some life-saving skills beyond cognition. Luo Yan's mixed magic just now taught him a lesson. It turns out that these inconspicuous 5-element basic magics can sometimes have unexpected effects. Since he can't hide it anymore, and can't take action directly, let's have a good talk with him. Let's see the result. If it's not ideal. Thinking of this, a trace of madness flashed in Zhang clan leader's turbid eyes. Next, he lifted the magic to hide his cultivation in Lin Lu's stunned eyes. You are actually at the 5th level of key refining. Lin Lu shouted. Hearing this, Zhang clan leader's wrinkled old face showed a trace of embarrassment. Luo Yan had expected this, so he didn't seem too surprised. Old Patriarch, please tell me the specific reason why they are chasing you. I don't want to hide anything. Or, you can try to force us to stay. After saying this, Luo Yan took out a small copper sword. This is a long-distance communication sword. Although it is only the size of 2 fingers, it can transmit a short picture and sound, and the flying speed is extremely fast, and it is almost impossible to stop it in the key refining stage. Patriarch Zhang has been in the world of immortal cultivation for so many years, so he naturally knows the sect swords used by disciples of large sects to communicate with each other. Now he is even less willing to take action. Little friend Luo, don't joke, I am no match for you two. The old patriarch looked at the brown sword and smiled. Luo Yan was not confused by his bitter smile, and stepped back a little, motioning him to continue. In fact, after seeing that the old employer was hiding underground, Luo Yan was not so nervous. After all, the unknown is the most frightening. When I was young, my friend and I accidentally entered the cave of a foundation-building cultivator who had passed away. There, the two of us obtained more than a dozen jade slips of cultivation techniques and a large number of first-level spiritual herbs. Among them was a second-level blood demon vine with a gourd on it. Later, I learned that the gourd was called the Three Treasures Gourd, which was also a rare treasure in the eyes of foundation-building cultivators. But because the Three Treasures Gourd takes too long to grow, it usually takes 200 or 300 years to fully mature, so this gourd is not well known. We were both less than 20 years old at the time, so naturally we couldn't recognize what kind of gourd it was. Just because the gourd had not yet grown, I took the ownership of the blood demon vine from my friend after paying a certain price. The old patriarch paused and continued, "Two senior sect friends, do you know how old I am this year?" Luo Yan had a blank expression on his face, his eyes half closed, and Lin Lu shook his head. "I am not even 70 this year." Luo Yan showed surprise in his eyes. "That's right. Because of their spiritual power, most immortal cultivators have the ability to maintain their youth. I'm already in the late stage of key refining. I originally had at least 50 to 60 years to live, but now I have less than 10 years to live. It's just that I was eager for quick results more than 10 years ago, so I used my own blood to irrigate the blood demon vine in order to speed up its growth. Who would have thought that this would be the beginning of my regrets?" Chapter 21 Conditions. It took me too long to advance to the late stage of key refining, and my blood and energy have begun to decline. It is hopeless for me to establish a foundation in this lifetime. The blood demon vine takes too long to mature. Even if I run out of lifespan, I can't wait until it grows up completely. So in order to speed up its growth, I began to use my own blood to nourish the blood demon vine for a long time. Although I took elixirs that increase blood and ki, my blood and ki still withered very quickly. My realm also fell from the late stage of key refining to the 5th level of key refining. It will take a long time for the blood demon vine to mature. I overestimated myself. I knew it would be like this. The old patriarch said this with full of regret. He originally had decades to live. But he was tossed to death by himself. At this time, my friend from my youth came to the door. When he saw that my blood and ki were withered, he easily guessed the reason. Fortunately, I met him in the market that day, and he didn't dare to attack me directly in the market. He threatened me to hand over the blood demon vine and the 3 treasures gourd to him, otherwise he would find a chance to kill me and implicate my family. I am not too worried about my family. With the Tai immortal sect around, he dare not create large-scale killings, otherwise he would be courting death. But I have carefully cultivated the blood demon vine for decades, spent most of my life's efforts on it, and almost all of my wealth has been invested in it. How could I give it to him? So I found an opportunity to escape from G state and fled all the way to Naniu state. I didn't expect that there were always several tails following me, and I couldn't get rid of them. I was desperate and found your sect and applied for an escort mission. Luo Yan's first reaction to hearing this story was that it was untrue. Patriarch Zhang concealed too much information. The blood demon vine should be real, and the pursuers are real. But he should have hidden a lot of important information. And these directly skipped information are most likely the reason why he can escape from the pursuers again and again. I am very grateful for the protection of the 2 disciples of the upper sect on this trip. If you can continue to perform the mission and escort me back to G state safely, I am willing to give you 100 spirit stones each. Lin Lu glanced at Luo Yan's direction, and the greed in his eyes slowly subsided. This old man was actually at the 5th level of key refining, and he stopped looking down on him. After all, he was hiding under his feet just now. If it weren't for junior brother Luo's reminder, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. With a previous experience, it is easy to defeat this kind of old man who cherishes his life, but it is difficult to prevent him from escaping. As for the idea of knocking the old man down and snatching the spirit stones, he would not admit it. Who asked this old man to conceal the level of the task, and he was so stingy? He is right. Now that the other party has taken the initiative to increase the reward, he is happy to treat this as a Class B task. After all, he, Lin Lu, is planning to shine in this year's outer sect competition. How could he have such a dirty idea of stealing? Didn't you say that your old friend is also in the late stage of key refining? The two of us can't stop him, nor can we protect you. And with your current state, what will happen if you go back? Are you going to stay in the market town for the rest of your life? Luo Yan narrowed his eyes. The reason why I escaped was to get rid of them and then hide my identity. Now this wish has not come true. It is better to go back directly and end this cause and effect. As for my old friend, you don't have to worry about him, Luo. I have used the resources in my hands to invite a helper, and someone will take action against my old friend. Otherwise, he would have been among the people who attacked us just now. You just need to help me stop his remaining 2 men. I have also thought it through along the way. Nothing is more important than life. After I go back, I will hand over the blood demon ivy to Taiyi Xianzong and seek the protection, in the hope of spending a peaceful old age. Hearing the blood demon ivy mentioned many times by the old man, Lin Lu suddenly became interested. Stinky old man, take out your blood demon ivy and let me see what kind of treasure it is that can make you 2 cultivators in the late stage of key refining entangled with each other for decades. Little friend Lin, you are joking. That thing is a plant, of course it has to be planted in the soil. There is no reason to carry it with you. If you pull it out of the soil, I'm afraid it will die. Patriarch Zhang responded with a smile, and declined calmly. From the greed that flashed in his eyes just now, it can be concluded that this kid is not a good thing. If the blood demon vine is seen by him, who knows what kind of trouble it will cause. To be honest, Patriarch Zhang really wronged him this time. Lin Lu was just simply curious this time. He didn't have the patience to bury this kind of thing in the soil for hundreds of years. If he had this spare time, he would have perfected his swordsmanship long ago. When he has enough strength, he will go directly to the Sea Dragon Palace to rob it. The treasures there are countless. This is the concept of the swordsman. If you grow it yourself, not only will you have to wait for a long time, but you will also have to spend a lot of effort to take care of it carefully. Didn't you see that this stingy old man's cultivation has regressed? Although Lin Lu's swordsmanship is just getting started, he can't even be invincible at the same level, let alone cross-border battles. But he doesn't intend to give up the path of sword cultivation. Breaking all laws with one sword is an eternal truth. As long as he has enough strength and a sword, he can go anywhere in the world. If he is short of elixirs, he can go to the wilderness. If he is short of treasures, he can go to the Sea Dragon tribe in the South China Sea. He will have everything he needs. The logic of sword cultivators is so simple, direct and rough. In other words, everything he can grab is his. Not enough. Luo Yan said softly. A thoughtful look appeared on his face. At first, he thought about giving up this task directly. Although Luo Yan could only believe 30% of the old patriarch's 10 words, it was a fact that he could kill a pursuer who was at least at the 5th level of key refining. Although I don't know why he didn't leave immediately, but hide underground instead. It doesn't matter whether there is a helper in the late stage of key refining to support him. His and Lin Lu's task is just to stop the 2 people who had just fought with him. Other things are not within the scope of their tasks. If this is the case, this task is not impossible to continue. There is no need to come forward to fight with a late stage of key refining. The danger is much smaller. Even if his guess is seriously wrong, Luo Yan has a way to save his life. After all, he bought a lot of talismans for escape. Luo Yan wanted to run, but the cultivators in the late stage of key refining could not stop him. And the cost of giving up this escort mission is indeed a bit high. Not only did he waste 2 months of time, but he also lost a total of 200 spirit stones in and out. This is not how you lose money. What do you think is a reasonable price, Mr. Luo? I don't want the spirit stones, I'm very interested in your technique to hide your cultivation. The old patriarch shook his head and refused. No, 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 this technique that can even hide one's own aura perfectly. I believe the exchange price in your sect is also very valuable. No, 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 I'm losing a lot. Mr. Luo is obviously bullying me. His old face turned bitter again, and he looked embarrassed. What I mean is, I don't want the spirit stones, just teach me the technique. Hearing Luo Yan's reiteration, the old patriarch fell into hesitation. He actually didn't want to hand over this magic. After all, it was his life. But the old patriarch knew that if he didn't use this magic in exchange, Luo Yan would definitely refuse to perform the task, and the guy next to him, who looked reckless but was actually extremely cunning, would most likely take the opportunity to raise the price. He would threaten him with a law enforcement haul, and if he didn't agree, he would go back and sue him for lying about the level of the task. Agreeing would also have risks. Because one of them gave up the task. It would be the same outcome when Luo Yan returned to the sect. By then, he would really lose both the wife and the army. So the safest thing is to get both of them to agree. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 Lin Lu's Ambition. Patriarch Zhang finally agreed to hand over the magic jade slip to Luo Yan. But he would not fulfill his promise until he arrived in G State safely. After renegotiating, the three of them set off again. The horse that had run away was found by Patriarch Zhang by some unknown means. However, after such a fight, the carriage was almost completely damaged. By using local materials, 2 drivable carriages were barely assembled. Lin Lu and Luo Yan sat in the same carriage. When they came, it was nothing for Lin Lu to walk in the front alone. After all, he had the highest cultivation. But when he saw the magical combination of junior brother Luo's magic, the old man was hiding his thoughts. He said he would not walk in front no matter what. These 2 people were more thoughtful than each other, and they were simply not from the same world as him. Lin Lu asked Patriarch Zhang to lead the way in front, and he and Luo Yan kept a distance of more than 10 meters behind, to prevent possible sudden pursuit. Suddenly, a question came from my ear. Young friend Luo, can you answer a question for me? If I hadn't come out just now, but used the earth escape technique to escape, what would you have done? Hearing this, Lin Lu on the side also looked at him curiously. Luo Yan replied calmly, I have a little understanding of the 5 elements escape technique. The advantage of the earth escape technique is that it is concealed. After being isolated by the soil, the spiritual power fluctuations shown are small. But its escape speed has always been at the bottom of the 5 elements escape technique. As long as the old patriarch dares to use the earth escape technique, the fluctuations of his breath cannot be hidden, and I can sense it. And the reason why I use the rock technique is to solidify the surrounding soil. In this range, it will be very difficult for you to use the earth escape technique. In addition, with the help of the formation, you can't escape. Luo Yan knew that the old patriarch might have many tricks that he hadn't used yet. This senior who had lived for 70 years of key refining knew without thinking that it was not as simple as he said. Luo Yan even suspected that his name was probably chosen at random. It is not difficult to hide from the detection of the people in the General Affairs Hall. When Luo Yan first arrived at the General Affairs Hall, he saw senior brother Su's lazy behavior and guessed it. As long as the assigned tasks will not cause large-scale casualties to the ordinary disciples who accept the tasks, it has nothing to do with them. Playing Tai Chi and shirking responsibilities are almost perfect in this regard by the managers of any department. What really makes people care is the Sect's Law Enforcement Hall. This is a department that has the ability to punish most disciples. Because the minimum cultivation threshold for applying to join them is the 9th level of key refining. When performing tasks, they usually show themselves with special jade masks. That mask can isolate outsiders from detection, and combined with the unique breath-retaining technique of the Law Enforcement Hall, it is simply an excellent tool to hide their identities. And most of the tasks they deal with are violations of sect rules, defections, assassinations, etc. This is a group of hyenas. In order to complete the mission objectives, they often run to other sects to perform tasks. Even if they are cultivators in the Foundation establishment period, as long as their number reaches more than 4, they dare to join forces to encircle and kill. If the target is not dead, the person will not come back. They also regarded this as a kind of training. This is why Patriarch Zhang was afraid of attracting people from the Law Enforcement Hall. Not to mention that his cultivation has regressed now. Even if he is in the Foundation establishment stage, he will not be able to escape the punishment. It is useless to hide one's name, because everyone who goes to the General Affairs Hall of the 5 Elements Temple to register for a task has their soul aura recorded. Therefore, the people in the General Affairs Hall are not afraid that the person who issues the task has ulterior motives. With the guidance of this soul aura, it doesn't take much effort to find the person who issues the task. Then search the soul directly. At that time, no demons or monsters can escape the soul search. This is why many disciples of the 5 Elements Temple dare to act recklessly when they go out as long as they do not run out of the sect's sphere of influence. even if their cultivation is very low. Killing them will attract people from the law enforcement hall, but not killing them will make them hate it. It is simply annoying. Of course, the Five Elements Temple has its own law enforcement hall, and other sects also have corresponding departments. Some are called war halls, and some are called patrol envoys. The names are different, but the meaning of existence is similar. Fortunately, the deterrence of the law enforcement hall of the Five Elements Temple is also effective for the disciples of the sect. If there is a situation of indiscriminate killing of innocent people in a place, as long as it is discovered by the local inspector, the people of the law enforcement hall will still be attracted. At that time, these hyenas will not care who you are and will directly arrest you. It will be easier if you resist, just kill them and be done with it. Otherwise, even if you have a great reason, you will have to go through the Five Elements purgatory. Only if you have the ability to come out will you be given the opportunity to explain your reasons. This is a sort of Damocles hanging over everyone's head. Mortals manage mortals, and the inspectors supervise the local areas. The two lines complement each other. All those who have the qualifications to cultivate their mortals enter the sect, and those with low cultivation will return to the local area to guard one side. Those with high cultivation will face opponents from other sects or demon tribes. This is a mature system that has been running for thousands of years. Therefore, the Five Elements Temple is the only area in the Kangwu cultivation world where there is no family power and space for independent cultivation. Because it is close to the wilderness and sparsely populated, there are not so many people to pick and choose. As long as you have the qualifications to practice, the sect will accept you. You need contribution points to practice, buy spells, instruments, elixirs, etc., and you have to perform tasks to get contribution points. There are guarding tasks, planting tasks, feeding tasks, and killing tasks. When you have stayed in the sect for a certain number of years and your cultivation has not yet broken through, the cave you live in will charge contribution points. If you are an ordinary disciple who has no hope for practice, has given up practicing, and covets the glory and wealth of the mortal world, when they have children, those who can practice will still be forced to return to the sect. For those who cannot practice, it is meaningless to be the king of the mortal world. In this way, a reincarnation is achieved, although there are loopholes in this. For example, contribution points can be transferred. Some families have produced many cultivators for many generations in a row, and all resources are concentrated on one person. The sect will also choose to turn a blind eye and be happy to see it happen. After all, the danger of foreign wars is much higher than the danger within the sphere of influence. Stop the expansion of the Central Saint sect, the unification of the Sea tribe in the south, the counterattack of the monster tribe in the Great Wilderness, etc. There are too many places where high-level cultivators are needed. The sect leaders wish there were more such cultivators. In short, within the sphere of influence of the Five Elements Temple, although there were minor fights, it could generally maintain relative stability. Lin Lu sat in the carriage, sighing at Brother Luo, who was closing his eyes and regulating his internal breath. He felt that the world was full of malice towards him. Who would have thought that an ordinary old man had the cultivation of the late stage of key refining? If it weren't for Brother Luo's meticulousness, his mission would have failed. Once he paid out 50 spirit stones, his idea of buying pian pills to impact the 6th level of key refining would be in vain. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait another 2 years to have the opportunity to become an outer disciple. After all, with his cultivation of the 5th level of key refining, it was still quite difficult to face those geniuses in the top 100. He himself had no confidence. Now, as long as he could send this old man to G state safely, get the spirit stones, and have pian pills, he would have the confidence to pull down an outer disciple who ranked lower. But what surprised Lin Lu was that junior brother Luo knew so many spells and was cautious. He shouldn't have put the cart before the horse and delayed his practice. How come he only reached the 3rd level of key refining after practicing for so long? Looking at Luo Yan, who was slightly shorter than him, Lin Lu had the answer. Maybe he was a disciple who entered the sect 2 years later than him. This was also the most reasonable explanation. The disciples who just joined last year were not within his consideration. Which of practicing spells and arranging formations did not require a lot of time to study. As for the outer disciples, this possibility would not exist. Which outer disciple was only at the 3rd level of key refining? Lin Lu had never seen an outer disciple go out without wearing the 5-color robes that represented his identity. They were all arrogant, So how could they accept such a thankless escort mission? Maybe junior brother Luo is a little genius in magic. Lin Lu thought secretly. Chapter 23 Reflection. Luo Yan, who closed his eyes and regulated his breathing, was reflecting at this moment. The scene of his previous battle was playing in his mind. There are many flaws in this battle. First of all, the enemy's movement speed is too fast, and there is no chance to use more powerful spells. Secondly, the power of the One Eye Fiho spell needs to be improved urgently. Hitting the enemy only scratches the arm and cannot cause further damage. The binding effect of the Vine spell is not satisfactory. If it is entangled tightly, it can be broken by brute force. Facing targets with low realms, the effect is not bad, but it seems a bit stretched for those with higher cultivation. Luo Yan repeatedly watched his battle with the Hook and Chain Man. He found a lot of problems from it. He understood a little bit why other people didn't use spells frequently when fighting. Senior brother Lin Lu simply specialized in a sword. It was really because the spiritual power fluctuations of the spells were too obvious. Most cultivators have a fighting method that relies on spiritual consciousness for a long time to judge the size of spiritual power fluctuations and then decide whether to confront head-on. Also, I observed the battle between senior brother Lin Lu and the gray-robed man. The sword energy leaking out is no weaker than the power of magic. If I can't improve the power of magic, I'm afraid I can only run away when facing high-level cultivators in the future. Magic also requires casting time, so I have to find a way to solve these two problems. I am only at the 3rd level of key refining now, although it has been less than 2 months since I reached the 4th level. But the fight between cultivators at the 6th level of key refining is so terrifying. If I encounter cultivators at the late stage of key refining again, whether they are the pursuers or the helpers invited by Patriarch Zhang, as long as one of them can set up a ceiling formation, it should be enough to make him powerless to resist. Luo Yan's face was gloomy, and he glanced at Lin Lu, who was also regulating his breath. I have to think of a way to increase my strength, otherwise I will always run blindly, and no matter how many talismans I have, I can't hold on. Luo Yan showed a thoughtful expression and looked at the scenery outside the horse window. It's almost autumn. Is there any way to increase the power of the spells to a higher level and shorten the casting time? Luo Yan looked at the spells he had learned and silently recited, 10,000 leaves flying flowers, fireball technique, golden light art, 3 talent sword sutra. Among them, only 10,000 leaves flying flowers was at the mastery level, and the other spells were just entry level. Swordsmanship was not yet entry level. It was mainly Luo Yan's personality that caused him not to like rushing to the front to fight and kill, so he didn't practice swordsmanship much. Before the escort mission, he was refining pills and had no time to practice. However, most of the spells are about to reach the mastery level. In the art of spells, as long as one skill reaches the mastery level, similar skills can be easily practiced to mastery. This is the origin of the saying, if you master one skill, you will master all skills. It's like knowing that the location of the sect is at the top of the mountain. No matter where you throw him at the foot of the mountain, as long as he keeps walking towards the mountain, he will definitely be able to return to the sect. If you think in this way, the only choice left for Luo Yan is to increase the power of the 10,000 leaves flying flowers. 10,000 leaves flying flowers, when practiced to a high level, can be comparable to a strike from a top-grade magic weapon. Suddenly, Luo Yan recalled the situation when he first came into contact with a spell, and there was a sentence at the end. The function of the magic weapon is to allow the user to use the least spiritual power to deal the greatest damage, as if it is a spiritual power amplifier. The materials selected for the magic weapon are also extremely tough. The use scenario of 10,000 leaves flying flowers is anytime and anywhere, and it is difficult to achieve toughness. So how can we amplify the power of the 10,000 leaves flying flowers spell? Luo Yan pondered for a while and silently said, 0. Can you analyze the way to increase the power of the spell? Improve the power of the spell. The reason is being analyzed. The conclusion is 1. Borrow the free attribute spiritual power factors between heaven and earth, guide them, gather more spiritual power, and complete the spell. 2. Compress the original spiritual power to form a structural model, and input more spiritual power when releasing it. 3. Borrow the runes to mobilize the spell? Insufficient data, unable to analyze. Luo Yan was stunned at first, and then reacted immediately. Runes are not considered. There is not a single bit of information on this in the sutra library. It seems that I will have to find a way to get in touch with them when I arrive at the Five Elements Temple headquarters. In other words, one is to compress spiritual power, and the other is that the spell is just a trigger to mobilize the spiritual power factors between heaven and earth to achieve the purpose of casting spells. Luo Yan thought for a while. He is only at the third level of key refining now, and the total amount of spiritual power is not much. If the power of spells can be increased by increasing the output of spiritual power, then he will have no spiritual power after releasing 2 spells? If he encounters the enemy at this time, won't he have no power to resist? Establish a task. The content is to mobilize the spiritual power between heaven and earth. He muttered silently. Task established. Start searching the spell database. Comprehensive analysis in progress. After Luo Yan established a task, he no longer paid attention to the chip and let it analyze autonomously. He relaxed his whole body and mind and began to slowly adjust his breath. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, it was evening and the carriage stopped by the roadside. Lin Lu went out to explore the way, while the old patriarch lit a fire under the tree. The firelight hid his wrinkled face, and he was in a trance. Luo Yan sat in the carriage, and the wood-attributed spiritual energy around him turned into faint green light spots, enveloping him. These fluorescent lights covered his Taoist robes and skin, like a little green man glowing slightly. The green light lasted for half an incense stick before slowly dissipating. Then, outside the carriage where Luo Yan was, the withered yellow leaves on the ground moved without wind, and then brought a breeze to his face. The old patriarch glanced at the fallen leaves and no longer paid attention. Task analysis completed. The mechanical sound of the chip came from Luo Yan's mind, interrupting his communication with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The breeze outside stopped, and the fallen leaves fell where they were. After a moment, Luo Yan opened his eyes, and a light green light flashed in his eyes. I can feel the wood-attributed spiritual power factor in this world. It is everywhere. But it is very difficult to use it for my own benefit. The appearance of the breeze is not noticeable, but it is far from enough to be used in battle. Call up the task analysis results. Luo Yan muttered. Option 1, Wood Huandan. It is made entirely of spiritual medicines that are most compatible with wood attributes. It can temporarily enhance the host's wood-attributed single spiritual power, making it more convenient to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The power of this spiritual medicine cannot be absorbed by the body, otherwise it will cause irreversible harm. Option 2, it is expected that the 10,000 leaves flying flowers technique will be performed 10,000 times, and the proficiency can be automatically advanced to the great success level. Option 3, get a wood-attributed spiritual beast. Some spiritual creatures are born in heaven and earth, awaken their spirits for 1,000 years, and transform for another 1,000 years. They can easily help the host mobilize the wood-attributed spiritual power factor in the world. Chapter 24. Shengxi Luo Yan called up the information of these 3 plans, and his brows slowly furrowed. The second option is obviously unrealistic. It would take at least several years to cast more than 10,000 times. For Luo Yan, who is eager to enhance his personal strength, it is unrealistic. Luo Yan has never seen such advanced things as wood-attributed spirit beasts or spirit objects, let alone find them to assist in cultivation. If we have to measure by value, the worst one will cost hundreds of medium-grade spirit stones, and tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Tens of thousands of spirit stones, it is estimated that even an ordinary foundation building period cannot afford so many. In this way, only the first option is available. The spiritual herbs needed for the wood huandan are not difficult to find, all of which are first level. But a total of more than 30 kinds of wood-attributed spiritual herbs are needed, which is a bit difficult. He currently only has a small part in his storage bag. If Luo Yan is still in the sect, it would not be difficult to collect these spiritual medicines. But now in this wilderness, where can he get spiritual herbs to exchange for them? It seems that I have to go to the market. Luo Yan said secretly. Patriarch Zheng is from G State, he should know where there is a market here. We can just go to the market and buy it when the time comes. He made up his mind. Luo Yan walked out of the carriage and came to the fire. He put his hand close to the fire and warmed his cold palm. Old Patriarch, do you know where there is a market nearby? I want to buy some spiritual medicine. The herbs on me are not enough for cultivation. Patriarch Zheng pinched his gray hair and beard, and pondered for a moment. If you want to talk about the market, I really know a few, but the nearest one is more than 10 days away from here. After all, I have been fleeing all the way here, and I don't know much about your Nanayu country. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait for a while. After a while, we will arrive at the imperial city." Hearing this, Luo Yan didn't say much. It's better to wait a few days later. There is no rush. He comforted himself. But the uneasiness in his heart has been lingering. After knowing that the person he will face next is likely to be a cultivator in the late stage of key refining, Luo Yan always lacked a sense of security. If a cultivator in the late stage of key refining was bent on a sneak attack, he might not be able to find it in time. There was no way. Luo Yan's mind returned to the formation. This was also the only way he could think of to deal with cultivators in the late stage of key refining. The incomplete Zyokai sword formation was not very effective. He did not expect the formation laid out with more than a dozen spirit stones to be very powerful. But the complete version of the Zyokai sword formation could not be moved, and after it was placed, hundreds of spirit stones would be consumed all the time. He was reluctant to do so. He would not spend spirit stones like this even if he had more. Luo Yan couldn't just set up one everywhere he went just for the little uneasiness in his heart, and become a big spirit stone consumer who was consuming spirit stones every moment. Although the power was enough to match that of a cultivator in the late stage of key refining, the inability to move and the large consumption of spirit stones were also the shortcomings of the Zyokai sword formation. This was the pain point of almost all attack formations. Thinking of this, Luo Yan could only settle for the second best and set up a large-scale perception warning formation. Fortunately, auxiliary formations do not consume so many spirit stones. This relieved Luo Yan a lot of worries. However, in the next period of time, he did not plan to set up a spirit gathering formation. He only used the key gathering pill to practice on weekdays. It is better to be careful. Because the spirit gathering effect of the spirit gathering formation is more obvious, it will drain the spiritual energy within a certain range. Isn't this equivalent to telling the enemy that there are people in front? I don't know what the old patriarch is thinking. In this dark night, he lit a pile of fire. The firelight shone in the dark valley. What is the difference between that and directly revealing his identity? Did he really escape from Jiguo? Luo Yan became more and more suspicious. This leisurely look is calmer than him. Luo Yan couldn't help but look at the old patriarch with some curiosity. Noticing his gaze, the old patriarch responded with an honest smile, and a deep wrinkle appeared on his old face. Half an hour later, a red rainbow flew from a distance. Luo Yan lowered his head and closed his eyes to sense it. It was a familiar breath. Lin Lu jumped down from the magic sword and came to the fire. He observed nearby and didn't leave too far, so he didn't have to worry about the problem of excessive loss of magic power. It was still no problem to fly the sword for a short distance. "Brother Luo, do you know what I found in front of me?" As soon as Lin Lu landed, his expression became indifferent. Then he talked to himself. "When I went to explore the way ahead, I came back through a forest and saw several mortals digging a pit and burying something. After they left, I dug out the things in the pit with a curious attitude. It was a comatose man. From his mouth, I learned that a few years ago, a powerful immortal master came to the town and said that he could refine a kind of longevity pill that could prolong the life of the elderly. This time, the rich families in the town who were about to die went completely crazy. People came to ask for the longevity pill in an endless stream. Then they learned from the immortal master that the most important ingredient of the longevity pill is a newborn baby. As long as the main medicine can be obtained, the longevity pill is not a problem. Although this is unethical, it was soon replaced by the madness of some rich families. After all, no one wants to die. So they spent a high price to buy up the whole town, and if there was no medicine, they would give money to let them give birth quickly. In just a few short years, they have turned newborn babies into livestock for sale. This is a sacrifice. How dare they do this? Lin Lu's face was heavy. The young man he saved had someone come to his house just because his wife had just given birth to a child. After he refused to sell his child, he was knocked unconscious and dragged to the wilderness. The child was also taken away. The murderous aura in Lin Lu's eyes could no longer be concealed. If he was not afraid of disturbing the snake, he would have flown over just now. The reason for coming back to inform Luo Yan was that in Lin Lu's eyes, this junior brother Luo was meticulous and could find many problems that he could not find. Moreover, it would be bad if he hurt ordinary people because of his willful behavior. With this junior brother Luo watching by his side, he didn't have to worry too much about others. So as not to be timid. Longevity pill. Luo Yan frowned. As far as he knew, under normal circumstances, there were supervisors in the territory of Nanayu under the jurisdiction of the Five Elements Temple, whether it was a big city or a small town. How could a place with an inspector be allowed to allow cultivators to use a baby as a primer to refine the longevity pill? In Luo Yan's opinion, cultivators who can use such means to harm the lives of living beings are definitely evil cultivators. Where did the inspector of this town go? Don't they care? Also, although we are not on the hinterland of South Vietnam now, we are not on the border area. At most, the geographical location is a bit remote. How did this place happen without being discovered by the law enforcement hall? Luo Yan was a little confused. Just when he was thinking about whether to take out the communication sword and report to the sect, Lin Lu stopped him. Brother Luo, let's go to the town first, just in case I made a mistake. He turned his head and shouted, Old man, is it okay to delay for so long? Patriarch Zhang shook his head. Looking at Lin Lu's firm eyes, Luo Yan seemed to understand his thoughts. In the storybooks in the Sutra library, there are often chivalrous heroes who exorcise demons and suppress ghosts for local residents. The attitude of punishing evil and promoting good, as well as the feeling of being respected after handling things, also deeply influenced the disciples of Su Zongmen. The value of right and wrong was slowly formed. Not to mention people like Lin Lu who majored in swordsmanship and had a strong character. If there is injustice in your eyes, how can you turn a blind eye? Lin Lu believed that with a sword in his hand, he could give the people in the town a clear sky. So how could such a chivalrous thing be done by others? When a young man encounters injustice, he should wield a sword to kill all around and take revenge. No matter what kind of evil cultivator he is, I will destroy him with one sword. Chapter 25 Zhushan Town. Zhushan Town is not a very big town, surrounded by an endless mountain range. The town has a small population of about 2,000. In this world where one can practice cultivation, the forest is vast and endless, and there are many wild beasts and poisonous insects in the mountains. The people of Zhushan Town live in this primitive mountain range, isolated from the world and rarely communicate with the outside world. Therefore, although this is a town, there are not many people living there. At the entrance of the town, there is a stone tablet with two ancient characters engraved on it, Zhushan. In the early morning, two bright carriages came outside Zhushan Town. There were still many fallen leaves on the carriages, as if they had passed through the infinite mountains and the territories of various beasts before they came here. There was a man lying on the front carriage, and there was dried blood on his face. Master, the demon is in the largest manner in front. Please help me, Master, and save my child. There was a low cry in the man's voice. He just wanted to live a peaceful life with his family. But now his wife is gone, and his child has been taken away. The only hope is the immortal master in the carriage. Thinking of this, the man knelt directly in front of the carriage, knocking his head on the bluestone slab with a bang-bang sound. Seeing the carriage stopped, Lin Lu walked out of the carriage and nodded to a certain young man inside. There was a trace of red glow in his eyes, and even his pupils almost turned red. Looking at the huge manor, two red sword beams jumped out casually, which was extremely terrifying. Killing intent. Lin Lu held the sword in his hand and whispered softly, I want to see what kind of monster dares to use the heart of a child to refine the life pill in the heart of my sect. If the situation is true, demon, today is your death. Lin Lu's voice was like thunder, exploding this quiet morning. On the main road of the whole town, the few passers-by who had originally seen the foreign carriage ran away in panic, leaving a mess. Only some of the brave ones were lying in front of the windows in the rooms on both sides of the street, secretly looking at the people in the carriage. The people in Zhushan Town were surprised. Few outsiders came here on weekdays, but two carriages came early this morning. And they were holding swords, and they were obviously fierce people. It was better not to provoke them. As for the man who knelt in front of the carriage with blood on half of his cheek, although he could not see clearly, he seemed to be wearing the same clothes as the people in the town. According to this situation, the one who just flew over was a cultivator like a clan elder. Mr. Zhu, please get up. Can you drive me to see the mayor of your Zhushan Town? Luo Yan stayed in the carriage and did not show up. Let's not talk about whether the matter of the longevity pill is true or false, and whether Lin Lu went to the door to fight without any reason. This is his own decision and has nothing to do with Luo Yan. It's also good to go and fight someone. As a companion, since there's this trip to Zhushan Town, Luo Yan has to consider more. Many times, things have two sides. Even if it is true that someone here uses red seeds to refine longevity pills as the man said, why didn't the inspector report it? Death is impossible. Once the inspector dies, the soul tablet in the sect will immediately break. Since he is still alive, it is necessary to meet him. Luo Yan is very curious about what role the inspector of this town plays in this. If you want to know the specific situation, finding the local top manager is undoubtedly the most convenient way. Master, our town is a little special. There is no mayor. It has always been the elders who manage us. Maybe he is getting older. In recent years, the elders have rarely come out to preside over affairs. This is why the demon is rampant. Luo Yan was stunned for a moment. Then take me to find your elders. The old ancestral hall in Hushan town is on the west side of the town. The houses here are not as bright as the ones in front. They have an old color and many cracks on the mud walls. The carriage stopped at the door of the ancestral hall. The moment Luo Yan got off the car, his eyes were attracted by a wall of tree roots. The walls outside the old ancestral hall are covered with many tree roots, intertwined, as if embedded in it. But surprisingly, there are no trees around the ancestral hall, giving people an inexplicable sense of weirdness. It is hard to describe the feeling, as if it is gloomy, but full of vitality. Chief Zhang, do you want to go in with me? Luo Yan asked, looking at the carriage in front. Young friend Luo, don't worry about me. I will wait for you in the carriage. Please do as you please. Luo Yan pushed open the door of the old ancestral hall and walked in. A strong fragrance hit me. The two sides of the path leading to the main ancestral hall are full of various herbs. Cornus officinalis, Polygonidum sibiricum, Puraria root, cassava. Continue walking forward, there is a half-acre spiritual land, which is full of various spiritual medicines. Among them are many materials for the wood-returning pill that Ling Luo Yan needs. Next to the spiritual land, there is also a small wooden house built in the middle of the pond. An old man with a hunched figure and white hair is looking over here. Is the elder of Hushan town in front of us? I am Luo Yan, a junior, coming from the Five Elements Temple. I want to consult you about a few things. I wonder if you can help me solve my doubts. Luo Yan said in a voice transmission not far away. Looking at him carefully, the old man who was moving slowly and sluggishly gave him a feeling of withering and dying, as if he would die at any time. Luo Yan used his spiritual sense to explore again, and found that his spiritual power was probably at the third level of key refining. A kind of vigorous posture appeared in his spiritual sense. It was as if the two contradictory auras of life and death were intertwined in a person at the same time. It was full of disharmony. So it turns out that you are a distinguished guest. Forgive me for being old and weak. I can't get up to greet you. I can only prepare 2 cups of tea. Please come forward. Luo Yan stepped lightly, stepped on the water, and sat on the ground with the white-haired old man. Zhu Xinghe took out a teapot from his storage bag and casually called for water from the deep well in the distance. Just when it was about 2/3 full, the rest automatically returned to the well. He made a hand gesture with his right hand, and a deep white flame appeared at the bottom of the teapot. Gulp, gurgle. Looking at the water in front of him that boiled in a short while, Luo Yan's pupils shrank slightly. The white-haired old man's tea-making skills, which he inadvertently revealed, gave him a feeling that he was able to control water and fire with ease. His attainments in this area were far higher than his. I'm sorry to make you laugh, my guest. I have no other strengths. When I have nothing to do, I can only barely make tea. Zhu Xinghe took out 2 cups, filled 1 cup for Luo Yan first, and then poured half a cup for himself. Luo Yan looked at the tea handed over and did not reach out to take it. Zhu Xinghe was not annoyed, and said in a hoarse voice, Young master, are you afraid that the tea is poisonous? Luo Yan shook his head slightly. He did not have the habit of eating other people's things rashly. Even if it was a pill, except for the exchange in the merit hall at the beginning, in the following days, he only ate the key-gathering pills he made himself. There are too many unknowns in the world of immortal cultivation. You might get tricked by someone someday. It is better to be careful. I wonder if you have any advice for me when you come to Hushan town. Zhu Xinghe also put down the cup and looked at the young Taoist in front of him with a tepid gaze. He also had a most ordinary Taoist robe for ordinary disciples. Although his key training was interfered by some magic and could not be detected, it was probably not much different from that of an old man in his 100s. The probability of being an outer disciple was very low. Since he was not an outer disciple and was not very old, Why was he pretending to be arrogant in front of an old senior like him? Let him listen first to see if it was related to that matter. If so, he might have to teach this ignorant kid how to respect his elders. Thinking of this, Zhu Xinghai's stupid eyes flashed with murderous intent. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.